Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1. The arrival. His choice of a successor was a heat-of-the-moment thing, even if he had actual arguments for it. 𝐤𝐵 Toshinori is conscious enough to realize that. He had been technically en route to meet Mirio Tagata, whom Nedzu suggested to be a good candidate for being his successor, only to run into this kid. This kid who asked him if he can be a hero as a quirkless boy. Frankly speaking, 𝐤𝐵 knew that the answer he gave him was slightly hypocritical. 𝐤𝐵 too was, at one point, a quirkless kid with a longing for heroics. The difference is that he was a quirkless and well-trained, if not rather buffy, even before one-for-all kid with a longing for heroics. The green-haired child in front of him was obviously timid, and obviously not trained at all in any form of quirkless combat. 𝐤𝐵 at least was kinda competent in boxing when he was his age, and he could easily recognize the way martial arts training made people walk. Not to mention being small. And the lack of visible muscles. This changed the situation notably, at least in 𝐤𝐵's opinion. This kid wasn't exactly prime hero material, especially not someone who was planning to go up a route this hard while looking to be someone like the symbol of peace. The question the kid asked was about being a hero like him, after all, and not a hero in general. Sure, there might have been a brilliant mind underneath that exterior, although it was something hard to judge after a 5-minute meeting. But there were better places to apply a brilliant mind. Something that Melissa proved. So 𝐤𝐵 Toshinori offered the kid a reasonable alternative for the application of his wits and a longing to help, such as Poliso. Tsukochi would like a kid this willing to help others. Or support engineering. There was also the part where he felt that an adult and an idol to many young people shouldn't just tell impressionable young kids that risking their lives excessively is a completely fine idea. Not without their parents around to nod or shake their heads in order to make All Might realize what their opinion on the issue was. Especially not when he was the symbol of peace, whose ideal image as a hero was a cornerstone of the relatively peaceful era. All Might maintaining his good reputation was a public service, and he preferred to achieve that by not making major blunders, rather than having the head of Might Tower's PR department go around and metaphorically murder people. Not to mention how easy it was to go from disliking All Might to disliking the current society and then turning into a villain. He was a pillar keeping society afloat, and he was already painfully aware that he is irreplaceable. His search for a successor was probably at least partially motivated by wanting to retire. Because let's be real, he is too irreplaceable for it to be healthy for society as a whole. Sure, the kid was dejected. Sure, he had his dream crushed by his idol. Sure, 𝐤𝐵 was going to one day realize how close to a lethal mistake he was that evening. But at that time, All Might was certain that his answer was correct and logical. The biggest irony of the situation is that the mistake might have been more lethal to All Might and society than to the green-haired kid left alone by their idol on a rooftop, but that's a story from a world that never came to be. Then again, he had no idea just how bad the kid was bullied for quirklessness. If he knew then, he would certainly not leave on the rooftop after crushing his lifelong dream. All Might was aware of just how much of an accidental personality cult he developed around himself, and he made not trying to alter society in any way a self-imposed goal. That way lies the slippery slope, and 𝐤𝐵 knows that. So he focuses on saving people and charity actions, without digging deep into the social dynamics of the modern era. There are enough people dealing with that as it is. So he doesn't know just how often quirkless kids hear people telling them to kill themselves. Then he discovers that the sludge villain escaped him, and rushes to the scene when he was just seen. Already well aware that his quirk is done for the day, but it's his screw-up, and he has to fix it no matter what. Before someone dies. And someone almost dies. While All Might, painfully aware of his helplessness and just slightly sessed off at the heroes on the scene, has to watch. But the green-haired kid from earlier leaps to the rescue, and while he lacks power to achieve anything save for buying the victim a few startled breaths, something in 𝐤𝐵 Toshinori snaps. And he pushes through his limit, lowering it in the process, and saves the day. It was at this moment that 𝐤𝐵 understood that he just met his successor. Goddamn his small build, 𝐤𝐵 isn't going to retire tomorrow, and this is something that they can work on. He is going to make this kid into a hero because he just proved to have more courage when someone is in danger than several pro-heroes, end of story. All Might at least had the excuse of not knowing that he could squeeze out more from his quirk before it happened. Of course, the kid immediately vanished on him while he was distracted by the press. Not before some heroes berate him for risking his life excessively. Honestly, if not for the cameras and his quirk being super spent, All Might would probably punch some of them in the face for that alone. They should be taking notes rather than berate the kid for that. Who cares if their quirks weren't suitable? There was a kid on the verge of dying in front of them and they didn't even try to distract their villain. Death Arms tried to punch the sludge instead of trying to yank the kid out of it, for God's sake. It took the green-haired kid like 5 seconds to figure out that the villain's weak spot is his eyes, something that Yagi figured out as well, but it's not like someone would listen to a random skeleton man. What the hell are they teaching the heroes nowadays? It took some tracking skills. All Might learned a lot of unexpected skills in the United States. You don't become a #1 hero just by punching villains in the face, but eventually he finds him. The shock on the kid's face. Izuku, Midoriya Izuku. All Might asks about that finally because he should probably know something like that before offering the kid his quirk. Changes into the overflowing happiness when All Might changes his answer. Then it goes back to shock when he mentions giving the kid his quirk. Then comes the rambling. Then comes more shock and tears of happiness. A lot of those. This reminds All Might of someone from his past, and he smiles just a bit more than he wanted. Well, enthusiasm is good. All Might can work with that. But he also has standards. And the kid in front of him has a lot of work ahead of him. He tells Izuku that before Yagi starts teaching him, they have to explain the whole deal to his parents. First, because Yagi refuses to be taken for some creep who is teaching their kid something weird behind their back. Let's be real, his skeleton form does make him look like that bone-manipulating villain he once fought. Second, they should probably get a heads up about their son suddenly late blooming a powerful quirk. Plus there is always a risk of injuries during the training. It's best to explain the risk ahead instead of being stared down by a parent whose children was wounded during a training they didn't even know was happening. The kid promptly replies that his father died a few years ago, but his mom is there and she will certainly agree. He offers to lead his idol home with even more enthusiasm. He just looks slightly startled by the idea of Yagi seeing his room, which was brought up during an unconscious muttering. All Might thinks that he knows what caused it. He saw Sir Night Eye's office. He knows how far some people take the All Might's personality cult part. He can survive seeing a shrine to himself. He just needs to do his best to live up to the hype while simultaneously making the kid understand that no, he is still a human being. He makes mistakes. He just made amends for one particularly horrible, after all. Izuku leads him to a 2-story house that looks relatively well off. That alone is good. The kid's family is neither too rich, some of the rich people are a bit too demanding, nor too poor. He doesn't want the eventual rise to greatness of this kid to go to his head. They have enough corrupted people in the industry as it is. He also looks happy to have Yagi talk with his mother, so the family sounds supportive enough. That's a bonus point too. Having people to support you is crucial, whether they are other heroes or your family members. Izuku opens up the door and shouts that he's back home. 3 seconds later a woman runs into the anteroom, clearly worried. She has the same admittedly appealing shade of green hair as Izuku, seems to be approaching her 40s and recognition runs All Might over like a speeding train runs over a small passenger car that happened to be standing at the wrong place at the wrong time. Just with less broken bones. But BLD is still there, since he coughs up a mouthful. He knew that the hair color and the crying was familiar. Despite so many years passing, he knew. Izuku, I was so worried with that villain attack going on near us, where have you? She notices the man behind her son, wiping the BLD from his mouth while staring at her in shock. Excuse me, but who are? Misaki. All Might finally manages to speak. Even Izuku realizes that something's wrong. The woman, it's Misaki, there is no doubt, he would recognize her everywhere, even after so much time. Looks at Yagi with shock on her face. How do you know that? Nam? She freezes, and there is a flash of recognition on her face as well. Wait, Yoshio. What happened to you? Why do you look so thin? Yoshio. Izuku decides to chirp in, taking the advantage of the fact that both his mother and All Might were thoroughly stunned. All Might's real name is Yoshio. All Might. Misaki is stunned by this remark even more than she already was, her appealing green eyes shifting towards her son. What do you mean by that, Izuku? He opens his mouth to say something, but Yagi is just slightly faster. Izuku, I'll explain everything to her. All Might says. If it's possible, could you let me talk with your mother in private? Izuku looks to his mom, who nods. He clearly wants to hear what it will be about, but he vacates the room. A few minutes later, All Might and Misaki are in the living room, sitting on the couches on the opposing sides of a coffee table. The doors are closed, and Izuku is nowhere to be seen. If All Might's understanding of him is anywhere correct, he is probably fidgeting uncontrollably, looking forward to hearing his mother's answer. All right. Misaki says. Yoshio, you can start by explaining to me what the hell are you doing here and why does my son think you are All Might? She is in her confident mood. Reasonably emotional. This should make the situation easy on the waterworks. Then again, she can get kinda scary when not prone to crying, and Yagi is just slightly intimidated by his memories of her. Might have not been fully honest with you back then. Yagi braces himself for the talk. Yoshio isn't my real name. I had a very nasty enemy back then, and I was hiding who I really was so that he wouldn't find you. My real name is Yagi Toshinori, and while I might not look the part right now due to an injury, I am All Might. He buffs his muscles with his quirk, just enough for his own body to start resembling his heroic self. He lets it go without putting any strength into it, to avoid coughing out BLD again. Oh! She is shocked. Probably unsurprising, considering that her old lover just told her that he was the #1 hero all along. It's a somewhat different shock than he expected. That explains everything. I was trying to find you after, you know what, but I couldn't find anyone by that name who looked even remotely like you. Well, I tried to find you too. All Might replies. With similar results. Something that he regrets to this day. She is just slightly startled by it. Is she happy that he didn't just vanish on her but was actually trying to find her? That's probably because my real name isn't Misaki, either. She replies. I'm Inko. Midoriya Inko. I was hiding who I was for a similar reason, really. She was certainly no hero, he was certain about that much. He would have found out about a hero with her quirk. Unless she was hiding for some completely unrelated reasons like some abusive past acquaintance, that only left one option. She had to be a villain. It was impossible. All Might knew that she could be intimidating and kinda scary at times, but she was normally such a sweet, wonderful woman and his mind makes the connections. Oh, my God. He says in English and blinks a few times. It's a miracle he didn't cough out his lungs at the realization. Your quirk isn't similar to mischief. You are mischief. The woman that certainly doesn't look like a famous but believed to be dead S-rank thief nods faintly. Yagi's mind travels back to that memorable evening after his birthday party. You weren't cosplaying as mischief back then. Her face goes as red as her hair is green. Her hands cover it quickly. Yagi's mind catches up to what he just said and what it meant and ends up coughing up a lot of BLD. Nana Shimura laughs like a madwoman deep within his quirk, because this is certainly the most hilarious thing she has seen in a long time, despite Yagi being the center of many hilarious events. Yoichi Shigaraki and Daigoro Banjo, her closest friends among the past holders, quickly WHP out some imaginary but still tasty popcorn. They all know that this is going to be a good one. Oh, if only they knew how much. It had lasted less than a year, and was something like 16 years ago, but Yagi was still looking back to those years as some of the happiest in his life. He just barely returned to Japan from America, and started fighting his war against All for One. He knew that he shouldn't get distracted by anything, but when he ran into Misaki Inko and their eyes met, that was the last thing that he had on his mind. Wait. 16 years ago. Just how old was Izuku? Izuku. Yagi's mind refuses to process the idea. It's impossible, right? It's just not possible, right? Is he The words "my son" just refused to go through his throat. But she understood what he meant. Yes. She replies. I found out that I was 𝐼𝐴 soon after we got separated. She pauses for a second, while Yagi is struggling to breathe. I like to think that he got my looks but your personality. He had a child. He had a son. He found the chosen successor for his quirk in the kid that inspired him with his bravery and heroic spirit, and it was his own son. And he had him with Mischief, the supervillain that he had an idol crush on according to 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿. Yagi dared to disagree for years. It was a lot to digest. Way more than he expected to find out when he asked Izuku to let him meet his mother. He mentioned that his father died a few years ago. Yagi manages to push the words out. It's not that he doesn't believe her, somehow, despite her just professing to be a villain, he does. He isn't sure if he can think straight now. He married someone 3 years after we'd lost contact with each other. She says. We had a disagreement a few years ago, and I took the children and left him. I didn't exactly like his approach to my children, and I really thought that he would straighten himself up, but he ended up dying before that happened. She adds, and Yagi notices the plural. Children. There were more. He opens his mouth to ask, but she continues. You'll probably not like finding out who he was. Yagi Toshinori isn't sure if there is something that can ruin his mood right now. He got a successor, he met Misaki again, he discovered that he had a son. He all but gave up the idea of having children. He was too old for trying to have one, and, frankly, all the women he met during the last 14 years had one fatal flaw. They weren't Misaki. Who was it? He says. She uses her quirk to open a drawer and then pulls something from it towards her. A picture. She hands it to him, without saying the word, but there are just so many emotions on her face that he doesn't know how to interpret them. It's a picture from a HeroCon. There is a much younger Izuku in the middle, waving a prize for winning a hero trivia quiz, with a proud smile on his face. To his right is Inko, smiling towards the camera while making a thumbs-up gesture. To Izuku's other side is a white-haired man in a suit, with an expression of just slight discomfort on his face, and Yagi Toshinori almost vomits his lungs out when he realizes that he is looking at All for One wearing a really atrocious fake mustache. Oh my God. Nana says in his quirk, her words not reaching him. His old lover married All for One. This is literally the least probable thing in the entire world, maybe after All for One surviving the fight and dedicating himself fully to charity work. That could at least be explained by brain damage. Wait, she said children, right? Yuichi, the One for All's first holder, adds from his place. Popcorn lies forgotten next to him. Does that mean I have a nephew or a niece? Larry just groans. This is going to be a bigger mess than he thought. Why do those two blokes not realize that Yagi Toshinori just picked someone who grew up right next to All for One as his successor? Married. All for One. Yagi manages to say, thankfully or not, he was an expert in not vomiting, coughing BLD at anything important, and thus the photograph was spared from recoloring. And you had a child with him. 2, actually. Inko's face is once again covered with hands. The words come out slightly mumbled. I then adopted another child, and Hands are off, and she inhales deeply. They are all really sweet kids. We had a rule about not bringing work home, and I officially retired from villainy. The disagreement we had was mostly about him trying to have one of my children join his business. They also didn't inherit his quirk, if that's what worries you. The last words felt just slightly bitter. No, it doesn't. Yagi decides to man up a bit. Sorry, it was just a bit surprising. A lot to digest, and I don't even have a stomach at this point. She looks at him like she wasn't sure if that was supposed to be a joke or not. Don't hold it against me that I know. Inko shakes her head. I offered him to retire with me during our argument, but he wanted to remain the emperor of the underworld. I told him that sooner or later someone would kill him, and I said that I wasn't going to hold it against whoever did that. Because All for One, because Hisoshi made a decision. And while he was charming and a good husband and father, I didn't exactly like how he earned money. She probably still held it against All Might, Yagi decides. But now she knows who All Might was, and she probably figured out what was the cause of his current looks. The fathers of the majority of her children almost killed each other, because they were archenemies all along. Now, unless you are going to arrest me, tell me, why are you here? 𝐒𝐭 steels herself and asks. Why were you with Izuku? I haven't seen him this happy in a long time. I saved his life from a villain. Yagi replies and her eyes widen. He ended up asking if a quirkless kid like him can become a hero like me. I said no. I know firsthand how dangerous this job is, so I suggested becoming a police officer or going for a career in support engineering. There is something complicated on her face, like she isn't sure if she agrees with him or not. But a while later I saw him trying to save another kid that was being attacked by a villain, even despite the fact that the heroes present on the scene lacked the courage to do it themselves. So I saved them both and he inhales deeply. This is something to be said quickly and without giving anyone time to interrupt. And I changed my answer. And I offered him my quirk. She knows what One for All is. He expected it after hearing the part when she married All for One. He doesn't need to explain it to her. He can see tears welling up, the hand covering her mouth and 𝐒𝐭 inhaling deeply. He expected a lot of things, but not this sheer gratitude and happiness on her face. Then there is a shadow on her face that he isn't sure how to interpret. You didn't change your mind? She asks, and Yagi fervently shakes his head. Yes, he learned a lot of shocking things about Izuku's family, but you were always more of a vigilante than an actual villain. He replies promptly. And All for One? Well, if Izuku grew up as his son and yet is still a child with such a heroic heart, then that's just one more reason to choose him. I just need your permission. And a lot of training. Yagi will have to ask Shuzenji to tailor his old training schedule with Nana for a kid with much less strength to start with. It will be a struggle to make it in time. Oh, Izuku, she is almost crying at this point. Yagi is very close to just leaping over the coffee table to try to cheer her up. He is a quirkless kid who wants to be a hero from all his heart. Everyone always ridiculed him, and I wasn't sure how to help him. I was afraid of giving him a false hope, but I was also afraid of what would happen if his hopes died out entirely. Please help him. The waterworks start. He got to see a lot of those back in the day, most of them happy. Those tears are happy as well. This time he does leap over the coffee table. He isn't that weak and he hugs her. She hugs him back. It worked to calm her, back then. It works now, too. Just not as fast as it used to. Or perhaps these tears had more weight behind them than those in the past. He almost doesn't want to break this hug. But he has to. He doesn't return to his seat, however. This couch is big enough for the two of them. He is holding her hands, like he used to do so often back then. I'll do my best, 𝐒𝐭. He vows. I can see a lot of work ahead of us, but he'll become a splendid hero. A hero like me. It's easier to build muscles than a moral spine. I'll help him with that, but he falters a bit. What are we going to tell him? Does he know that he had a different father? The real question is, oh my God, are we going to tell him that I'm his father, because All Might wants it very, very much? But 𝐒𝐭 knows Izuku better. She knows how he would react. What if it was too much for the kid? He is already worshipping All Might apparently. What if? Yes, but she takes a deep breath. I told him a different name. I suspected that you might have been a hero or a policeman, and Izuku is kinda scary when he really puts his back into something. He could have actually found you, and then Hisoshi might have reacted badly. So All for One didn't know. He didn't know that he was a stepfather to the son of his archenemy all along. Yagi decides to ignore the scary part for now. He knows that I loved you deeply and that we lost sight of each other after that town was destroyed. He thinks that you died back then, like I did for all that time. But he should know. Right now. He needs a father. They all do. Money isn't a problem, and I have some friends to help me out, but dealing with 4 kids at once is straining. She breathes in and then lets out the final bomb. Especially as all of them save for Izuku have class 6 quirks. What? Yoichi is the first to speak. 3 class 6 quirks. Quirks to violate the logic of quirks and by extension, of the world. Like one for all and all for one. And her 4th kid was just offered one more class 6 quirk for her to have to deal with. Poor woman. Nana announces with just a bit of a mischievous smirk. And poor All Might, because I know what he is going to do right now. Godspeed, Toshinori. Lariat and En, who just woke up and was always a major nerd, wave a banner with Catch Them All Might written on it behind her, with colors suspiciously similar to Pokeballs. Yagi spends like 4 seconds contemplating this before coming to a decision. I'll help however I can. I don't have much experience with being a father, but I'm going to do my best. For them all, if you let me. Her relief is palpable, and her happiness warms his heart. Getting 4 children, including one that's biologically his, certainly wasn't part of his plan for today, but well. There we go. He has a faint understanding that he just agreed to something much harder than defeating villains. Maybe save for all for one. Then again, the worst supervillain in history somehow was a father, so certainly Yagi Toshinori can be as well, right? He is yet to realize who the friends helping her are, but that's a story for another day. Specifically the one when he visits Inko to see the hero killer, the man who makes the living of ending careers of unworthy heroes by beating them up and releasing the evidence for their crimes, and an S-rank villain, freeloading on her couch and watching the newest documentary about All Might's career together with Izuku. Suddenly she freezes and looks at the nearest set of doors. She puts her finger on her lips, silencing him, before using her quirk to open the door in question. The result of them suddenly opening is a small avalanche of children entering the room and collectively falling on the floor. Before disentangling and trying to stand there while pretending that nothing happened. Asa! Inko says loudly. What did I tell you about eavesdropping on people's conversation? The only boy in the group, looking like 10 to 11 years old, and clearly inheriting both All for One's white hair and red eyes, which makes him look like much younger Yoichi Shigaraki, although this is something that only the holders are aware of. All Might has much worse comparison on his mind, perks up, looking like a prisoner awaiting execution but wanting to die without humiliating himself. He is wearing a set of Miruko-themed pajamas. To not whisper to each other while doing so, because it betrays your position. Asa promptly replies. Inko chokes on air. All Might coughs out BLD. He lost a lot of it this evening and the heroes in his head are rolling on the floor with laughter. No, the other thing. Inko replies, while eyeing All Might, perhaps just slightly worried about his reaction. To not do that. Asa replies before looking down. Sorry, Mom, we were just kinda curious. Izunichin was so happy but didn't tell us what it was about, said we had to wait for you two to finish, and a girl is partially hiding behind him. Probably the adopted child, since no one in the room has pale blue hair. Plus, no one else has a horn on their forehead. She is wearing All Might-themed pajamas. She appears to be 5 or 6 years old. She says nothing, she is just staring at Yagi. He has a feeling that he should feel somewhat worried by it, since it's quite an intense stare, but she just doesn't feel threatening. If anything, she looks cute and friendly. How much did you hear? Inko asks. If they heard too much, if they found out about their father and that they were just looking at his well-justified killer. From the I'll do my best, Inko. Asa replies promptly. So they didn't hear the most accusing parts, that's. You're Izunichin's father. Another little girl says, this time with a white hair but with some strands of green among them styled into pigtails. Her eyes are two-colored as well. Not heterochromatic, just through some unexpected quirk-related mutation both her eyes are half red and half green. She is maybe 7 or 8 years old, and looks somewhat threatening, actually. Her glare is a bit creepy. She is also the only child in the room to not wear any hero-style pajamas. Just some normal, although pitch-black ones. And a hero. Yes. All Might replies. Do you like heroes? He is kinda unsure how to proceed, so he can as well try to ask something simple. Right. Yes. Especially Endeavor. The girl replies. He burns people to death. There is fire, bones and BLD in her stare right now. This is her father's stare, no doubt about it. It looks both extremely out of place and utterly terrifying on a young girl. Awkward silence lasts for a few seconds, both in the room and in one for all. Aiko, please. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 sounds tired. We talked about not making that joke in front of people. It spooks them. And it's not even true. All Might is something like 50% sure that Aiko didn't mean it. But then she pulls the 𝐒𝐭𝐻 plushie that she kept behind her back and hugs it. I like 𝐒𝐿. Aiko says. All Might stops being this tense. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 Sakamata is a fine hero, and a good idol to have. He is from a gang, right? To the surprise of absolutely none of the heroes in One for All that got to see their first meeting in detail, 𝐒𝐭 Midoriya and Yagi Toshinori get married a month later. 𝐒𝐭 Municipal Beach Park was a name that was at best 50% correct. It was 𝐒𝐭 and municipal, yes. But the beach was there only occasionally, and it was at this point anything but a park. It was, frankly speaking, an illegal dumping site. Add some waste brought by the sea, and suddenly nobody was visiting it. Unless it was done to dump some more junk at what was once a popular dating spot. Hitoshi Shinsu liked it that way. Because for as long as it was an illegal dumping site, they could live there without heroes or the police noticing them. Sure, it wasn't a good life. They were going to have to look for an alternative when it got closer to winter. But for now, they had a place to call their own. Even if it was a closed space between two ruined fridges, with a tarpaulin for a roof. And the entrance door. Even if they were slowly dying from unresolved medical needs that he really had no idea how to address. He could somewhat deal with his own by stealing from the pharmacies, but it was only delaying things. He needed particular drugs to feel better. Everything else was just him almost overdosing on sleeping pills regularly to, like, not die of that freaky form of insomnia he had. They were around for something like 2 months with 3 more until it was going to get too cold to survive. Then again they were probably not going to survive that long either way, so who cares, right? When the most impossible things started happening. Someone started to dismantle their home. Not their sleeping place itself, thank whatever god is looking over outcasts like them. But the 𝐒𝐭 Municipal Beach Park began to be cleared by someone. Not even by some professional group of cleaners. But by a young kid probably their age who was cleaning it one piece of junk at a time with a guy looking like a skeleton that the kid referred to as Dad. Though the latter was mostly operating a truck. And sometimes shouting some words of encouragement and praise. And sometimes coughing out a lot of BLD. It was odd. It was infuriating, really. After he returned from his bi-weekly grocery run, okay, theft, but he was on the last legs, alright. It's not like a 15-year-old runaway without documents can actually hope to earn money. He saw the duo finish with a segment of the beach. There was a fierce high-five between them, and then the parent left on a truck, looking to do, well, whatever with the junk. Shinsu didn't care. The kid, oddly enough, remained and seemed to be taking a brief break. 10 minutes in, Hitoshi decided that it was less of a break and more of a low-intensity PRD of work, since the kid was gathering small parts of junk near the place where the truck normally parked. It was the right time to figure out what to do with the intruder. He approached him. "Who are you?" Hitoshi asked, startling the other kid. It was the simplest thing to do, provoking a reaction. He wasn't going to activate his quirk right now. The last thing he wanted is the kid connecting him to a string of thefts in the area. People finding out that they can't control their body were a common thing in Musutafu, even if most of the stolen things were food. "Oh!" The kids exclaimed in surprise. He actually jumped back. That was fast, but he landed rather flexibly. Sorry, I didn't notice you. What did you say?" Someone was deep in thoughts, it seemed. "I asked who are you?" Hitoshi said. The basic prerequisites for his quirk activation were already done. If they came to blows, he could just freeze the kid and flee. In a different direction, obviously. He wasn't going to betray where they were living. "I'm Izuku Midoriya." The kid replied with just a hint of an irritating enthusiasm. "And you?" "Aoi Miyoke." He replies, because obviously he isn't dumb enough to tell the kid his real name. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, I'm cleaning the beach with my dad. The kid positively beams when the word dad is mentioned, and Hitoshi is just slightly more angered. I'm training for the UA entrance exam, and we've decided that doing some community service together will be good training. Great, Hitoshi decides. His lifelong dream of proving people claiming that he is a villain wrong by becoming a hero dies a year before he has a chance to realize it, and then he ends up living on a junkyard that's slowly cleaned by a kid with some flashy quirk that will probably get to become a hero. And it's probably just to wave some community service around on the exam for bonus points. Way to rub salt in the wounds, life. And you? Izuku asks back, while looking at Hitoshi curiously. No actual hostility, oddly enough. Despite Hitoshi looking a bit like a tramp. His clothes had seen better times. Nothing interesting. I live nearby. He replies and doesn't add that nearby should be taken quite more literally than Izuku thinks. Or that he is, technically, a small-time villain. Not important enough to get noticed, as it will probably last until his inevitable death in a few months. Which, somehow, is still preferable to landing back in his foster family. Please don't mention me doing this to anyone. Izuku clasps his hands and is fidgeting just a little bit. We're trying to make it anonymously. Dad and Uncle 𝐒𝐿 are very particular about heroes working to help others not for popularity, and I don't do well with groups of people. He scratches his head a bit. I would prefer to do that without an audience. Okay, at least he isn't evicting them and making them die on the streets for a popularity stunt. Wow, what a relief that is. I won't. Hitoshi sniggers just a bit. You keep doing that. He wants to say something exactly opposite to that, but it's not like he has an alternative. All right. Thank you. Izuku completely ignores the negativity in Hitoshi's voice and takes his words for true encouragement. He is way too positive in Hitoshi Shinsu's opinion. She looks not that bad when he returns to their home. But he knows that this is temporary. But he isn't leaving her like that, even if it will be the last thing that he does in his life. He wants to be a hero to someone at least once in his life. Midoriya felt like a dumb kid, but he proved that he was anything but dumb few days later. Hitoshi thought that he fooled Izuku with his "oh, I'm just a local concerned citizen" play, but no. There was more to the kid than that. He was observing him at work a few times, always afraid that Izuku was going to find their little hideout this time, but he wasn't the only one doing the observation. He realized it when at the end of the workday, Izuku suddenly turned towards Hitoshi's observation spot, waved towards him. He was like 100 meters away from him and well hidden, it, and pointed to something on the ground. Hitoshi waited until the truck departed to check what it was about. He found a thermos filled with food, actually warm food. Izuku knew that he was homeless. Hitoshi considered just fleeing from the beach and looking for a new place to stay, but she had one of her bad days and that made traveling impossible. They ate the food instead. It was delicious. He left the emptied and cleaned up thermos on the cleaned part of the beach soon before the kid arrived to continue his training. Neither side seemed to be willing to acknowledge the existence of the food donation bit. Izuku Midoriya was leaving the food at the end of his work, and then picked up the thermos after arriving at the beach. He wasn't doing anything else than that. Hitoshi was kinda relieved. The amount of food delivered was narrowly enough for the two of them. Did Izuku know? Or was he just so generous for a single person, so while it wasn't super comfortable, Hitoshi could cut down on the grocery thefts? The weird thing is that nothing else happened. Izuku Midoriya didn't try to find them, didn't try to strike up a conversation. He was just leaving the food there. All while slowly but surely evicting them from the sad excuse of a house they had. He wasn't always arriving with his father. From time to time he was instead with a scary-looking man without a nose, who was referred to as Chizomi-san or Uncle Akiguro. A few more times Izuku was instead accompanied by a brown-haired and slightly weird-acting man referred to as Sako-san or Uncle Atsuhiro. Izuku had a lot of uncles, evidently. Each and every one of them looked completely different. Were they from different sides of his family? Then again, Skeleton Man wasn't similar to either of them. Eventually, it was Hitoshi who decided to start the conversation. And he had once again emerged from the junkyard to confront Izuku Midoriya, while his current caretaker was absent. "Thank you for the food." Hitoshi said, and Izuku, once again, was startled. Odd, if someone were to ask him. Especially for someone this observant. Oh, no problem. Izuku replies with a kind smile. You looked pretty hungry back then, and I saw you watching me for a few days, so I asked my mom to prepare something for you. She is already cooking for me, my 3 siblings, my dad, and whatever uncle or aunt drops by for dinner, so 1 or 2 more portions aren't that much. That's one large family you have. Hitoshi comments, and Izuku shrugs. What do you want from me? You have an agenda in all that. Here. This somehow startles Izuku again. He actually stares at Hitoshi while blinking rapidly. No, I told you that heroes do good deeds wanting nothing in return. You looked hungry and I think you are homeless, so I decided to help. Is this kid really this pure? Hitoshi doubts it. The thing is, he would normally throw that option through the nearest window right at the start. But with Izuku, he only doubts it. It's still on the table. He is surprised at himself. You should sleep more, though. Izuku adds, and Hitoshi does his best not to snarl. The bags under your eyes are kinda large. I know. Hitoshi deadpans. What is he supposed to say? Well, I have that weird neurological disease that kinda makes me unable to fall asleep without using a lot of sleeping pills, and it's going to kill me sooner or later, either through accidental sleeping pills overdose or through staying awake for too long. Way to bring child services on your head. And then, bam, back to the foster family. Probably that foster family. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 syndrome. Izuku asks, and Hitoshi almost trips despite standing straight. What? He manages to speak. How does this kid that he is literally meeting face to face for the second time in his life, know what the disease that's killing him is? Isn't it rare? Extremely rare. You clearly have no mutant quirk, and you don't seem to have any signs of mutations associated with the majority of physical transformative and emitter quirks. Izuku promptly replies. This indicates either quirklessness, some really weak quirk, or something strong, but subtle. You carry obvious signs of some really bad insomnia, and I don't think that it's because you are homeless. So my theory is, you have a mental quirk, but it grew up wrong. Your brain is constantly receiving meaningless input from your quirk, so it stays active and you can't fall asleep. So, 𝐔𝐬𝐽 syndrome. He finishes his lecture, and only now realizes that Hitoshi is looking at him like he just saw a ghost. Or a teacher that cares. He panics. Sorry. I didn't mean to pry. Izuku says, while hiding behind his hands as if he expected Hitoshi to attack him. I'm just really interested in quirks, and mental quirks are super awesome. Mom and Dad say that I have a knack for their analysis, but I'm not sure if they are right. He looks kinda conflicted over it. No, you probably have a knack for it. Hitoshi decided to admit. You are really something else. I had to visit 3 different specialists before one of them figured out what it was, and you just took one look at me and made a correct diagnosis. Thank you. Can I ask, what's your quirk? Izuku asks. There is just so much innocent curiosity in Izuku's face that somehow, just somehow, Hitoshi is compelled to answer. He knows it's borderline suicidal, considering his whole villain in hiding status, but it's called brainwashing. Hitoshi replies. When I speak to someone and they speak back, I can issue an order to them and they will be compelled to follow it. He braces for inevitable revulsion, but instead Izuku beams. Like someone just told him that Christmas came early. That's an awesome quirk. Hitoshi stares, feeling his jaw drop. There is not even a hint of being weirded out on his face. Have you ever considered becoming a hero? You could de-escalate a hostage situation just by talking to the villain. You should work on the naming, though. Brainwashing sounds kinda grim. Hitoshi stares. Izuku grows increasingly uncomfortable and starts to fidget slightly. Hitoshi keeps staring for a few more seconds before his brain manages to compute what he just heard. Where? Hitoshi finally asks. Where were you my whole life? Izuku looks a bit like a rabbit caught in the headlights. He is freaked out and has no idea what it is about. Everyone kept telling me that I have a villainous quirk. 4 years. Now I'm homeless, I live in a junkyard and that's where and when I meet the first person to ever say that my quirk is great. Izuku clearly doesn't know how to answer that announcement. Or was probably too busy being tossed around my school for quirklessness to be able to tell you that. He tries to smile but it falls flat in front of Hitoshi's stare. He isn't buying self-deprecation jokes, at least not from a kid who is this goddamn pure. You're quirkless and you are trying to get to the UA. Hitoshi says finally. I mean, I'm totally going to cheer for you, if only for what you just told me, but it's kinda impossible. He heard of the robots. What was he going to do, even if he got there? Brainwash them. UA was never an option for him. Apparently I'm a late bloomer. Izuku replies, looking away and scratching his head nervously. Some form of strength amplification quirk, but it doesn't activate due to some built-in security measure. I'm most likely too weak to bear it, and my body keeps it offline to make me, not damage myself. I'm working to pass the threshold before the exam, so that it actually works. He was still tossed around his school for quirklessness before that. Hitoshi heard of cases of supposedly quirkless people suddenly late-blooming powerful quirks. While, typically, wanting only to see the world burn at this point. Some of the worst villains were born that way. Considering that they were talking about a powerful strength amplification quirk on a kid that just guessed Hitoshi's quirk-related diseases and managed to narrow down his quirk to a mental one by seeing the bags under his eyes like, once, unless he figured it on the spot today, it was probably good that Midoriya didn't seem to hate society. Good for society, that is. Brains and brawn were a terrible combination to face. That sounds kinda cool. Hitoshi replies. What's your opinion about quirks that make you drink human blood? Hitoshi decides to ask and studies the reaction. Surely, there has to be a limit to how accepting this kid is, right? Like Uncle Chizome's quirk. Izuku asks back and Hitoshi realizes that there is probably no limit to speak of. I mean, it's just a quirk-dictated alteration to dietary needs, yes. You just have to register it officially and then you are eligible to receive BLD from the nearest BLD bank. It's nothing weird. Too pure. Just, too pure. Hitoshi is blinded by Izuku at this point. He doesn't know how to deal with being blinded. I see. He says. If his calculations are correct, one of his uncles should be here soon. He doesn't feel comfortable around adults. I'll be going. Drop by next time. Izuku waves at him and returns to cleaning the beach. The day after that, he came out to collect the usual food donation only to find a much larger thermos filled with food, a packet of Ħeżwilczak syndrome medications and a BLD bag. All placed on the sand right before Izuku left. Hitoshi Shinsu hadn't cried in a long while. And he never in his life cried happy tears. Both things changed on that evening. He did that for a second time when he saw the colors returning to her face. Hitoshi came out to hang with Izuku a few more times. Always when his uncles and dad weren't there. They never mentioned the things that Izuku was leaving on the beach. It was just random, meaningless small talk. It was after a week had passed since that day when Hitoshi began to understand what Izuku was doing. He was luring Hitoshi in. Not in any malicious way. All he had to do was to just call the heroes. Or villains. Or whoever else he knew. And Hitoshi would be out of the picture. He was seeing Hitoshi as an abandoned kitten, who clearly didn't trust people that tried to take them to a vet. So he was trying to build his trust. Trust to do what exactly? Was he waiting for Hitoshi to actually ask for help? What help could he actually offer to a small-time villain? They were going to end in juvie, and that was the best-case scenario. Returning to whatever family they had left was way worse of an option. Sure, he cut down his thefts to the minimum. Midoriya was providing him with everything that they needed to survive, at least before the winter came. But there were still things they occasionally had to get from somewhere, and it's not like he had any money to spare, right? He felt kinda guilty about it. He considered asking Midoriya to provide him with just a few more things, or perhaps, actually asking him what he truly wanted from Hitoshi. In other words, what help can he offer? But then, of course, things happened. He stole himself a new pair of boots because the old ones practically broke on him, and that's when he ran into a hero. Nightshade. He heard about him from someone who had a really bad meeting with him, namely, his one and only companion, and Hitoshi knew why exactly he couldn't get caught. So he ran. He was quite fast, and Nightshade was never the fastest of heroes. Things got a bit worse when he was joined by Redwing. Hitoshi had no idea why those two heroes were in Shizuoka, much less Musutafu, but he had no time to think about it. He eventually managed to lose them, before circling around back to Takoba. It's the time for Izuku to be working there, but Hitoshi ignores it. Instead he dives straight for his little home. "Himiko," he says while pretty much jumping inside. She was sleeping, curled up in the corner. But she jerked up from her sleep at his voice. "We're going, now." What? What's happening? She started to receive sensible dosages of BLD recently, and she started to act more sanely, had some of her strength back but still looked pale. And her resistance to UV light was still practically zero. "Nightshade is here." Her face pales even more. "I lost him, but if he is in this ward, he will find us sooner or later. We need to leave, now." She is weak, but not weak enough to be unable to move. She grabs her backpack. They are always, technically, ready to escape at a moment's notice. It just wasn't an option when she was so BLD starved, and he grabs his. He leaves first, just to see Nightshade, Redwing, and Thunderbolt, the F-3 hero, standing in front of them. "Well, your ability to run is decent enough," Nightshade says with a smile that's just a tiny bit sadistic. Hitoshi knows they are dead. Nightshade had almost beaten Himiko to death for having a villainous quirk right after she escaped from her home. If Hitoshi wasn't around to brainwash the hero, he would have just murdered her. Redwing is apparently a friend of his and Thunderbolt. "But you've run for long enough, little villains." "Yeah. With Thunderbolt's speed, they can't hope to escape." Himiko clings to his back, and he would really want to save her, but this time. No, this time they are done for. To have to call me for two kids, 𝐻𝐻. Thunderbolt shakes his head. "Well, have your fun. You still owe me a lot." Then the beating starts. "What are you doing?" Hitoshi hears a familiar voice saying. A familiar voice that he never heard, never even imagined, to carry so much sheer fury. He can barely lift himself from the ground, and that's mostly because Nightshade stopped casually beating him around with a riot baton. It was still a better option than having him beat Himiko. Redwing was mostly watching and Thunderbolt was playing on his phone, and Nightshade could only beat a single person at once, all things considered. So he persevered. Most of his teeth did as well. Himiko crawled into the corner again, holding her head, the sunlight burning her, the girl left to be the dessert. Hitoshi wasn't even disappointed over her not even trying to help him, really. He remembered how long she was plagued by nightmares about Nightshade after they got away last time. She was facing her worst fear, and it was strange to expect a different reaction. She was still whimpering each time Hitoshi felt another blow on himself. But he still manages to lift his head enough to see Izuku Midoriya stand a few meters away from the scene. With his uncle Atsuhiro standing right behind him, with an expression of sheer, livid fury on his face. "Oh, great." Redwing sighs. "Witnesses. Well, you've done fed up, friends." Thunderbolt announces and hides his phone. "Now I asked you." Izuku stares at Nightshade. No, he doesn't stare. He glares. With so much hostility and raw anger that despite not being a target of it, Hitoshi still feels his heart stop for a second. Nightshade actually takes a step back under the glare. "What are you doing?" "Teaching some villains a lesson before arresting them officially, of course." Thunderbolt replies calmly. Are you so blind that you can't even see that I'm speaking to Nightshade?" Izuku Midoriya says. Hitoshi can see Thunderbolt go slack-jawed. A 14-year-old kid just casually ignored him. More than that, it sassed him and treated him as unworthy of mention, despite him being the number 3 hero. A kid that had absolutely no signs of his standard jittering left in him. Just absolute fury. With a small hint of personal hatred. "Kid, I don't know who the hell are you, but..." Thunderbolt makes a few steps towards the kid. "It's an intimidation thing, really." His super speed quirk allows him to cross a kilometer distance in a second or two if there are no obstructions. He is just trying to make the kid stop talking. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku replies, finally facing Thunderbolt. His face is one of pure fury. Then he takes a step forward, and Thunderbolt stops his advance. Son of Yagi Toshinori, personal assistant of All Might, the #1 hero. The child who has All Might visit his family for dinner a few times a week. The child that has just recorded you playing on your phone while another hero is beating two defenseless children. The child that made sure that the recording from his bodycam is being sent real-time to his father, who will no doubt send it to All Might and Principal Nezu. The child who has just murdered your career and is looking forward to you landing in jail, you fake. The last word is practically coated in venom. Then Izuku turns his head from Thunderbolt, who, somehow, made a step back during the monologue, and looks back at the thoroughly frozen Nightshade. Now, I'll ask again. What are you doing? You son of a... Thunderbolt clearly doesn't buy it, and is furious at being intimidated. He lunges at a kid, his hand clenched into a fist, not using his super speed quirk, but then he disappears. He just vanishes without a trace. Well, that was an enjoyable spectacle. Until you attacked my wonderful assistant. Atsuhiro announces, and Hitoshi realizes that despite noticing him at the beginning, he somehow failed to notice him still being there the whole time. Did Midoriya drag so much attention to himself that he somehow... Now time for the encore, my dear little fake heroes. Hitoshi ends up seeing Atsuhiro ramming Red Wing's head into a broken fridge and then the hero suddenly disappearing. Right before he deftly dodges Nightshade's baton, which seems to hit him. But no, it's just his jacket, because Atsuhiro crouched and left it hanging above him in the air, somehow, and makes him vanish as well by tapping him lightly on his knee. Himiko and Hitoshi stare at the people in front of them. Hitoshi has so many questions. Starting from Izuku knows All Might personally and going all the way to did his uncle just defeat the #3 hero and two other heroes like it was no big deal. Uncle Atsuhiro. Izuku gulps nervously, and he is clearly back to his normal, anxious self. When I told you to follow me, I kinda, expected you to offer me vocal support. On the bodycam bluff. Not, technically, kidnap the #3 hero. Well, Atsuhiro scratches the side of his head. Plus ultra. Even Hitoshi thinks that the kick to the ankle was well-earned. Eraserhead is having a blast. Well, in his own terms. The best part of marrying Ms. Joke is that she knows when he is reaching the end of his patience and is ready to step in order to deflect the attention from him. So he is currently in the same room as present MIC and midnight. Everyone is wearing their casual clothes. This is late evening and they aren't working right now. But somehow, just somehow, EMI has taken the attention of his friends off him and he is just existing there. In the background. He filters the noise of the conversation out of his head, sets up a self-imposed mental command to wake up when he hears his name or his hero name or if something explodes, and is doing his best to fall asleep with his eyes open. But then he gets a phone call. And he hates those. He pulls out a phone and sees that it's one of the newest contacts he has on it. All Might, the probably in a few months fellow teacher, is phoning him. He is in the area, and Nezu gave them each other's phone numbers plus some general introduction in case All Might needed some investigative help or Eraserhead needed some brawn. They didn't thus far, and so All Might was happily punching out villains in the area of the UA, with only some passing meetings while he was preparing to take up the job. What happened now? Who is it, Aizawa? EMI leans closer towards him, probably curious at who could be phoning such a cryptid as Eraserhead. Literally 90% of possible callers were in that very room, which happened to be the home of Eraserhead, drinking just slightly and doing whatever people were doing when they were together. Eraserhead stopped caring about that ever since he hit his daily human interaction limit. All Might is calling me. He replies and EMI makes an OMG All Might face that makes Aizawa look just so incredibly tired. Turn on the speaker. EMI says quickly. I want to hear him. Eraserhead groans and he sees Nemurai and Hisashi going silent and eyeing him curiously as well. All right. Here goes nothing. What is it, All Might? Eraserhead does his best to not sound inviting at all. It's his time off, He could be taking a nap. Then again, he could be taking a nap at any point of the day. Which is why he dislikes being called by people. 𝐼𝐳, would you like to adopt a child? All Might asks, and Yimai somehow does a spit take because she took just the right time to drink her beer. Eraserhead is staring at the phone like it grew horns, and said that it's a demon that wants to join Eraserhead's class to learn how to be a proper SDST. Sorry, that was a strange thing to ask. All Might corrects himself before Eraserhead says words that he would or wouldn't regret. Could you do me a favor? I need the recovery girl with everything she needs to do a field medical checkup and an abduction, 2 or 3 liters of human BLD of whatever BLD type and probably some medicines for Hayes-Wilczak syndrome. In front of the UA in an hour. Just without Nedzu knowing. All Yagi. Eraserhead takes a deep breath. What have you done? It's quite hard to explain, huh? All Might replies, and he sounds almost apologetic. But it might include an accidental kidnapping of the number 3 hero. Eraserhead can feel himself going slack-jawed. Present MIC stares at him from the other side of the table. Midnight looks like she just instantly went sober and was deeply regretting it. Well, good for you that I think that Thunderbolt is a PP. Eraserhead replies finally. Can I come with Ms. Joke, Present MIC, and Midnight? He may as well make this evening actually memorable. The recovery girl was less than happy as she was about to go home. But Eraserhead managed to get to her in time. Besides, they shared the opinion on Thunderbolt, although his involvement was something that she learned only after they left the UA, since the resident rat god of evil could overhear them on it. 20 minutes later a car arrived, driven by Detective Tsukochi, who, frankly speaking, looked like a soldier that had just emerged from the trenches after 3 years of grueling and mentally taxing total war. Do I even want to ask? Eraserhead says while he is loading into the car and taking over the front seat. No. Tsukochi replies, while staring blankly into space in front of him. They both ignore the fact that the car, it's not a big one, ran out of seats and absolutely no one wanted to be left out on whatever was happening, leading to recovery girl landing herself on Ms. Joke's lap. Shuzenji was the smallest of them all, after all. But you will find out soon enough. His driving is way more recklessly suicidal than Aizawa remembers. It's like he wants to die, really. They stop in front of a rather unassuming residence in an even more unassuming if not straight boring ward in Shizuoka. Eraserhead doesn't remember ever being near it, really. And he has no idea who might be living here. Recovery girl picks up her tools from the trunk, Midnight is tasked with carrying the blood bags and the medicines, Present MIC is handed a stack of documents by Tsukochi, and then they are all led by the detective towards the door. The detective knocks, and after a few seconds it opens. Just enough to let them see All Might in his hero form but civilian clothes standing behind them, maybe a bit too large for them. But at least not noticeable by the neighbors. You are here. He shouts and Eraserhead can feel his ears hurt. Please, come in. They do so. They find themselves in an anteroom with All Might and an unfamiliar green-haired woman approaching her 40s. I'm sorry for calling you out on such short notice. All Might thunders. His ability to keep the volume down diminishes even further in his hero form. Please, let me introduce the owner of this residence. Her name is Inko Midoriya. She does a dignified curtsy. She happens to be my wife. All Might looks like he is really proud about it. Wait, you have a wife? Midnight asks first. Of course that's what piques her interest. I mean, everyone thinks that you are, alone. It's almost hilarious to see how thoroughly not lewd she is off work. Especially the baggy clothes makes her look weird once you actually realize who she is. We've decided to keep that part a secret. Inko replies. My husband has a lot of enemies, and besides, I don't exactly enjoy the attention of the press. Eraserhead's opinion on All Might actually rises after this. He managed to hide being married from the vultures. Despite his common, bumbling behavior. And being the most popular person in the country. Hats off. Now, however, we got into a bit of a crisis that we decided that we can't deal with on our own. It includes Thunderbolt, yes. Eraserhead asks and Inko nods. What exactly happened? I think it's something to talk about in the living room. 𝐒𝐭 replies. Just, before we enter, you need to know something. This is a bit more people to find out than I thought, really. All Might shrugs with an apologetic look on his face. But, one of the reasons for the secrecy of our marriage is that I'm actually a retired supervillain. Eraserhead, and not only he, has a brief what moment, but she doesn't let them vocalize it. As a result, we've made a decision that neither of us do any work in our home or anywhere near it. She continues. It's a bit of a neutral zone for us and our acquaintances, and we expect you to respect that. Okay, that's just something. Eraserhead replies and groans. What sort of villains are we talking about? There is obviously someone in the house right now, even if you exclude All Might's wife. She doesn't have time to answer. 𝐒𝐭, my dear. Those cookies you made for the guests are absolutely delightful. They all hear a voice coming from the deeper part of the house. Right before they all get to see Mr. Compress, one of the most wanted men in the country and a double S-rank villain in his signature villain outfit, enters the anteroom like it is completely normal. Oops. Am I interrupting something? If you came in 30 seconds earlier, before I explained the neutral zone thing, I'd interrupt your heartbeat. 𝐒𝐭 deadpans in the resulting silence. All Might looks just slightly intimidated. Mr. Compress lets out a panicked squeal and vanishes from the room. Eraserhead looks at Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, who, once again, looks traumatized. I was his best man. Is the entire answer for the unspoken question that he gets. 3 minutes later, Eraserhead has to admit that the cookies truly are delightful. The only real negative is that he can see Mr. Compress sitting on the chair in the same room as Eraserhead without, apparently, the possibility for Aizawa to arrest him. And he isn't touching the part where he can clearly see the hero killer as well. The man who beat up and ruined the careers of a 2-digit number of heroes is in this room, clad in All Might's merch clothes including a really atrocious t-shirt and even worse glasses, and standing next to not just the unconscious Thunderbolt, but also 2 other heroes that he doesn't recognize. Drinking what looks like a strawberry smoothie from an All Might-themed cup. He can feel his sanity slowly cracking and he realizes that if something isn't done, he will end up looking like 𝐒𝐭. Just how many unspeakable horrors did the poor detective see? Does Eraserhead even want to imagine the wedding? Especially after the offhanded mention that Compress organized it. So, can we please start the explanations? Eraserhead wants to go home. And he is doing his best to ignore how thoroughly entertained EMI clearly is. MIC is mostly shocked, and Midnight is. Eraserhead has no idea what she is. Recovery Girl in the meantime is an enigma wrapped in secrecy and covered in a camouflage of mystery. I believe there is someone else we'll need to ask for those. 𝐒𝐭 announces. They are all sitting around a coffee table. Izuku, please come in. Few seconds later, a kid just slightly younger than the recruitment age for the UA, with messy green hair and freckles runs into the room. His eyes quickly scan everyone sitting around the table and then, oh my gosh. The kid is absolutely beaming at them. Eraserhead, present MIC, Midnight, Ms. Joke and Recovery Girl. Eraserhead stares at him. How did he instantly recognize them all? No, All Might had to tell him who was coming, right? Kid's eyes took that moment to dart towards All Might. Dad, can I ask them for autographs? I know it's not the time, but we'll talk about it once we deal with the situation. All Might replies, but not before exchanging glances with 𝐒𝐭 and his wife nodding slightly. Now, could you please tell our guests what exactly happened? Oh, okay. Izuku straightens up, takes 2 or 3 deep breaths and starts talking. For a while now I was cleaning the Takoba beach from junk as a part of the training for the UA entrance exam. With my dad, and sometimes my uncles. Does Eraserhead want to ask who those uncles are? Probably not. It's bad enough that he just learned who is going to be his next problem child. I at some point noticed that there was a child my age living in the junkyard. He was obviously a runaway, and a small-time villain, but it really wasn't their fault, so I decided to try to help them, and Eraserhead raises his hand to interrupt the stream of words. They were a villain? He asks, and the kid loses maybe half a second to start answering that. Yes. He replies. I suspected it so, I browsed the hero network data under my dad's supervision and I found a string of small robberies in the area done by someone similar looking, with some form of mind control quirk. But it was never money, just stuff like food or medicines. I wanted to see if this is more of a necessity than anything to them, and the food thefts clearly ended after I began to leave food on the beach after training. I see, please continue. Eraserhead replies, hiding the fact that he was just kind of impressed. A 14-year-old kid identifying a villain even if small time like that. Not bad. Not bad at all. I decided to get to know him better without calling the heroes or child services to figure out what or who he is hiding from. Izuku continues. I kind of figured out that it would be best if he actually asked to get helped. I think that it was going quite well, and I learned a lot of things and I think that he started to trust me, but then today happened. I was cleaning the beach with my uncle, Compress, acting as a truck driver. Eraserhead is really not digging into the part where the son of the symbol of peace has one of the top supervillains act as their nanny. Who the hell is Midoriya Inko? Judging from the occasional glances that Midnight is giving her, Eraserhead isn't the only one who wonders. That's when I saw the kid running back into the junkyard. Izuku continues. Right after that I saw Nightshade, Red Wing and Thunderbolt enter it after them. The number 3 hero and 2 other heroes following a small-time thief. That's going to be pretty bad, isn't it? I got worried, so I asked Mr. Compress to follow me and we went after them. Eraserhead can only hope that Mr. Compress wasn't in his villain outfit because his assessment of Izuku Midoriya Yagi's intelligence would drop significantly. When I arrived, I saw Nightshade trying to beat that child and another one his age to death with a riot baton, while Red Wing was watching and Thunderbolt was playing on his phone. Izuku says, and Eraserhead would have choked on air, but years of being an underground hero taught him how to deal with things both messed up and unexpected. Thunderbolt, the number 3 hero, was doing what? While someone was beating a kid to death over some small-time theft. I tried to make them stop doing that by bluffing that I was recording the whole thing and it was streaming to my dad, who is All Might's personal assistant, and I think it was going quite alright, but Thunderbolt tried to attack me, and my uncle, technically, ended up kidnapping him and the other 2 heroes. Izuku concludes his tale. There are a few long seconds of silence that clearly makes him uncomfortable and he decides to stop it by adding something. We've also brought those children here and patched their wounds, but they are not in good shape, so Dad decided to involve the recovery girl. I'll leave you to deal with Thunderbolt. Recovery girl announces. Despite 3 heroes lying unconscious on the floor, she has other things to do. Considering what they just heard, they should be happy that she didn't try to kick any of them. I'm going to take a look at those children. Where can I find them? Soon Inko, and a lot of BLD bags disappear from the room. Alright, so let me get this straight. Eraserhead decides to take one for the team, since MIC, EMI, and Midnight were just so unbelievably useless. The son of the number 1 hero, were training on the beach, with one of the most prolific supervillains in the country acting as your nanny. You decided to save some runaway kid living on said beach, which led to you seeing 3 heroes, including the number 3 hero, commit a blatant case of heroic brutality if not a downright murder attempt on 2 children. So you proceeded to intimidate them, and when it didn't work, you kidnapped them. Izuku looks down, but he honestly feels more shy due to standing in front of the people than in remorse for what he did. Then he nods. Definitely a problem child. And why didn't you tell anyone about the fact that you identified a villain responsible for a string of thefts? Eraserhead asks and he concedes Tsukochi not a bit. Well, I did. Izuku replies, scratching his head a bit. Is it some sort of a nervous tic? The movements are a bit odd. I told my parents. Dad wanted to call child services, but after I pointed out what I learned, he decided to let me try to help. The heroes in the room stare at All Might, who is just a bit startled by it. Let him talk before accusing me. He promptly shouts, and Izuku jumps up a bit. He feels rather jumpy, in general. I found out that the kid I was seeing on the junkyard had a mental quirk from the police records. Izuku says quickly. I knew that he looked like he hadn't slept in a few days, so I figured out that he has Hayes-Wilczak syndrome, And Eraserhead once again raises his hand. Quick explanation for those who don't know. Aizawa says. So, most of us. What is that syndrome? The recovery girl looked at him really strangely when he told her to bring the medicine for it. And he had never heard about it. It's a rare quirk disorder when one's mental quirk refuses to fully shut down, and keeps the brain's activity up at all times. Izuku promptly stammers. It makes you unable to sleep unless you eat up a lot of sleeping pills. There are dedicated medicines, but the disease is rare, so they are hard to get. Not something you can steal from a pharmacy. So I decided that if the kid from the junkyard was living there despite knowing he has the syndrome, there was a high chance that he was hiding from someone. Most likely his own family. And considered it important enough to, risk his own life. Wanted to find out before making Dad phone the child services. If his family was abusive to him, I didn't want to be the one to make him return to it. That was a rather thoughtful approach. Kinda unlike All Might, really. Izuku Midoriya spent weeks if not months trying to figure out how to help a kid that he met on the street, despite knowing that he was a villain. And then jumped in front of the number 3 hero to save said villain who clearly didn't deserve to be beaten up for what he did. Eraserhead nods with approval. Just a bit. Not strongly enough for anyone to notice. He isn't going to play favorites, even if there is a chance that the child in front of him wouldn't pass the entrance exam and thus wouldn't be a problem to him. He does glance towards Tsukochi though. I can confirm that everything he said was true. Tsukochi promptly replies. Which means that we are now going to have to deal with the fallout. He sighs. We can't exactly make it public that Izuku is All Might's son, nor the fact that Thunderbolt was done in by Mr. Compress accompanying Izuku, and I'm 99% sure that he recognized the quirk or will at least be suspicious of it. So, what do you propose? All Might asks promptly. I can find a way to jail Nightshade and Red Wing. The detective replies. They have no substantial backing, but unless we have an actual, honest-to-God recording of Thunderbolt standing there while a kid is beaten to death, the Hero Public Safety Commission will rescue him. Worst of all, if I try to involve all three at once, Nightshade and Red Wing might get rescued by association. He takes a few sips of the coffee and continues. My suggestion is to have those two jailed, and let Thunderbolt go, after some proper corrective talk from All Might. Probably some you will retire or I will find you and teach you what the word pain means thing. Oh, I think I can work something out. All Might smiles in a way that Eraserhead had never seen. It's intimidating, really. And slightly scary. But we still need to figure out what to do with the children. We brought you here mostly for that. You as in Eraserhead and the other heroes, obviously. Tsukochi's usefulness clearly ended, and Recovery Girl was doing something else. Izuku might have an idea to present to you. He motions his son to start, with a beaming look of paternal pride on his face. Yes. Izuku straightens up a bit. Basically, I knew his quirk for a while, and I learned what hers is like, today, and they are really, really cool and I think that they would make for awesome underground heroes. And they are young enough to try to apply to a hero school. He even mentioned that he wanted to do that, before, bad things happen to him. They just need someone to give them a chance, and address their medical issues, and he looks at All Might for help, since he is clearly not seeing what he hoped to see on their faces. I agreed to involve present MIC and Midnight because, frankly speaking, we might need some more teachers in that. All Might finally says. Izuku has an interesting idea on how to deal with it, and I think that I'm on board with it, but realizing it might require some additional leverage in front of Nezu. They are still debating the proposal, mostly working out the details, because everyone in the room is on board, just with varying degrees of doubt when Shuzenji returns to the room with Inko Midoriya tailing her. Shuzenji shows not a trace of it on her face, but Eraserhead had known her for years. Recovery Girl is out for BLD, and it's not for the transfusion. Midoriya Inko looks calmer, but something in her green eyes make Eraserhead's BLD go cold. Aizawa. Tsukochi. She announces. I want you to do your absolute utmost to send Nightshade to jail for as long as possible. And then do the same with every member of those kids' families that you can find. She lands herself on the armchair. That bad? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 replies with a question. Worse. Recovery Girl replies promptly. He has 3 broken fingers, 2 broken ribs and a concussion. She has second-degree burns on a lot of skin. And that's just the most recent damage. I'll need to break and set her bones again properly, because she had her arms broken by someone, apparently Nightshade, during an earlier meeting, and she clearly received no medical attention after that, so they healed wrongly. Eraserhead can hear her fingers tapping on the table. They are both malnourished, and that's not recent. They didn't eat even nearly enough for years. There are also the medical issues to consider. If Izuku Midoriya didn't decide to try to help them, neither of them would have survived the winter. There is a faint sound of her tongue clicking. And considering what I managed to get out of them, they both knew about that but considered it a better option than returning to wherever they escaped from. Well, Eraserhead says. Looks like it's time to ruin someone's life. EMI nods furiously. MIC adds a way too loud year that Midnight promptly joins. I think we're also in agreement about what we do about those kids, yes. EMI elbows him. Discreetly. It still hurts. Let's adopt them, show. She says, and he stares at her like he just met her. We haven't even seen them yet, EMI. Eraserhead manages to reply, while Inko, Izuku, All Might, Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and Recovery Girl are staring at them weirdly. That's great. Think about it, no bias concerning their looks. Or quirks. She replies with a bright smile. Way too bright. All Might clears his throat. Eraserhead decides to, once again, take one for the team. He is used to how useless MIC and Midnight are in moments like these. Honesty for honesty. He tells All Might with a blank face. We got married a few months ago. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's look of pity is just sad. Aizawa turns to face EMI. My answer is no. We aren't adopting them. I'm not budging on that. He unconditionally surrenders to her 20 minutes later. They are about to leave the building with those kids clearly shocked by the gentle treatment and a promise that they will not be returned to whoever they escaped from when they see someone else. Or, to be exact, EMI does. There is a 6 or 7-year-old girl with white-green hair, wearing a set of black pajamas, staring at the guests from the doorframe. With a gang orca plushie in her hands. It's almost after midnight, so it's a bit late for her to not be in bed. Oh, hello there. EMI coos just a bit, because that girl, despite her slightly intimidating glare, is just super cute. My name is EMI. What's yours? The attention in the room shifts to them. Aiko. She replies promptly. EMI decides that it's a cute name. It means love child, after all. Then the girl puts her hands up and shows her 6 fingers while almost letting her plushie fall to the floor. Oh, so you are 6 years old. EMI replies with her brightest smile. No. Aiko shakes her head. I committed 6 murders. The silence in the room is total. Save for the sound of All Might coughing out a lot of BLD. Inko goes pale in horror. Your birthday ends your previous year of life. Aiko announces, completely unshaken by the silence. When my 7-year-old self was born, my 6-year-old self died. I killed it to grow stronger and take its belongings for myself. That's murder. And robbery. And probably identity theft. Then she yawns. I'm sleepy. Good night. And she walks out of the room. What the hell? They all hear present MIC's terrified whisper. 3 days after the event, Thunderbolt suddenly announces his retirement in the media. He cites undefined medical problems, and says that he needs to focus on his civilian life. He uses his money to buy a small and generally unassuming countryside cottage, where he promptly retires, after selling all of his belongings that didn't fit inside, and donating most of the money to the charity groups focusing on helping victims of quirkism. Eraserhead didn't get to see whatever corrective talk All Might gave him. So he grew curious. What had that much effect on the corrupt hero? What broke him so utterly that despite being a gloryhound with a nice backing in the Hero Commission, he just retired? Completely, thoroughly and irreversibly. So, against himself, he phones All Might. He picks it up after a few signals. Aizawa. All Might sounds almost cheerful. What do you want? I just wanted to ask what you told Thunderbolt. Eraserhead replies. You clearly terrified him, and I want to know how. For reference, let's say. Oh, you know. All Might replies, sounding a bit surprised by the question. I learned a lot of things in the United States. A hero needs to learn many skills, not just stick to one skill set, right? Oh, Eraserhead knows that very well. I'm skilled in tracking, trapping, survival, sewing, fishing, CIA-enhanced interrogation techniques, cooking, CIA what? I might have mentioned to Thunderbolt one of the things from the list. All Might adds. I might have also mentioned how furious I am at him attacking my de facto nephew. And that Star and Stripe, the United States #1 hero, owes me a favor. Oh, and also the part where it's really easy to just vanish mysteriously when you manage to irritate the #1 hero and the CIA. And that Star and Stripe is a drinking buddy of its current director. All Might chuckles into the phone. Well, is there anything else you want to know, Aizawa? 20 years earlier, in America. So, a trainee asks, can I, give that training mannequin a white wig and paint his eyes red? 4 reasons. 7 hours later. Do I want to know? The higher-up visiting the training center asks. Why is that trainee accusing the mannequin of killing someone named Nana while waterboarding and beating him up? Probably not. The instructor replies. But I like his enthusiasm and creativity. 2 months after the Thunderbolt's retirement, All Might found himself entering Nedzu's office. With, as always, the feeling of being deeply unsettled, probably in danger, and most certainly not wanting to be there. Nedzu was tolerable for as long as he kept to less than 2 Ts per hour. He was dangerous between that and 4 Ts. Anything above that, and, well, if he was angry at you at this point, it was wise to consider suicide and spare yourself the pain. Principal Nedzu was legendarily vindictive, sadistic, and cruel. How exactly he managed to remain a principal of the most reputable hero school was anyone's guess. The rat was either too smart to be caught on anything, or he already managed to terrify everyone notable in the country beyond the point where they were willing to risk his wrath. All hail our secret rodent overlords, to quote what Tsukochi once said after he got a bit too drunk. Okay, not said. Chanted. On the street. Somehow, just somehow, Nedzu knew and sent him a thank you for your support message to the detective's private number. All Might. Rodent was sitting there. In his signature sneakers were he and Izuku buying their shoes in the same shop. And with a chamomile tea in front of him. What a pleasure to see you today. What brings you to my office? Calm down, All Might tells himself. Inko is way scarier. He remembers her reaction when she finally discovered that her husband left her son on a rooftop after crushing his dreams. Frankly speaking, fighting all for one again didn't feel as scary after that scolding. I was chosen as a representative of the school faculty. All Might replies and puts some papers on the desk in front of Nedzu. Despite not technically being a part of it yet, I was told to bring you these proposals in their stead. There are 2 of them now. Only because Eraserhead decided to jump on the bandwagon and announce that he will give his support if he gets to put forward a proposal of his own. Aizawa was just kinda like that. Nedzu quickly skims through the first file. Changes to the entrance exam. Nedzu nods. I can see Eraserhead's hand in it, though the reference links, bibliography, etc. are certainly not his. However, I have my own reasons for using the robots. The sad part of mankind is its over-reliance on image, and the image of heroism is, more or less fortunately, based on you. At least in Japan. So direct firepower. With how the HPSC tailors the public opinion, I need to tailor the graduates of the UA properly in order to not be outdone in terms of public image. As otherwise will no longer be a #1 hero school. This is why there is a backdoor in the form of the school festival. It allows people with less flashy quirks to show their skills to the world, and prove that they are the equals of the hero core students. Please, do not tell me straight to my face that my position as the symbol of peace is why many non-flashy yet still useful quirk bearers are denied their chance to realize their dreams. All Might sighs painfully. What about the argumentation for the changes in that proposal? He is quite curious about it. After all, Izuku wrote it. Okay. Asa helped. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 helped. All Might helped. Even Mr. Compress and Stain, who had some serious beef with hero schools that All Might decided to not dig into, helped. Eraserhead helped as well, of course. But most of it was still Izuku's work. Well, I admit that it does raise some valid concerns that weren't brought up before. Nezu nods again and caresses his fur for a bit. His equivalent of making a thoughtful face. It is true that the option to SWCH courses isn't advertised enough, resulting in many prospective kids not applying to general course after failing the hero course exam. It is also true that in order to make things more honest and give the general course kids a chance, they should be offered at least a possibility of attending self-defense, quirk training, and additional physical training classes. Since without that, even the relatively brief time between the start of the year and the first school festival is enough to widen the gap between hero course and general course. The idea of organizing a special exam for the potential transfer students is also interesting. All Might didn't expect that. Really? He asks. He is still in his skeleton form, so his brow lifting is rather noticeable. He always talks louder when in hero form, and from his experience, that doesn't sit well with Nezu. I expected you to disagree with it. The idea is interesting. Nezu says again. It is true that some students might simply have bad luck during their first school festival, and that such a failure can easily breed malice. The idea of allowing the homeroom teachers of Gen Ed courses to pick particularly prospective students and for the school to organize them a closed exam a few months after the school festival is interesting. Whoever wrote this paper certainly took notice of my reasons for the robots on the entrance exam, as he even states that passing the exam doesn't have to mean transferring courses, but it should mean being cleared to attend at least the foundational heroics lessons alongside the hero courses, in order to not widen the gap and prepare for another attempt at course transfer. I believe Eraserhead struggled a lot with making up for the lost year of heroics, since he managed to earn the transfer during his second school festival. Nezu goes silent and continues stroking his fur while lightly kicking his short legs in the air. Deep thinking, this time, really deep. Robots will stay during the entrance exam. Nezu finally comes to a decision. I agree that their regular presence during the school festival is an overkill, especially the 0-pointers, however neutered is their programming. I also believe that the rest of the proposal does raise some valid points. Points valid enough to justify testing the offered solutions in real life. I'll advocate for that during the school board meeting. Considering the fact that when Nezu said jump, the school board didn't even ask how high, instead it jumped as high as possible while wiggling their metaphorical tails in happiness caused by being able to please their rodent overlord, this meant that the proposal was accepted. The appetizer is behind us, now time for the main dish. Nezu says, while putting the first file away. The second one is clearly a thicker stack of papers. It was Izuku's magnum opus that he spent every remaining free minute during the last 2 months on, while getting any help he could, including many hours of technically illegal access to the Hero Network under his father's supervision, but still. Oh dear. Nezu says quietly midway through the file. Oh dear. He adds a few more pages in. His speed of reading is inhuman. He is just taking a brief look at the page and continues on. Second per page. But unlike normal human speed readers, he has enough brain power to read and understand every single sentence, correct all typos, and cross-reference with previously possessed knowledge, while simultaneously plotting the downfall of mankind or something. All during that single second. That's an extremely interesting and bold proposal. Nezu says after putting the file away. His whiskers are trembling slightly. Is it excitement? I also enjoy the personal touch. Especially the point in the list of arguments that only states that, and I quote, the Hero Commission president will be royally sessed off, and that's frankly a reason to do it on its own. The feud between Nezu and the president was probably the second most intense feud in the history of Japan after the one between All Might and All for One, really. And Yagi Toshinori isn't sure if it wouldn't get just as intense if the two were allowed to publicly murder each other without losing their hard-earned positions. All Might is still going to have a serious talk with Izuku about sneaking swear words in official papers past his parental proofreading brigade. Frankly, it's a high-risk, high-reward proposal, especially in light of the presented list of candidates. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 adds, "We'll need to ramp up security, notify the PR department in advance, and probably expand the campus with 1 or 2 additional buildings. Not to mention fact-checking the data, screening the candidates on our own. Hound Dog is going to go bald from overwork. Then again, he clearly signed the proposal, so he is ready for it. Or expects to get some helpers." He goes silent for a few long seconds. Even the whisker shivers calm down. All Might isn't going to interrupt him right now. It wouldn't be safe. Time to spill the beans, All Might. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 finally speaks. "Who put this forward? I can see the signatures of Eraserhead, Present MIC, Midnight, Cementos, Power Loader, Hound Dog and pretty much the entire faculty save for Lunch Rush and 13, which is reasonable enough due to their minimal involvement in the execution of this proposal. Even Vlad King is on board. But the idea certainly came from none of them. So who was it?" "My successor." All Might replies promptly. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 is taken aback for maybe 2 or 3 seconds. All Might forgot to mention earlier that he has chosen someone. Certainly not Mirio Tagata. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 replies, "It's probably just him thinking aloud. He is smart and driven enough to put up such a paper, but this sort of an idea just isn't his style. You picked someone else, but who could it be?" He is staring at All Might for a few more seconds. Certainly none of the UA students. Some recent graduate. An older hero. "You'll meet him in a few months." All Might replies. "When he will attend the UA entrance exam." All Might isn't sadistic enough to time that revelation with 𝐻𝐻𝐿's regular tea sips. It's probably an expensive tea, and he doesn't want to get hunted by the members of 𝐒𝐭𝐲's tea parties. He can probably survive Mr. Compress's rage, but Gentle Criminal and La Brava would hunt him to the ends of the world. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 still sounds for a second like he choked on air. All Might expects him to spit out a fur ball for a second, but no. The chimera isn't feline enough. A 14-year-old child wrote this. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 raises the file with his hand, while staring at All Might like he just met him and wasn't sure what to feel about the symbol of peace sitting in his office like it was no big deal. Well, he had help. All Might shrugs. He is working real hard to prepare himself for the entrance exams, so he had maybe an hour or 2 per day to work on it. Took him almost 2 months to get it done. Then again, knowing where to find competent help is a useful skill on its own, isn't it? And I assure you that the others merely offered their input. He wrote, fact-checked and prepared the bibliography and the footnotes on his own. That's true, yes, indeed. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 is lost somewhere in his own world. That All Might feels comfortable not visiting. What did he do to make you notice him and decide on making him your successor? Despite being quirkless, he managed to properly analyze the villain's weakness in a heartbeat and did more damage to him by throwing his backpack than several pro-heroes on the scene managed to do with their quirks. All Might replies promptly, and with paternal pride that it's only slightly tainted by guilt of knowing what sort of absolutely stupid thing he told the kid earlier. All because the villain was about to strangle his school bully, of all people, to death. Meeting his mother and discovering that not only is she my old acquaintance but also that I just offered my quirk to my own son was a cherry on top. Yours? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 blinks a few times. Oh, that certainly had to be shocking. Discovering that he was your son after making the proposal certainly clears the suspicion of nepotism. He thinks for 2 more seconds. We'll have to make some adaptations to not make you his teacher, provided that he passes the exam. Then again, if we follow those proposals, expanding the Foundation Heroics classes with another teacher would have 𝐻𝐻𝐿's eyes trail off for a while. You know, I might be willing to agree to the second proposal as well, if the answer is yes. All Might interrupts 𝐻𝐻𝐿. Excuse me. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 blinks a few times. But you don't even know what I wanted to say. And All Might knows agreeing before 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says what you are agreeing to is generally considered to be suicidal. But this time he knows what it is about. I don't. All Might replies. But my son, after listening to some inside stories about you from Eraserhead, decided that there is a high chance that you will be interested in giving him some personal lessons if he passes the entrance exam. So he prepared accordingly. All Might pulled a scrap of paper out of his pocket. On it was one more benefit of the second proposal acceptance, written with the same formatting and probably explaining the oddly large open space at the end of that page in the proposal. Here. Terms and conditions of those lessons. Written by my son, proofread and accepted by his mother and me. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 only glances at the paper before laughing in his most maniacal, disturbing way. The tea gets spilled en masse, and All Might immediately realizes that somewhere out there, gentle criminal is probably crying. "Oh, I love your son already," 𝐻𝐻𝐿 finally says. All Might sees way too many teeth in front of him. "I'm agreeing to the terms and conditions wholeheartedly, and the second proposal will also be accepted. It will require some changes, since I do happen to have access to some information sources that your son clearly doesn't, but the general idea is solid and sound. I can see the benefits if we manage to pull it off. At least make him overthrow a foreign government as a graduation exam, all right." All Might clicks his tongue in his irritation. Then he remembers about the bullying thing he mentioned earlier and he decided that now is a good time. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 is clearly happy, and he agreed to the deal, so he won't try to twist around it by making this a part of it. "By the way, I have a question about your secretive covert wars of organizational destruction." "Yes." 𝐻𝐻𝐿, the rat bear that once dismantled a criminal syndicate in 23 minutes without leaving the teacher's lounge because he felt bored during a faculty meeting, asks back. Obviously curious. "Do you take requests?" All Might deadpans. There is a sadistic grin on the rat's face, almost matched by the one that breaks out on the face of the number one hero. Teachers from the Aldera High School are woken by nightmares that night. Oh, if only they knew. The true hero has convictions. Stain, the hero killer, announces in the dead silence of the room. They know when they have to risk their lives for the greater good. For others. They have convictions, and they are ready to stand by them even if it costs them their lives. Death, after all, Stain, I'm begging you. Mr. Compress interrupts the hero killer. "Stop being a drama queen, we're just playing Uno and you are supposed to pick the card. Don't blow this out of proportion every DMN time." He sounds relatable to Eraserhead. Because he sounds like he is having a migraine. Stain, the man who has destroyed the careers of 4 to 7 corrupt heroes by unleashing the evidence of their corruption. La Brava and Gentle Criminal were extremely useful in obtaining that right after beating them up in the alleyways, thus proving both their physical and moral weakness. Snarls and picks the card. "Can I borrow a knife?" 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya asks. Eraserhead, honestly, almost falls off his chair because he didn't notice her being there. She just somehow popped up right next to the table taken by 2 supervillains and a hero that was chosen by All Might to look over the kids that evening. Because he and 𝐭𝐴 are apparently out on a date. Eraserhead calls bullshit, but at least it's a calm evening. Acer is napping on the couch. He even gave Eraserhead his wallet back and Izuku is typing something on a laptop in the corner. All while present MIC is with 𝐒𝐭 and Eri in another room. He wanted to fight through the trauma or something. Interrogation, combat or problem solving. Stain asks back, without even looking at her. Problem solving. 𝐒𝐭 replies. Present MIC is too loud. Eraserhead can relate. Just not to needing a knife to solve that problem. Especially not when it's the kid that wants to do it, and especially ×2 when it's that kid. 𝐒𝐭 Midoriya is giving him the creeps. Worst of all, she stated that she wants to become a hero. Like her beloved Oni-chan. Eraserhead is going to retire right before she becomes old enough to apply to UA. There literally isn't enough coffee in the world to make him consider being 𝐒𝐭 Midoriya's homeroom teacher. He can deal with problem children. Yes. But demon children are outside of his area of expertise. Worst of all Might is absolutely enamored with her. Almost as much as he is with Eri. Does he even have working eyes? Sure. Stain pulls a small but surprisingly nasty-looking knife from a pocket and tries to give it to a 7-year-old girl, but Eraserhead grabs his hand with his capture scarf. Are you insane? Aizawa says while glaring at the hero killer from across the table. You do not give knives to children, especially when they ask. Well, you heard the man. Stain says with a shrug and pulls his hand back. This time he looks at 𝐒𝐭. You need to do it the old way, girl. Psychological violence, then. 𝐒𝐭 nods, her face filled with an expression indicating that she just came to a decision about something. Then she lunges under the table. Eraserhead bends himself to look under it as well, but all he is seeing is 3 pairs of legs belonging to the 2 villains and a hero. What the hell? He asks, his head returning to the surface of the table. A warp quirk. I have absolutely no clue. Mr. Compress replies. And, frankly, I don't want to know. Her parents and siblings know what her quirk is, let's trust them that it's nothing dangerous and keep living in peace. The less you know, the shorter the interrogation. Stain adds absent-mindedly while staring at his cards. The game isn't progressing in his favor. 5 minutes later, a thoroughly terrified Hisashi comes running through the living room, screaming something akin to I can't, repeated continuously like a madness mantra. He flees through the front door, without even taking his leather jacket. 𝐒𝐭 and 𝐸 step from the room he just fled. 𝐸 looks saddened and goes after President MIC, who is most likely right outside of home, breathing heavily and trying to man up, but Mr. Compress still darts off after 𝐸 just in case, probably to hug him and tell him that everything will be alright. What happened? Stain asks 𝐒𝐭. I drew him. The girl replies promptly. Then she shows them the drawing. It's just a tombstone, with a past MIC written on it. He didn't like it. 𝐒𝐭, somehow, sounds genuinely surprised by it. Oh my goodness. All Might positively beams. I thought that it was going to take you 10 months, but you've done it in 7. The beach is clear. 7 months of hard work paid off. 𝐒𝐭 Municipal Beach Park is, once again, a park. And there is a beach. Izuku is tired, but happy. He is also way stronger than he was at the beginning. I'd have shown you the photo of yourself that we did at the beginning, All Might says, eyeing Izuku curiously. But you actually changed less than I thought you would. I mean, you are clearly stronger, we tested that, but you are still kinda small. Oh, that's normal on Mom's side, I think. Izuku replies. He did get some muscles, yeah, just less than he thought. He kinda hoped to get bigger, too. Was there still a chance of some last, final growth spurt? They are all stronger than they look. She mentioned that a few times. Well, I can certainly attest that she is surprisingly strong. All Might replies. She was always more flexible and agile than strong, but he still remembers that bar brawl. Misaki 𝐒𝐭 anesthetizing 7-bar brawlers with a creative use of a coffee table that she swung around like a weapon was truly an inspiring moment to watch. The point is, I believe that we've come past the minimal physical requirements for one-for-all inheritance. So, we're going to do it. Izuku asks. He is clearly excited, because of course he is clearly excited. All Might calculates things. No, let's not be that risky. He isn't 100% sure if the one-for-all is based on natural strength or on the size of the muscles. He isn't having his son explode on him, right? He only just barely met him. Let's not be too hasty. He can see his mood drop a bit, and he curses himself a bit. Izuku, this is a dangerous thing. We still have 3 months until the entrance exam. I'll figure out some additional training for the next 2 months, and then you'll get the quirk. He should also invite 𝐺𝐵 to try to teach his child the basics. He learned a lot of things in the United States, but dealing with intricate details of a quirk as unique as his own wasn't among them. They don't exactly have a manual at hand, thanks to a certain someone that's technically the stepfather of the kid in front of him. All Might still didn't figure out what to think about this, really. It's hard to maintain a line of inheritance of information when there is a semi-omnipotent lunatic pursuing you constantly with an intent for murder. 𝐺𝐵 is old. He saw the entire history of 2 different one-for-all holders. If someone has a clue on how to deal with it, it's probably him. Then again, considering how wide 𝐒𝐭's contacts in the underworld were, All Might wouldn't be surprised if she could find out more than them both combined. All for One kept his family mostly separated from the business, but 𝐒𝐭 was still mischief. She knew a lot of people. A lot of villains. Mostly the current old guard, but still. If there was someone who could find All for One's old stash of knowledge about One for All, it was probably her. But knowing All for One, He kept information about One for All in his head. Explaining to 𝐔𝐬𝐵 that Yagi Toshinori is now a stepfather to All for One's children was going to be an experience. All Might shivers slightly. 𝐿𝐭 will save him, right? 1 month should be enough to get some reasonable basics in when it comes to handling your quirk before your exam. All Might continues. He doesn't add that it was probably going to be the basics. Less be a minimi and more be able to punch a robot in the face so that it breaks more than your arms do. Izuku still sulks a bit. Kid, you do realize that the worst case scenario of you inheriting the quirk is too early is your limbs coming off. All Might decides to drive the nail home. He doesn't add that what would follow would be All Might's death at the hands of 𝐭 Midoriya and probably a revenge rampage that would go down in history. I know. Izuku looks down. I'm just kinda impatient. I get it, son. He puts his hand on his son's shoulder and gives him a smile. Not one of All Might's, but one of Yagi Toshinori's. The private ones. I felt the same when I was waiting for Nana to give me this quirk. Be patient for a while more, alright? Eri, 𝐼𝐭, Asa, and 𝐭 are there, waiting for them with a picnic on the verge of the beach. To celebrate what Izuku managed to do. So, is he going to make it? Nana asks. Because I'm not going to survive seeing Yagi's son exploding into pieces in front of me. We all won't survive this, Nana. Lariat reminds her. We'll explode with him, you know. We won't. Yoichi replies. He is strong enough, though he will have to deal with a high risk of damaging his limbs if he goes all out. He'll have to keep training to suppress the level of power used rather than the other way around. Getting some additional foundational training before inheriting us is a good idea. And since he is young enough and we've finally gathered enough power, In decides to add. We'll finally get to the true form of One for All. We should be able to communicate with him. Give him our quirks. Well, not like he has anyone to really use those against. Lariat comments. We kinda geared it all up for an epic final confrontation, only for All Might to just cave All for One's face in and call it a day. Without One for All reaching the final form. He sighs. Unless 𝐼𝐭 Midoriya decides to become a villain, because frankly speaking I don't get how she is doing 90% of what she is doing if her quirk is what 𝐭 and Izuku claim it to be. She is seriously freaking me out. Why? 𝐼𝐭 asks from her position right next to Yoichi Shigaraki, staring at Lariat with one of her signature glares. Well, she is kinda. Wait, what the F? Lariat manages to, in the span of a few seconds, go through a sensible reply through the shocked scream to a barely avoided swear word in front of a minor. He still jumps back with enough speed to actually fall over an imaginary couch. Nana realizes 2 seconds later that Yoichi Shigaraki was so freaked out by the sudden appearance of his niece that he actually jumped at her and she somehow grabbed him unconsciously. So she was princess carrying the first holder, and she wasn't sure if he noticed that. You are weird. 𝐼𝐭 comments. Funny, but weird. She doesn't specify who she is referring to. I came to check if your music wouldn't hurt 𝐼𝐭, but it seems that things will be alright. You could change a few notes to fit him better, though. Are you sure that he needs so much strength? She tilts her head, her eyes drilling through Yoichi. Then she vanishes. What in the F? Lariat is still half hiding behind the couch, but it doesn't stop him from voicing their thoughts. 𝐼𝐭 is calmly eating the food in the real world, just in front of Yagi Toshinori. It's as if nothing has happened. 𝐼𝐭 Midoriya's unexpected appearance within One for All was the reason for the bustling activity among the dead heroes. It was shocking enough that even some of the heroes who withdrew themselves from the state of consciousness after All for One's death popped back up. There were 27 dead heroes in One for All, but only a few most recent ones, so Nana and Lariat, with even EN only popping in and out at random, and the indomitable Yoichi Shigaraki were actively around. The rest weren't there. They were, more or less, aware of what was happening, but they didn't interact. It was like a dream to them. Well, they weren't there normally. The daughter of All for One just randomly popping up inside of One for All, with nobody knowing how she did it, was a bit of a game changer. Yoichi spent a few days trying to calm everyone down. He was less a human being and more One for All's living control panel at this point, really by pointing out that it wasn't an attempt on stealing one for all. When things calmed down and Nana managed to return to her routine of warming her heart by seeing just how incredibly happy Toshinori was with his new family, they still watched 𝐼𝐭 attentively. Especially Yoichi. And it wasn't just his deep-seated longing to have his own family live in peace and without being tainted with evil, but something else. Ace's apparent kleptomania was kinda worrying then again. He always returned things, and it could be something he inherited from his mother more than his father, but 𝐼𝐭 was 𝐼𝐭. They were busy commenting on one more family dinner when Yoichi suddenly straightened himself up. 𝐼𝐭, I'd like to talk with you, he says, taking the Lodge of Mocha's unofficial name. Blame Lariat for it on the couch off guard. I don't think that it works like this, Nana replies. She is one day going to call him Best Genius Senior and see how he reacts. Nods. Lariat still looks slightly traumatized by the stunt she pulled 3 weeks ago. It does, 𝐼𝐭 announces. Lariat squeals. The girl that is probably stalking him in his nightmares is just standing there, in front of their couch. Doing nothing, but intimidatingly. They can still see the other 𝐼𝐭 eating her food with her family, but it's clear that she is suddenly much more absent-minded. Probably due to her consciousness being within one for all. What do you want to talk about? Nana is just slightly weirded out. Less by 𝐼𝐭 and more by how disgustingly happy the look on Yoichi's face suddenly was. Come on, she might be your niece, but she is also a scary demon child that has already traumatized at least 2 heroes for life, and one of them was technically dead when it happened. Well, I'm your uncle. Yoichi stands from the couch and approaches their collective nightmare made manifest. I thought I'd like to get to know my niece better. He kneels in front of her, leveling himself with 𝐼𝐭. Oh, okay. She looks surprised by this. Then they both vanish. Yoichi took her to talk in private, using one of his totally not bullshit reality warping powers that he could use within one for all due to, technically, being their landlord. He also probably sped the time inside wherever they were to make the meeting last for longer. The meal outside ended, and close to 20 minutes passed before Yoichi and 𝐼𝐭 returned. Nana manages to not choke when she sees them. 𝐼𝐭 is nibbling on some candies, the brand probably long extinct and from Yoichi's times, while piggybacking the first holder. Yoichi, the 2-centuries-old half-human half-quirk half-myth, is walking towards them with an expression of stupid happiness on his face. And she braided his hair. Oh, and they are wearing matching t-shirts. With an awesome quirk club emblazoned on the front. Nana is worried. Ian is worried as well. Lariat mumbles something like "we lost him," which is probably a good summary of what evidently happened. We had a talk, Yoichi announces while letting 𝐼𝐭 hop off him. I know what her quirk is, and how she is doing all those things, but I made a pinky promise to not tell anyone. I've also conclusively determined that she isn't a threat to anyone who isn't a meanie to her family. Also, she is the most adorable and precious person I've ever met. She pulls his hand a bit. Yes, 𝐼𝐭, I know that Izuku is the most precious person in the world while Ei is the most adorable one. But I didn't get to meet them in person. Oh, all right, 𝐼𝐭 says with a nod. That makes sense. She looks at the image seen through Yagi's eyes. I should go. Well, come whenever you want to spend some time with your uncle. Yoichi beams at the demon child. Then he runs his fingers through her hair and Nana almost hides behind their couch. Like Lariat already did. 𝐼𝐭 seems pleased by it. All right, Uncle Yoichi. Bye-bye. 𝐼𝐭 announces with some actual facial expressions of something resembling happiness, and then she disappears. Children are adorable, Yoichi announces to the thoroughly shocked audience. And precious. Nana starts to wonder if you can brainwash a ghost. All right. Yagi Toshinori announces. I believe it is time for you to receive one for all Izuku Midoriya. Despite his rather respectful degree of body control and being a gifted gymnast, 𝐭 was teaching him whatever she could if only to make him avoid bullies easier, manages to trip over and lands his face on the pavement. Yagi Toshinori decides that a trip to the grocery store wasn't a good moment to announce such a life-changing revelation. Even if it was just an announcement that they were going to do it soon, he isn't transferring one for all in front of a grocery store. For God's sake, he has some sense of decorum left. Nana Shimura and Inko Midoriya wholeheartedly agree. 𝐵 is tired, his joints and bones hurt should bones hurt. And his taiyaki is his only relief from the constant existential pain that is getting old. Also, he apparently shrunk by another centimeter last year. Is this going to continue? Is he going to eventually shrink to negative height if he manages to survive for long enough? Is Yagi Toshinori ever going to stop being a source of comic relief for his old mentor? Yes, no, no. Probably. 𝐵 isn't sure of any of those answers, maybe aside from the last one. 𝐵 is about to head to his evening patrol when his phone starts ringing. The old hero sighs and decides to check who it is. Hopefully, someone is trying to sell him something, because he loves driving those people nuts. Toshinori. It's Toshinori. For the first time in years, he gets a call from his old student. From the symbol of peace. Normally he only heard about his antics from their mutual acquaintances and, sometimes, saw them on the TV. What happened? He picks up, of course. Yagi, how wonderful to hear from you. 𝐵 says. So, who died? No one. He hears Yagi's voice and he just knows that the man is sweating and shaking in his boots. His training wasn't even that hard. Yagi is just a drama queen. Then you are going to die for not contacting me for so long and now doing so just to talk about some frivolities. Sarahiko Torino shouts into the phone and can hear someone dropping something heavy on the other side. Alright, the first hit is in, 𝐵 is looking for more. Not frivolities, sensei. Yagi quickly corrects himself, thinking that he found a way out of it. Oh, the foolishness. So you only contact me, your old sensei, about some important things, him. Torino digs his fangs deeper. I should have expected, you think that sending me birthday postcards and reminding me of my old age is enough. Who are you even to me now, to phone me like this? No sensei, I promise that it's important and sorry for not inviting you earlier. Toshinori is probably standing on attention next to the phone, sweating profusely and shaking so fast that there are probably after images of it. Good. 𝐵 is temporarily satisfied. All right. He says. What is it about? I found myself a successor. All Might says and 𝐵 is taken aback. Sure, he expected that considering the wounds that All Might suffered, but to hear about him making the decision is. I already transferred one for all to him. But he is having some small problems with controlling it. Define small problems. 𝐵 replies with a question. Small problems with one for all are an oxymoron. With a quirk that powerful all control problems are major. He is physically weaker than I was during the transfer. Yagi replies. Using 100% broke his arm. And both legs. That was odd. 𝐵 expected All Might to find one more muscle brain to transfer the quirk to. Like the kid that was following Sir Night-Eye everywhere, although he had some brains to back the brawn, then again, so did All Might. Who the hell is the newest holder of the one for all? Ien wasn't a muscle brain. And while Nana met him only briefly while he was dying, to be exact before the transfer, 𝐵 investigated that holder to the best of their ability. He found no signs of actual bone shattering, even soon after Ien got one for all from Daigoro Banjo. It was always instinctive for me, but one for all seems to misbehave ever since I transferred it to him. Yagi continues. His sister has a quirk that lets her know things about other quirks. She claims that one for all changed during that transfer, but it told her that everything is in order and that it just achieved its final form. But it refuses to elaborate on it. Apparently, it doesn't want to spoil the surprise. 𝐵 has a lot of questions right now. But in the meantime, I need someone to teach Izuku how to use the minimal amount of power possible. Yagi continues, and 𝐵 finally learns the name of his new student/torture victim. And your approach to one for all was always about squeezing out more power rather than less. 𝐵 finishes for Yagi. Yeah, I get it. I'll do it. He can hear the sound of a relieved exhale from the other side of the phone. Time for the interrogation. Who is the next holder? 𝐼𝐴 asks. I would have heard about a hero breaking almost all limbs during a battle. So, a hero student. There is a strange sound coming over and he immediately detects weakness. Yagi is hiding something, and he just stumbled upon it. Not exactly a hero student. Yagi replies. He is going to apply to the UA's heroics course in a month. 𝐼𝐴 takes a deep breath. Sure, Yagi's inheritance of the quirk happened at a similar age, but it's still rather odd. There are many experienced and tested heroes out there. Giving such a powerful quirk to a teenager isn't without dangers. In 𝐼𝐴's idea, every teenager is one hormonal swing away from villainy and you can't change his mind. What made you choose him? 𝐒𝐿 asks. He is an outsider, not one of the holders. He knows that. He isn't going to try to dictate whom Yagi should choose. But he is still emotionally invested in One for All's long-term well-being. He doesn't want to imagine having to deal with a One for All carrying villain. Thus far it wasn't a problem due to All for One being after them. No one had the time or possibility to turn villain. But now, who's left to oppose such a person if they went bad? I witnessed a villain attack, while already having reached my limit for the day. All Might replies. A sludge villain was suffocating a teenager in the middle of the street, with several heroes including some of the top 100 trying to pretty much stare him down. Incompatible quirks, my butt. All Might says, and 𝐼𝐴 can't help but agree with his student. That kid would have died if a quirkless 14-year-old child didn't rush in, and didn't deal more damage to the villain by throwing his backpack at the weak spot that only he managed to identify, rather than all the heroes present at the scene. Okay. That's certainly a positive review in 𝐼𝐴's books. The kid can think quickly, analyze enemies for weaknesses in a time frame reasonable enough for it to be usable on the battlefield, and is already ready to risk his life for others. Yagi's choice might not have been as bad as he was afraid of. Only later I learned that the villain's victim was Izuku's chief bully in school. Yagi continues. Although it apparently didn't matter to him, because by the time his brain caught up with what he was doing, he was already rushing in. Now that sounds familiar. 𝐼𝐴 replies. That's a bit similar scenario to the one that made him notice Yagi. And then, through 𝐒𝐿 as an intermediary, to Yagi meeting Nana. Are you sure you didn't find your long-lost child? 𝐼𝐴 decides to return to teasing his old student. He expects sudden sounds of Yagi being startled. Instead, he gets a few long seconds of silence. It's quite a coincidence, but... All Might finally says. He is my long-lost child. Though I found out after offering the quirk to him, when I met and instantly recognized his mother. His taunt misfired. All Might doesn't sound intimidated at all. Is 𝐼𝐴 getting old? Misaki. 𝐼𝐴 knows All Might enough to know that there was really only a single woman in his life, though 𝐼𝐴 knows her only from All Might's description since he was quite secretive about her. And the timetable fits if Yagi's words about the age of his successor are to be trusted. You found her. I was just as surprised as you are, sensei. All Might says. I almost coughed my lungs out when I entered Izuku's house and saw her. We got married a few months ago. But we kept the list of people aware of it to the absolute minimum, due to certain, circumstances. Were the circumstances All Might being too afraid of his teacher? Did 𝐒𝐿's regular Yagi teasing sessions finally backfire? If he teased him less intensively, would he get more opportunities to do that? Well, who would have expected that? 𝐼𝐴 chuckles and prepares another teasing session. He isn't giving up. Being a hero is about not giving up, after all. Does Misaki know that you were already taken? It was one-sided, yes, but mischief already stole your heart. He doesn't expect another few long seconds of silence. Which seems to be Yagi Fongji. Should I tell him that? I might have discovered that Misaki Kuwamura was a false identity. All Might eventually says. Of, mischief. 20 years. 𝐼𝐴 says bitterly. I had fun teasing you about your idol crush on a 10 years younger supervillain jumping through the rooftops in a tight cat-themed bodysuit for 20 years. Now I suddenly discover that you married her and you have a kid. Let the old man have his fun, damn it. Sorry sensei. All Might quickly replies, and it's completely useless when it comes to helping 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐻𝐻 mood. Again. For the second time, he tries to tease or otherwise taunt Yagi, and somehow it doesn't work. This has never happened during their joint history. So, he also has a sister. 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐻𝐻 decides to go for it again. He is going to get it done finally. Also yours, or did someone else catch the elusive cat while you were away? Considering that it took All Might of all people to achieve it, I can't think of many people who could do it. Maybe save for All for One. Was it him? The last thing 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐻𝐻 expected. After this was another prolonged silence. One more 𝐵𝐺 should I tell him that moment? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 pinches the bridge of his nose. Yagi, you didn't. He doesn't even sound accusative. He just states it. His brain fails to compute the implications of the silence. She left him over his problems with respecting the no villainy at home rule. Apparently, he wanted to make one of their children into his heir. All Might replies. Now they all want to become heroes when they grow up, probably due to Izuku's influence on them. Also, neither Asa nor Aiko inherited his quirk. So first All for One was a stepfather to your son, and now you are a stepfather to his son and daughter. 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐻𝐻 sighs. 3 times. Yagi resisted his taunts 3 times. He is going to get one in, no matter what. Talk about revenge and twists of fate. Also, the family meetings have to be odd. How many supervillains show up to your Sunday dinner? Him. Silence. Oh, for FS sake. Typically either Mr. Compress, or Stain, or sometimes both. All Might states flatly. Something in his voice makes it obvious that he knows. He knows he is winning. For the first time in their long relationship, he is winning their talk. He is still too intimidated to just state this, but he is enjoying it. They aren't that bad once you get to know them. The house and everywhere near it is a neutral zone, officially, so we are yet to start fighting or something. If your kid grew up with All for One and is so good at analyzing weaknesses, how come Nezu didn't snatch him already? Him. One last attempt. It will work this time. He can tease him from this approach, threatening All Might with the rodent overlord. Just one good hit in and the rest will roll down properly, and silence. 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐻𝐻 curses All Might and his entire ancestral line. Nezu has a soft spot for 14-year-old kids that pen not 1 but 2 propositions for reforming the UA that get accepted by its rodent overlord. All Might says dryly. But he went hysterical when he mentioned private lessons and I immediately handed him terms and conditions for those because Izuku expected him to suggest that. 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐻𝐻 lost. It wasn't even a fight. It was a one-sided massacre. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 begins to consider retiring, because if he cannot tease All Might properly, then he is too old for this. One for all in some unspecified final form. 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐻𝐻 says finally. Personal contacts with some of the decent supervillains. Private lessons with Nezu. Toshinori, you have created a monster. Yes, and I'm unbelievably proud of him. All Might promptly replies. 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐻𝐻 can practically taste the paternal pride in the air. Also add the fact that Mischief taught him how to keep a low profile when needed and how to evade hits and generally be agile. And the fact that he has 3 younger siblings with Class 6 quirks. 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐻𝐻 groans. Alright, send me the address. He adds after a few seconds. I'll teach your little monster some tricks. I'm also looking forward to meeting the thief that stole All Might's heart. And, he makes a smile that's just a little sadistic. Please don't tell Atsuhiro I'm coming. Ots, you know him. All Might was, finally, taken aback. Just a bit. I was the closest thing his father had to a nemesis. 𝐵𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐻𝐻 chuckles. I might have caught him a few times, but I always let him go. He was stealing from villains and criminals, even if some of them were also respected citizens. And he was fun to pursue because he was one of the few people up there that I could meaningfully chase. He was a challenge. I'm going to test if his son's as good of a sport as he was. He starts laughing. It's sadistic laughter. All Might ends the call halfway through it. I'm kinda afraid. Izuku says, and Yagi Toshinori is taken aback by that just a bit. Sure, he is used to Izuku showing signs of fear, he is just a normal kid. Sometimes he is afraid of things. Just rarely. What he didn't expect was to hear it right after he parked his car in a parking lot close to the UA. On the day of the exam. Especially from his son, who was enthusiastic the whole ride. Want to talk about it? Yagi asks. They still have 30 minutes before the exam starts. Figuring out how to deal with Izuku getting cold feet sounds like a good usage of that time. Well, it's just, Izuku takes a deep breath. Sure, I got my quirk and I absolutely love it. But I can't exactly use it freely, because it requires a lot of concentration to get the power down to 2%, so what if I fail the exam? Ah yes. Yagi managed to almost forget how fidgety and anxious Izuku sometimes goes. Not as bad as Asa does, but it's still rather bad. Occasionally. He heard of what happened when Izuku met with Thunderbolt. He knows that his son can be downright scary when he needs to save someone. That his anxiety dies down when that happens because it has to. But for most of the time, Izuku has issues. Alright, Yagi. What would Nana do? Besides smiling. His smile in this form looks a bit creepy. Izuku. Yagi sighs. He can't exactly tell him about rescue points, but he knows his son enough to be pretty much certain that he would get in on those alone. If anything, he is kinda preparing himself for an emergency counseling session after Izuku forgets about the robots and just keeps saving other students for the duration of the exam and then freaks out that he didn't earn enough points. It's a very clear possibility. Do you trust my instincts and experience as a hero? Yes. Izuku promptly replies. The fact that his long-lost father was his idol certainly helped bridge the gap between them. Especially as Yagi and 𝐭𝐴 told Izuku that his father simply didn't know about his existence earlier. Izuku quickly realized that if Yagi Toshinori knew that he had a son, he would keep looking for him for all those years. His father loved him strongly enough. Then let me tell you that the only question I have right now is whether you'll get the top score on the exam or not. Not whether you pass or not. Yagi announces and gives his son a thumbs-up gesture. Go get him, Izuku. Yes, but Izuku feels odd trying to argue against his father and his lifelong idol trying to tell him that he would do okay. I'm still scared. Both of not passing and of... I don't have good experiences with schools, and, Izuku, being afraid is normal. Yagi replies. You remember my debut video? Do you think that I wasn't constantly afraid back then? Of being too slow to save someone? Of something exploding in my face? I'd survive that, but being wounded right there, how many people would die then, because the only hero on the scene would be incapacitated due to some dumb mistake? But, you were smiling. Laughing, even. Izuku asks back, clearly surprised. If not shocked. Well, his idol just redefined the event that made him become his idol. It was understandable. Not because I was happy or because I wasn't afraid. Yagi replies. It's because I had dozens of terrified people in front of me, and I had to calm them down. And nothing calms people down than seeing the hero that smiles and tells them that everything will be alright. One thing that Endeavor could have finally figured out. Then again, All Might can scarcely even imagine Endeavor smiling. It's probably the type of smile that makes old ladies faint in terror. And about the school. Yagi moves over to another subject. Aldera High School was an exemption to the rule. You are going to go to the school for people who can easily become a downfall or at least a major detriment to society. I assure you that even if they will find something lacking in you, the teachers will not tolerate it. Bullying in a hero school like the UA. No way. Yagi smiles at his son. Besides, you are going to know Japan's most terrifying school principal in person soon. If anything, bullies should be afraid of you, not the other way around. But Aldera, Izuku is, once again, trying to argue against his father. This will not stand. Izuku. Yagi says with as much confidence as he can summon without 𝐭𝐴 backing him up. Aldera High School is done for. I had a talk with Principal Nezu about their methods of grooming heroes, and he was personally displeased with what sort of villain breeding abomination that school is. He decided to wait until the end of the school year, but I can assure you that this was the last semester in the history of this school. He gathered enough evidence to close the school and send half of the faculty to jail. What? Izuku blinks a few times. Are you serious? Yes. All Might tried his best, but he failed to restrain himself. He runs his hand through the messy hair of his son while giving him one of his best smiles. So now go and prove that they were wrong when they told you that you can't be a hero. Just like you proved me. He considers this pep talk to be a success. Maybe even too much. Frankly, considering the look on Izuku's face, he feels kinda bad for the robots. Uraraka Ochiko's first meeting with Izuku Midoriya was clearly rather underwhelming. And, frankly, a bit of a mess up on her side. She saw a visibly determined boy with green hair walk towards the entrance of the UA, clearly with the intent to join the same exam as she was joining. Then, when being almost next to her, he tripped. She decided in a split second to help him with her quirk. Tripping right before the exam like that is kinda a bad omen, right? But before she managed to touch him, he expertly bent his body and changed the soon-to-happen meeting with the pavement into a forward roll. If Deku. She heard him say. Way to start the X. He turned his head back, probably to see what he had tripped over, only to see Uraraka, still with her hand extended towards his earlier position. Hi. He was a bit startled by her. It was kinda cute. Oh, hi. Uraraka straightens her position up. Sorry, I saw you falling, and I thought that it's bad luck to fall like that before the exam, so I tried to catch you with my quirk, but, that was an awesome forward roll. She didn't want him to think that she had something to do with him tripping. There were probably some meanies out there trying to sabotage other people to make their chance for passing higher, right? Oh, thank you. The boy exclaims enthusiastically. I'm Izuku Midoriya. He extends his hand, so she cooperates and shakes it. Uraraka Ochiko. She introduces herself. Good luck with the exam. You too. He replies, and Uraraka decides that being in one class with him would be pretty nice. He feels friendly, that's for sure. Uraraka is doing quite well, or at least so she thinks. The robots are quite intimidating, but they aren't particularly fast. She sticks to the weaker ones, waits until they are facing someone else, then she taps them with her quirks, sends them flying, and then sees them crash into the ground when the gravity returns. She realizes she is far beneath some of the other examinees. By the time she got her 20th point, she saw the stern kid with engines in his legs shout that he just got his 40th point. She saw the green-haired from before crush 2 two-pointers in 3 seconds, both with a single punch. He didn't shout his score, but she was certain that he was way higher than she was. She scores 28 points before the ground starts to tremble under her. Then everything shakes and she finds herself on the ground, with her body battered and her mind confused. What just happened? Why is everyone fleeing from her? What is that shadow that was just cast over her? She turns her head only to see, oh my god. It's the 0-pointer. She saw their shape on the printout, but there was no scale on them. She thought that they were going to be the same size as the 3-pointers, maybe a bit bigger. But not that big. She can't move. It's both the injuries, she doesn't even know what hit her, but she still feels bad, and the dread. Uraraka. She hears a shout, and sees the green-haired boy run towards her. He is the only one. Everyone else is still fleeing. He won't make it, Uraraka realizes. She can see the 0-pointer raising its hand. It's massive. Why did they make it so massive? Izuku is still far away, and somehow, he makes it. It's like a blur of colors with some greenish electric discharges that passes by her in a heartbeat and pulls her away from certain death. It stops 30 meters away, with Uraraka still dizzy. Can you walk? Izuku asks. His eyes are on the 0-pointed, whose head is turning to face them again. No, I think my leg is broken. Uraraka knows that Recovery Girl is on standby nearby, but what sort of ridiculous realism level for the entrance exam is this? Is the school principal powerful enough to not be afraid of the lawsuits? All right. Izuku doesn't feel particularly terrified of facing the 0-pointer again. It's between us and the exit, and I can't fend off the lesser robots while carrying you. So, I guess I'm doing this the hard way. Mom's going to kill me. He bends his legs, before jumping. With enough strength to crack the concrete beneath him. What? 2 seconds later she hears the explosion. She looks towards its source to see the zero-pointer's dying moments. Its face is caved in. No, it practically explodes. Did Izuku just? Then she sees him. Falling down, with his limbs flailing around, clearly broken. With nothing to stop his fall. And if he hits the ground from so high? Uraraka makes herself weightless and grabs some nearby junk. She still has one healthy leg, and she isn't letting him die. She narrowly makes it in time and cushions his fall with her quirk. Then she loses consciousness out of quirk exhaustion, nausea, and her wounds. She finds out a week later that if not for her last-minute save of a fellow examinee and the rescue points it gave her, she would have failed the practical exam. Probably the oddest part of Izuku's attempt to get into the UA was watching the recording of All Might, together with All Might. Or at least, Yagi thinks so. Inko and the rest of their kids are with them on the couch, facing the screen. Izuku doesn't know that Mr. Compress, Ms. Compress, Stain, Gentle Criminal and La Brava, so a majority of their villainous acquaintances are in the house. Together with Gran Torino, who at this point has all but vocally acknowledged being a grandfather to Yagi's children. Eri did that. Yagi knows it. Her cuteness and adorableness are nuclear weapons grade. She tamed the old monster in 30 seconds after meeting him. He tried being traditionally overbearing and stern, with a scowl on his face, but she just ran towards him, and asked if everything was all right because he looked sad while wearing her favorite All Might Odyssey because she would have preferably worn it 24/7, especially since she discovered that All Might is her new dad. When he was trying to puzzle up an answer or feign being senile, she gave him one of her lethal smiles, pumped her fist in the air and exclaimed, "You can smile now." Why? For I am here. Gran Torino was KO at that moment. Ever since then the biggest problem they had with him was the old hero sneaking in candied apples for Ei during his every visit, despite Inko setting limits for candy consumption in her house. Izuku Midoriya. The Screen Might announces and All Might decides that he kinda hates the way his voice sounds in a recording. I am here, with your test results. I can't believe you are using this catchphrase like that. Inko comments from his side, while shaking her head disapprovingly, and Yagi chuckles a bit. She has no idea in how many ways he plans to twist that catchphrase during his teaching career. Izuku doesn't even notice her words. He is staring at the Screen Might as if his life depended on it. That's quite a focus, Yagi decides. Thankfully the TV doesn't catch fire. First is the written exam. Screen Might in that slightly stupid suit announces. It's my pleasure to announce that you scored 97 points out of 100 on that one. The highest score this year, ex aequo with one more student. In it, I knew that I did something wrong. Izuku mumbles to himself. Asa, Yagi and Inko roll their eyes as if on cue. They know that the written exam for the UA admission is ridiculously hard. The first 50 points are reasonably easy to acquire, and if you score anything beneath that in the exam as a whole, you're automatically out. Then you get 40 points that are really hard to get and differentiate good students from extremely good ones. The last 10 are practically university-level knowledge. If anything, it's a miracle that there were 2 people with 97 points. Yagi remembers that for the past 3 years in a row nobody got beyond 90 points. Then, the practical exam. Screen Might continues. First are the combat points. You have destroyed 17 one-pointers, 13 two-pointers and 5 three-pointers. This adds up to 58 points. But, that's not all. Eyes on the screen, young Midoriya. Suddenly they all see a girl with brown hair, fidgeting visibly in front of a man they recognize as Present me. Excuse me. The girl asks. Do you know the boy with curly green hair and freckles? He was the one to destroy the zero-pointer. Yes, I know who you are talking about. Present MIC replies promptly. Of course he does, he regularly visits his parents, although only once Aiko promised to stop messing with him in exchange for him not being so loud to brainstorm the ideas for his next radio session with Mr. Compress. Those two just absolutely hit it off and enjoyed exchanging new ideas on how to be in the center of the stage known as life. What about him? Would it be possible to share some of my points with him? Uraraka asks, and Yagi can tell that Izuku is shocked by it. I mean, I know that he got more points than me, but he saved my life from the 0-pointer, he even broke his legs and his arm to stop it, and she takes a deep breath. If he ran away like the others, he could probably score some more points along the way, and it just doesn't sit well with me. Sorry, Missy, but you can't share your points. Present MIC says while patting her head. But you won't have to. The recording ends. It's back to the screenmite. What sort of hero school would only test how destructive their future students can be? Screenmite announces. Do you think that we would let you walk away without rewarding your decision to save another participant? Perish the thought. The screenmite smiles widely. The judge decided to award you 60 rescue points. Screenmite says, while giving them all a thumbs-up gesture. That brings us to a total of 118 points. Not only is it enough to pass, but I'm honored to inform you that it's also this year's highest score. Young Midoriya. He smiles while extending his hand towards the camera. UA is now your hero academia. Izuku cries. Inko cries too. Their waterworks are, as always, inspirational. Asa hugs his brother, joining in with his happy tears as well. Eri joins the human pile of hugs seconds later, while Aiko just stands on the couch next to them and scarcely pats her brother's head. Yagi's heart is warm and he manages to not cry with them, but he still hugs whoever his arms can reach. Few minutes later the villains and Gran Torino roll into the room with a large cake. Mr. Compress starts producing the decorations and drinks literally out of his sleeve. Then they all celebrate. Uraraka managed to only just arrive at her new class and she already knew that her new classmates were going to be tough to deal with. She literally just entered the classroom and she already ran into trouble. Not her own, but you can't just randomly announce that you dislike someone. The rocket-legged boy from the exam announces, waving his hands in front of him strangely. Don't you think that it is disrespectful to your future classmate? Well, that's just truth. Tall kid with short, black hair shouts or just speaks very loudly. In front of a clearly disinterested kid with two colored hair and a large burn on his face. Who is just sitting in his seat, like nothing was happening. A hero shouldn't lie, and so neither will I. This doesn't change anything. The rocket kid states back. Besides, you are clearly startling the new arrivals with your shouts and negativeness. The black-haired kid turns his head and sees Uraraka standing in the entrance, clearly taken aback by the volume. I apologize. He shouts again, and lowers his head so much that he actually hits the floor with a loud beam. When he raises it up, it's clear that he bumped it enough for some BLD to come out. And there is certainly a bruise. I'm simply extremely enthusiastic over my admission to the UA. My name is Inasa Yorashi. Oh, hi. Uraraka replies. I'm Uraraka Ochiko, and I'm Tenya Ida. The rocket boy announces. I was just trying to explain to Yorashi-san that declaring his antipathy to another student right off the bat isn't a healthy way of starting his history as a UA student. I believe that a hero should be passionate and hot-blooded. Inasa keeps shout-speaking at them all. Which is why I have a problem with Todoroki over his behavior during the recommended students exam. I have already announced what I feel about him, something I failed to do back then. That's not. Ida is about to say something when Uraraka hears the door opening behind her again. She recognizes the freckles and the messy green hair immediately, especially as she already saw that clearly startled face after he tripped before the exam. Midoriya, she says loudly. We're in one class. She knew that if she got in, then so did he. It wasn't even something to be happy about. Being in one class, however. Uraraka, you got in. He jumps up just a bit. His honest reactions are, kinda, adorable, Uraraka has to admit. If you're looking for new friends, do it elsewhere. They both hear, and it's at this point that Uraraka notices the human caterpillar lying on the floor behind Izuku, slurping a jelly pouch. Izuku actually jumps forward in surprise, landing gracefully right next to Uraraka. The caterpillar raises up from the floor and enters the room. To your seats, Quickly. Izuku whispers, before lunging towards his own. Uraraka decides to listen to the boy that saved her life. And, thankfully, so do Ida and Inasa. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. The man that emerged from the caterpillar announces. He looks washed up. A bit like a bum. Especially the messy beard that looks less like an actual beard and more like him just forgetting to shave it. Life is short, and wasting time is illogical. He makes his way towards the teacher's desk. I am Aizawa Shouter. He announces. And I'm going to be your homeroom teacher. Now take your PE suits and follow me. We're going to have a quirk apprehension test. What about the opening ceremony? And meeting the guidance cones? Uraraka decides to ask. She kinda looked forward to it, and we don't have time for the frilly niceties. The teacher promptly shuts her down. The clock's ticking. Does she want to know why Izuku reacted to their teacher's arrival by sudden panic and leaped towards his desk? Uraraka discovers the reason for that when the pink-skinned girl makes the mistake of calling the quirk apprehension test fun. Aizawa-sensei immediately starts looking like a psychopathic killer from some horror movie, and announces to them that he is going to expel the one who comes in last. The competition is fierce. Uraraka does her best, but her athletics are so-so and her quirk is useful only in some competitions. Izuku Midoriya, Inasa Urashi, Yarozu Momo, and Todoroki Shoto appear to be the leading members of the class, with Tenya Ida following them due to his achievements in speed-oriented tests, but he is clearly lacking in the strength tests. Oh yeah, the whole expulsion thing was a lie. It was a logical ruse to bring the best out of you. Aizawa-sensei announces once the last test ends, prompting a class-wide what? Oh come on guys. Momo says while rolling her eyes in the background. Of course it was a ruse, don't tell me you fell for it. He wouldn't expel someone on the first day. Izuku decides to speak. Actually, he expelled his entire class on the first day last year. The teacher sighs in the background, probably irritated by the fact that Izuku, if he was saying the truth, just called him out on the logical ruse. Wait, he did. Momo now stares at Izuku, blinking a few times in obvious shock. Izuku nods back. They had no potential for heroics. Aizawa-sensei says dryly. They weren't treating it seriously, even after I threatened them with expulsion. They acted like the heroics were a game, instead of a vocation that threatens your life on a daily basis. He sighs loudly. Your curriculum sheets are back in the classroom. Give them a once-over. Then he just leaves them, still shocked. How did you know that, dude? The yellow-haired kid asks towards Izuku. He isn't the only one who is curious, as the entire class is looking at Izuku. I don't even know who he is. He isn't the only person in the crowd who doesn't know that. In fact, everyone but Izuku seems completely lost. Izuku isn't doing his best with being in the center of attention. My dad works for the UAS accounting department. He told me a lot of things about the school, and I met some of the teachers before I got admitted, including Aizawa-sensei. Who is he, actually? Inasa speaks. He doesn't look like a hero. More like a terminal insomniac. Uraraka agrees. If she saw Aizawa-sensei in a dark alleyway, she would probably think that he was a villain planning to murder her. That or he was a beggar gathering money for coffee, maybe. His Eraserhead. Izuku beams and Uraraka is 90% certain that she just met a case of a hero fan. The Erasure Hero. He can deactivate every emitter and transformation quirk within his line of sight. He's one of the most successful underground heroes in the country. Underground heroes. This time it's the small kid with bubbles for hair. The one that's the most relieved of them all because he got the lowest score on the apprehension test. It means heroes that don't get media coverage. Momo decided to clean up her earlier mess-up by proving that she does know things. Either because they like working in private, or because their quirks can be negated easily if someone knows how they work. Sometimes also because their quirks are perceived as villainous by the public. Eraserhead is actually something of a #1 underground hero in the country. Izuku adds. They might be avoiding media coverage, but they are well organized on their own. Not enough to have an official ranking, but Eraserhead is pretty much the closest thing they have to a celebrity, alongside Ms. Joke. Uraraka likes that hero name, and wonders what sort of quirk makes you call yourself like that. I'm still kinda worried about him being our homeroom teacher a bit. The frog mutant girl says with a rather cute addition at the end. Uraraka does her best to not laugh and somehow wins the fight. Just put in an effort, and it will be alright. Izuku replies quickly. He didn't test our abilities, because those can be improved easily. He was testing if we were going to give it our best rather than half-but it. He is an extremely strict teacher with dozens of expulsions under his belt, but his students that made it to the graduation have the lowest work casualty rate and the highest closed case rates per homeroom teacher in the country. He smiles cheerfully. So he throws out people who aren't passionate about heroism. Inasa speaks with a wide smile. I had my doubts earlier, but I think I like him now. And I think that we should proceed to the classroom immediately. Ida adds with a series of hand gestures. What if it's his next test? The field vacates almost immediately. It wasn't another test, but they all realize that it might have been one. The rest of the school day passed relatively normally. They were meeting their teachers for the first time, so most of it was introductions. Uraraka leaves the school together with Izuku and, surprisingly enough, Ida. He is strict, and quite passionate, but also rather friendly. Once you give him the chance. The school has barely started, but Uraraka Ochako is already making friends. The next day they get their first foundational heroics lesson. When All Might of all people steps into the class, there is a riot. Uraraka isn't surprised. It died down almost immediately, because Aizawa-sensei stepped in right behind him. All Might announces with Aizawa just standing there intimidatingly. He is really good at it that they are going to step right into the thick of it, and they are going to have proper battle training. Uraraka would have preferred rescue training, since battle sounds kinda confrontational, but, well. They get their gear to a lot of happy squeals which makes Aizawa-sensei roll his eyes at them and then they move out. Izuku's costume is kinda cool, Uraraka decides. It's a black jumpsuit with something of a cat ears and a visor. It makes him look a bit like male mischief who isn't hiding who they are, so besides the visors, the rest is visible. Uraraka's is a bit puffy. She doesn't like the small kid's eyes being on her so much. It will be an indoor battle trial. All Might announces. Aizawa-sensei still didn't say a thing, instead he was just standing there. Still intimidatingly. I know that you've mostly seen the larger fights with villains happening outside, but statistically speaking the majority of this job is done indoors. You'll be separated into villain and hero groups for 2-on-2 team battles. Realize just one thing. Aizawa finally speaks. We have Recovery Girl on standby, but there are damages she can't heal. Anyone who uses clearly lethal force on another will be immediately expelled. Heroes are supposed to arrest villains, and the majority of the villains actually avoid killing heroes, since it brings way too much attention to them. Instead they prefer to achieve their goals or escape the heroes. All Might is briefly overwhelmed by questions, including Uraraka's inquiry on whether there'll be a threat of expulsion to motivate them on this. All Might clearly didn't hear her question, but she swears that she saw Aizawa-sensei snigger just a bit. Creepy. Then All Might tells them that the training will be about defending the fake nuclear bomb for the villains and either trying to secure it by touching it or arresting all villains for heroes. There is also going to be a lottery to pick who is going to fight against who. Ida is surprised by it. Izuku is a bit startled by Ida's reaction and explains from the side that team-ups sometimes force unfamiliar hero agencies to cooperate at a moment's notice, and this training is probably supposed to simulate this. Because if there'd suddenly be a nuclear bomb out there, sending someone to stop villains from having it would be done in a hurry. All Might actually looks faintly surprised by Izuku's explanation. But he clearly jumps on the bandwagon and confirms that answer. Did he actually think about it this way before the training, or did Izuku inspire him to make that answer? 2 minutes later Uraraka discovers that she is a part of Team A, with Izuku Midoriya. Well, this is something she will certainly look forward to. He reacts funny when startled, but is also super powerful. It will be a breeze, right? All Might announces the opposing team. Tenya Ida and Inasa Yorashi. Uraraka suddenly and painfully remembers that her robot points were low. Tenya had more than twice her combat points, and Inasa is apparently a recommended student. So he is strong. At least they are the heroes. And Izuku is on her team, right? And he had the highest score from the non-recommended students. That means something, yes. They are given 5 minutes to memorize the building plan. Izuku's face of utmost concentration when he is staring at the paper is actually pretty cute. This is going to be tough. She can hear him mumble, and suddenly her enthusiasm and optimism shrink. What do you mean, Midoriya? She should figure out some cute nickname for him. If only to see him startled when she uses it for the first time. Ida witnessed both our quirks in their full force. Izuku replies. We know his, but we know almost nothing about what Inasa has. Other than the fact that it's very powerful and it's about manipulating air. And we can't exactly rely on the map, because knowing the school they could as well put in 1 or 2 wrong bits, just to teach us about expecting the unexpected. That sounds like a very Aizawa-sensei thing to do, Uraraka decides. And it's one more thing that somehow didn't cross her mind. I kinda hoped that you would know Urash's quirk. She replies. You seem to know a lot of things. Well. He scratches his cheek a bit. I could have gone for a recommended exam myself, but I really want to, earn my hero license. I don't want to use underhanded methods. I have Eraserhead visit my family for dinner like once a week or 2, but I didn't know that he was going to be homeroom teacher until I saw him enter our classroom. That's admirable, she says, and he blushes a little. Still, not exactly helpful to us. That's when they hear the announcement that the battle has started. Izuku put forward a simple if rushed plan. He suspected that the villain team was probably going to split. Inasa was too hot-belted to stay in one place, while Tenya was too focused on the objective to not stay to guard the bomb. So, the hero team was going to stay together. They would continue looking for the bomb after all. Inasa might have as well missed them entirely, leaving them to deal with Tenya alone, but if Inasa found them, Izuku would engage him while Uraraka would continue to look for the bomb. She would, preferably, not attack Tenya. Instead she would wait for the resolution of the fight between Inasa and Izuku. If Izuku would make it clear that he isn't going to make it, she would do her best to win the fight on her own. All Might decides that it's a solid tactic. Fighting Inasa alongside Uraraka is an alternative, but what if they did it, only for Inasa to stall them long enough that they would fail to find the bomb before running out of time? He and Eraserhead are observing the battle through the monitors, together with the rest of the 1A. Eraserhead's opinion on the events is unreadable. Some of the kids are clearly looking forward to some action. They get it when Inasa runs into the heroes on the 3rd floor of the building. The gust of wind he generates is strong enough to tear paint off the wall. Izuku notices the attack in time to push Uraraka into the side corridor, before he is sent flying by the air current. He manages to stop himself by using one for all to ram his fingers into the floor, but it's clear that he is immobilized. You know, I'm looking forward to seeing your skills. Inasa speaks while slowly walking down the corridor towards Izuku. Intimidating slow walk is one of the skills he certainly mastered, All Might decides. You took the 1st place in the normal exam, while I took the 1st one in the recommended student exam. Let's see who is stronger. Wow, that's a strong wind. Denki says. That's a fraction of what Urashi can do, young Kaminari. All Might comments. If he went full out, he could generate a tornado capable of tearing the building down completely. Some of the kids look at him, with surprise and maybe a bit of fear. The hero himself looks forward to seeing how Izuku deals with this obstacle. Because Inasa will certainly be one of the highest-ranked heroes in the future, unless something tragically unforeseeable happens. Izuku takes a look behind him, as Inasa gets closer and the air current grows in intensity. Yagi Toshinori has maybe a second or 2 to shout a mental Izuku before his son lets himself go and is thrown back by the raging tornado of air through the window at the end of the corridor. He trained with 𝐒𝐭 how to move around for a few years. He managed to position his body perfectly for the meeting with the window. It's already busted open by the air, now he flies through what's left, somehow grabbing the window's frame mid-flight and stopping himself. Then he just starts scaling the outside wall. Inasa seems to be actually taken aback by this development, but after a second or two of staring, he uses his winds to propel himself forward. By the time he gets past the window, Izuku has already sneaked into the building through another set of windows. Wow, that was super agile. Ashido Mina comments. Did you all see this? Was it his quirk? Had to be, right? It's Denki this time. He is clearly taken aback by the mobility as well. No, it wasn't his quirk. All Might decides to clarify. He did use his quirk to anchor himself to the floor, but the rest of it was just physical training. That's awesome. Mina is clearly agitated by it. Do you think he will teach me if I ask? I want to move like that. Midoriya, I found the bomb. It's Uraraka. Ida is there, but he is, what is he doing? Izuku promptly replies. He is still running away from Inasa, who is relentlessly pursuing him through the building. Despite that, he doesn't sound fatigued or out of breath. Doing a really atrocious but earnest villain monologue. Uraraka replies. All Might is surprised that Ida is still doing it. There is a reason why he silenced Ida's comms. There are limits to cheesiness. And that's Mr. Fear not for I am here speaking. But he prepared for me and cleaned the whole room. I have nothing to use my quirk on. Which room? Izuku asks, while deftly dodging another powerful gust of wind by propelling himself off the wall and jumping into the side corridor. The middle one of the 5th floor. Damn it, he spotted me. They can see it. Ida isn't attacking her yet, but he is clearly taking tips from Inasa's school of intimidating slow walk. He is also saying something, but his comms are still off. They are recorded by the system to be reviewed later, but, too much cheese. Keep him occupied. Izuku says back. I'll try to get there, but I don't think that I can shake Inasa off. I expected him to stutter. Momo comments. But he sounds rather focused. She is observing everything rather closely and attentively. He isn't the only one to notice how much Izuku changes when he is serious, isn't he? He remembers his old dentist, back during his UA times. He was normally a very old man with his hands shaking a bit, but when he saw an open mouth in front of him and had to do something with it, his shaking vanished instantly. A bit of an odd comparison, but All Might saw a lot of similarities between his old nemesis and his son. Momo Yorozu might have gotten in through the recommended student exam. But the written exam was shared between that exam and the normal one. She is probably curious about the boy who managed to score an equal number of points in the written exam as she did. Uraraka tries her best to lunge for the bomb, but Ida moves too fast and the bomb slips away from her grasp. Ingenium's brother is clearly trying to buy time, doing his best to not expose the bomb by going after his opponent. Wise. Inasa is slowly shortening the distance between him and Izuku. Izuku doesn't have enough of a grasp on his quirk to try to fight the living whirlwind. If he goes all out, he might actually kill someone. And if not, then his 2 or 3% full cowl isn't enough to even approach Inasa. Just stop running away. Inasa shouts. Where is your passion? Come and fight me. He doesn't add coward at the end, but it's clearly implied. Uraraka, Plan B. Izuku says through his comms. Finally, he sounds slightly winded. But only slightly. I'm going to blow up the floor of your room. Get ready to use your quirk and go for the bomb. Uraraka tries to say, but then she figures out what he meant and grabs the nearest support pillar. All Might has only now realized that Izuku is in the room beneath the one with the bomb. Did he purposely get there while avoiding Inasa? Izuku stops. Inasa grins, looking forward to having an actual fight. He doesn't expect Izuku to suddenly yell plus ultra smash and jump up, ramming his fist into the ceiling with enough strength to make it partially explode. Uraraka steals the weight from the pillar and uses it like a baseball bat, propelling the debris towards Ida in an improvised super move. While he is distracted, she bolts towards the bomb and manages to latch onto it, winning the match. Sorry, Urashi-san. Izuku says they can still hear them through the comms, despite the match being called. I really wanted to fight you, but doing it like this gave us the biggest chance of victory. I didn't want Uraraka to lose simply because I wanted a fight. Inasa, to All Might's notable surprise, laughs loudly. "You beat us fair and square," he says with an additional laugh. "We're having a rematch next time, and I'm going to win it. Also, your super move name's awesome." They actually give each other a fierce handshake and start walking towards the control room, merrily talking about the events of the battle. A room above them, Uraraka does the same with slightly saddened Ida, although it's much less vocal due to Ida moping a bit. "This is so manly," Kirishima shouts in the background, and All Might agrees. "So, whose performance was the best during this exercise?" All Might asks loudly. Normally he would just state it, and then let the kids figure out the reasons. But this time his son is among the group, and he doesn't want to risk suspicions of favoritism. Eraserhead can help him when it comes to punishments, but he isn't going to say anything positive about his student's performance. Just, "No way. Young Uraraka. That would be Midoriya," she replies, and All Might wonders if he is looking at his future daughter-in-law. Because, frankly, she spends a lot of time with his son and they seem super friendly with each other. Almost right off the bat. Which is especially shocking because Yagi Toshinori didn't expect Izuku to start gathering friends so fast. He made a plan that worked, and managed to keep Urashi occupied while moving to the right spot to shatter the floor under the room with the bomb. Izuku is blushing furiously. Someone isn't used to hearing nice things about himself from girls his age. All Might finds this adorable and regrets not having a camera on hand. Inko would love that picture. Young Urashi. He moves over to the tall whirlwind kid that seems to have taken the page from All Might's School of Loud Speaking and then took it up to 11. That would be Midoriya. Inasa, despite losing the fight, beams at him with an enthusiastic and slightly maniacal grin. "I messed up by not listening to Ida's plan and going off solo. Izuku exploited this by leading me around until he was in the right position to assist his teammate in capturing the weapon, while all I could do was stare at him. Well, at least losing doesn't make him mope." All Might remembers that one classmate of his who was super enthusiastic but went all down to being super depressed when something didn't go his way. He ended up dropping the school because of failing a hero provisional license exam, and that was, frankly, rather pathetic. Instead of going that way, Inasa is probably already thinking how to be better next time. This kid is going to be a frightening hero in a few years. "I see. Young Ida." All Might moves over. "Well, I didn't see the fight between Midoriya-san and Urashi-san," Tenya says. "But if it's true that Midoriya-san planned the encounter that way and held Urashi-san at bay for the whole time, that's certainly enough to consider his performance as the best one." Young Midoriya. His son is, at this point, clearly distraught with praise. All Might's experience with kids is very limited, frankly speaking. He is doing his best, but at least partially relies on what Inko tells him. Only in moments like this he realizes how correct she was in her assessment that their son has self-esteem issues. He is so unused to praise that he doesn't know how to deal with it. Yagi is doing his best to alleviate this problem, although his best is praising when praise is due and involving Hound Dog, but they are still far away from getting there. The only question that the number one hero has in his head is who his son will choose as the best one in that fight. Because he certainly isn't going to take the praise and accept it as something he earned. That would be Ida, sensei. As All Might expected. But it still catches the other three, especially Tenya, off guard. Together with most of the people in the room. He created the correct plan for combat that I'd struggled to counter, which didn't work only because Inasa decided to fight on his own. He took correct precautions against Uraraka's quirk, and stuck to defending the bomb. He managed to keep Uraraka at bay, and was only taken off guard by an attack from a completely unexpected direction, which only occurred because Urashi failed to keep me pinned down. Sorry for that. Inasa, magnanimous in defeat, gives him a thumbs-up gesture and a bright smile. All Might really likes that kid. He'll be a great and incredibly popular hero if he keeps acting like this. I in the meantime failed to shake Urashi off, and I was forced to use a last resort tactic. Izuku continues. I had no idea where exactly the bomb was, so there was a risk that I would destroy it. Destroying, a nuclear bomb isn't a good idea, I think. Worst of all, there was a chance that I would wound Uraraka, despite warning her in advance. But I was forced to risk it, because Ida kept her pinned down, and Urashi was gaining on me and I couldn't shake him off to join Uraraka. It was a desperate tactic. All Might curses All for One for teaching his son to be so smart. Public self-deprecation sessions shouldn't be so well argument and hard to dismantle. He ends up looking at Eraserhead for help. Both assessments are correct. Eraserhead decides to save him. Both Ida and Midoriya crafted rational plans for the fight and acted their parts accordingly. The difference between them is, in the end, that Uraraka played her role in Midoriya's plan, while Urashi ignored Ida's. All Might isn't even surprised when Inasa headbutts the floor while apologizing to his teammate for making them lose. Momo still looks at Izuku strangely. She is either unused to having her intellectual equals around, or Uraraka isn't going to be the only girl pursuing All Might's son in the future. Or both. A few days have passed since the battle trial, and the press found out about All Might picking up a teaching career. It was, frankly, a fairly boring time. Nothing shocking happened, that's for sure. Okay, save for Uraraka discovering that Izuku has some undefined private lessons with Principal Nezu himself. She heard the tales. They all heard the tales. She actually found out by chance, since she ran into him walking towards the principal's office and he kinda blurted it out without thinking. She promised to not tell anyone. But she was still impressed. Then the fateful day came. Today's homeroom lesson will be a bit special. Aizawa-sensei announces. The class in front of him shivers with dread. 2 things on the list. First one is choosing the class president and TWO vice presidents. Someone shouts, "Finally something normal," and Aizawa sighs painfully. Since our time is precious, and I know how things tend to go, you'll be voting for the president, who will then choose whoever he or she wants for the vice presidents. You have 15 minutes. Izuku Midoriya's face goes adorably vacant in shock when he gets 4 votes and gets elected as the class president. If Uraraka's suspicions are correct, he voted for himself like 2/3 of the class, but also got votes from Uraraka, and most likely Ida and Urashi. Momo, as she wanted to be called, is in second place, with 2 votes. The rest, as already stated, voted for themselves. She looks personally saddened by it, though not as much as Tenya, who was absolutely super fierce about getting elected only to get 0 votes. Great. You're done with that. Aizawa-sensei yawns. Choose your vice presidents. Izuku clearly doesn't handle standing in front of the class well. But he does his best, and manages to straighten up properly. Teach, that would be Yorozu-san and Ida-san. He says just slightly officially and formally, and she finds that cute, and Uraraka nods to herself. She expected as much. Momo and Tenya, clearly, didn't. Yorozu-san is the only person other than me to receive more than 1 vote, which means that there is someone in the class who believes that she has what it takes. Ida, in the meantime, he glances at Aizawa-sensei, who groans slightly. Well, having someone around who actually remembers the rules and guidelines might be useful, even if we, end up ignoring them. He tries to smile, just enough to prove that it was a joke. There are some chuckles throughout the class. Tenya is still too taken aback by being chosen to actually complain about the joke. Great. Now back to your seat. Aizawa-sensei says, and Izuku quickly flees. This is going to be a bit of a shock to you, but Principal Nezu decided to introduce something completely new to the heroics course this year. Uraraka's eyes might have been glued to Izuku just a bit, and because of that she notices him slightly perking up in his seat. It isn't about Nezu, she figured Izuku out enough to know that. Does he know what it's about? The television tends to offer the public an oversimplified image of villains and vigilantes. Aizawa says. His face is, as almost always, dead. This is something that we tend to introduce our students to at a slightly older age. Many villains are also victims, and it is the opinion of Principal Nezu that the system doesn't give many of them the second chance that they deserve. Wait, Uraraka thinks to herself. Judging from the stares she is seeing on her classmates' faces, she isn't the only one to start arriving at the same conclusions. She glances at Izuku, and he, as the only one of them all, looks overjoyed. As a result, Principal 𝐻𝐸𝐻 decided to create a special addition to the hero course. Aizawa continues. He has personally chosen 8 villains, vigilantes or otherwise, problematic individuals with sufficiently powerful quirks that he decided to be redeemable. They are all of the same age as you. Unlike you, they all live in a separate building on the UA grounds and aren't allowed to leave the school grounds unless attended by one of the teachers. These limitations are going to continue until they are either expelled or successfully graduate from the hero course, thus proving to us all that they were successfully rehabilitated. If they prove to us that this idea has potential, the school will probably officially open an entire, class-sized villain rehabilitation course. Villains. They are going to be attending the hero course with actual villains. Sure, probably small time, due to the whole redeemable part and being their age, but the reason why each class will have 2 vice presidents is because you are all supposed to be part of the test drive of the new rehabilitation program. Aizawa-sensei continues. The class president will be tasked with making sure that the new additions to the class are neither victims nor perpetrators of bullying or any other type of discrimination, and that they feel genuinely welcomed. He and the vice presidents are also expected to make sure that the new arrivals are more influenced by you than the other way around. Report any suspicious behavior and negative influences they have on you. He sighs. Any questions? Yomomo is the first one to raise her hand. Most of the class is still stunned by the announcement and clearly can't form cohesive sentences. What sort of villains are these new students going to be? She asks formally. I mostly refer to the crimes they committed. All that you need to know is that Principal 𝐻𝐸𝐻 and the UA's legal department are in agreement that there are major attenuating circumstances that justify their admission. Aizawa replies calmly. The crimes themselves range from bullying, illegal quirk usage and suicide baiting to first-degree murders. There is an audible gulp throughout the class. However, to avoid stigmas, we have opted to keep their crimes hidden. If the students decide to reveal them, it's fine. In the meantime, only the faculty and the class presidents will be made aware. The class presidents are, however, forbidden from sharing this knowledge without the rehab students' agreement. As a result, if any of the other students notices something odd in the behavior of our new problem children, report it to either the faculty or talk it over with your new class president. Izuku, clearly, knew about it already. This makes no sense. He was just voted in, right? Yet he clearly was aware of what was going to happen. Uraraka is going to get to the bottom of this, no doubt about it. Well, no other questions, at least for now. Aizawa-sensei yawns. If you have any, take them to your class president. Just wait until tomorrow, so he gets the answers to them. And now, let me introduce to you the 4 rehab course students assigned to your class. He doesn't even make any louder sound, but whoever was in the corridor next to the class heard him well enough. The door opens and 4 kids in UA uniforms walk in. First is a really gaunt boy with messy, light blue hair. The skin on his face looks really dry, odd thing to notice at first, and he is wearing an expression of complete indifference. After him is a petite girl with pale skin, ashen blonde hair styled into 2 really messy buns, and a face that looks quite enthusiastic. Then another boy with messy hair, but this time indigo in color. He also looks like he missed a nap or 2 from his schedule, who seems to fight the first boy for the position of the most outwardly disinterested boy in the room. And then, finally, another boy with spiky ash blonde hair, and an expression of barely restrained rage. It grows slightly more when he and Izuku lock eyes for a few seconds. It's odd. Do they know each other? Going in the order of entering, Aizawa announces. Tenko Shimura, Himiko Toga, Hitoshi Shinsu and Bakugo Katsuki. Their teacher sighs painfully. Have fun. I think that Izuku knew what was going to happen beforehand. Uraraka announces during the lunch break. She is at one table with Tenya Ida, Inasa Yorashi and Tsuyu Asui, whom she recently began to befriend, which is nice, because she certainly needs some female friends. Really? Tenya appears to be intrigued by the idea. How exactly? I am aware of his connections with the school staff, but it's still a notable lapse in security if a student knows something like this. Especially as I came to believe that the UA did its best to hide the rehab program from the world. He goes silent for a second. I checked the internet on the way here, and absolutely no media reported something like that being prepared. Is it that surprising, Ribbit? Tsuyu asks. I believe that the media won't take it face down. The principle of the UA letting hero course students intermingling with teenage villains and so on. The press will be out for BLD. The press is stupid. Inasa says, and immediately heads are turning towards them. There is a reason why Inasa tends to not say a lot during lunch. He acknowledges the need of others to eat in peace, but his voice is always over the top. So instead of making his voice less loud, he simply says as little as he can. Odd. Then again, which one of their classmates isn't odd? Can't fight you there, Kiro. Tsuyu says with a nod. The press is the worst. Then again, it's the UA. And it will most likely be presented as a test of the program, with an option to roll the changes back if it fails. But I'm slightly worried about being associated with villains, though. Oh, yeah. Complex mutant quirk stigma. Uraraka can understand that much. It's now 2 stigmas for the price of 1 to her. Can they even do that legally? Uraraka is mostly confused about this. Shouldn't that be run through a court or something? Can you keep something like it hidden? They do, yes. Tenya says, while fixing his glasses. This is relatively easy to achieve, although it requires some time and effort. People do not realize that hero agencies can theoretically take in vigilantes and small-time villains for rehabilitation purposes. My brother's agency has a few former vigilantes as sidekicks, actually. This doesn't happen very often, but there are a few agencies that specialize in this. They can transfer such wards to other agencies if they decide them to be better suited to their needs. If my suspicions are correct, Principal Nedzu ran the candidates through such agencies, before having them immediately transfer their wards to his agency. The rest, namely connecting their rehabilitation program with the hero course, is theoretically in his right as the principal. Your brother's agency? Uraraka asks, and Tenya immediately beams. Yes. I don't exactly like it when it's brought to attention, but my brother is a pro-hero. He says. For the first time in, like, ever, Uraraka sees a genuine smile on his face. His hero name is Ingenium. You don't like it, Kiro? Tsuyu's head tilts a bit. But you look happy to be able to mention it. That's true. Tenya nods. I'm extremely proud of my brother and I'm looking forward to working alongside him. However, I wish to earn my position with my own merit. Abusing my connections would give me an unfair advantage over students who didn't get born in a family like my own. This is the reason why I refused my brother's offer to receive his recommendation and attend the recommendation exam. Inasa pauses, stuffing himself with food, and gives Tenya a thumbs-up gesture before returning to the feast. Uraraka kinda expected him to react like that. Competing fair and square and having a goal to strive for sounds like a very Inasa thing to do. Midoriya told me the same thing before our fight. Uraraka adds. That he doesn't want to use his connections, and instead wants to earn everything fair and square. Tenya beams just a bit. Inasa does the thumbs-up gesture again. I'm still going to dig into it, though. Uraraka decides to return to the initial subject. I was observing Midoriya when Aizawa-sensei announced the rehab program. Everyone was shocked, but he looked like Christmas came early. And I'm something like 99% sure that he and at the very least Bakugo know each other. So while everyone was watching Aizawa-sensei, you were focused on studying a boy's face ribbit. Tsuyu asks, her finger on her lips. How bold? Uraraka starts stuttering because it's certainly not what Tsuyu implies. She is just concerned about it as his friend. But that's when they both see Izuku approaching and he has company. 2 rehab students, actually. Here. Oh, we've made it in time. Izuku is clearly reassured by that. Sorry about being late, I was introducing our new classmates to how things work in our school. It occupied his attention enough for him to almost miss lunch. Uraraka decides that Izuku, despite his initial problems with it, has really taken the class presidency thing to heart. Maybe even a bit too much. What if he starts wearing glasses and looking spooky smart like in some anime about a semi-omnipotent school council? Perish the thought. He is cute and adorable the way he is. Izuku takes the empty seat near Uraraka. The boy from the rehab course sits next to him, while the girl who clearly pouts a bit at the place next to Izuku being taken, Uraraka notices this. Instead sits next to a slightly uncomfortable Tsuyu. Man, you told me that lunch rush cooking is good, but this is beyond good. The rehab boy Hitoshi Shinsu, if Uraraka remembers it correctly, says towards Izuku a few seconds later. Shame that Tenko is hiding somewhere instead of being here. Oh, you know him. Izuku shrugs. He'll hopefully start coming out of the shell at some point. I'm more worried about Bakugo, he has quite an explosive temper. Hitoshi snorts slightly at this. Explosive temper, yeah, that's an almost good one. He adds, while glancing at Izuku over his food. You can say that he'll be having a blast in this school. Izuku and the girl Himiko something. Chuckle. Uraraka exchanges the "see, I told you so" glances with Tenya and Tsuyu. Inasa seems to have finished his meal and is now busy observing the newcomers with a stare that seems to contain curiosity so intensive that it almost comes out as hostility. So, you knew each other earlier. Uraraka decides to take one for the team. That or, to say it simply, the curiosity is eating her. She doesn't expect the silence. And the rehab course students turning their faces towards an increasingly red Izuku. You didn't tell them about us. Himiko reaches a completely new level of pouting previously unheard of. Zuku, I'm hurt. Sorry, it just kinda didn't come up. Izuku scratches his cheek. I mean, we have known each other for like a week, and you didn't tell them in detail of the most epic thing you've ever done. Hitoshi says, before reading the answer on his face. Then he adapts a particularly vicious grin. Alright then, my dear fellow hero course students, let me tell you a tale of Izuku Midoriya's most heroic moment. More heroic than what he pulled on the entrance exam. No way, right? Toshi, no. Izuku tries to save himself. Toshi, yes. Hitoshi takes no prisoners. That little green bean of yours that you elected as a class president came upon 2 runaway kids fleeing from their abusive families and on the verge of dying from unresolved medical issues. So he did what every kid his age would do. And adopted us. Himiko announces with a bright smile. That stops a second later as she is suddenly confused about something. I mean, kinda. I don't really remember that part. I was mostly unconscious while Toshi was scavenging for food. Well, he just started treating us like a pair of abandoned kittens. Hitoshi continues, ignoring the interjection. Leaving us food and so on, just to make us trust him so he could unexpectedly adopt us. Izuku is completely red at this point. He can't even eat anything anymore, because he is too busy hiding his face in his hands. Food and, well, the medications that actually prolonged our remaining lifespan from 2 to 3 months of pain to actually a whole lot. He was about to succeed with adoption when he came upon a few corrupted heroes busy beating us to death. The what? Tenya says, clearly distraught by the very idea of a hero being corrupted. Or beating kids to death. Yeah, runaways, villainous quirks, no one giving a SHT and all that. Hitoshi shrugs. How absolutely neutral he is about it actually freezes Uraraka a bit. We were living in a junkyard. Not like anyone would notice that we were gone. And if they did, they would just say that some random villain killed us. But the point is, we're about to die when that little menace pops up with his uncle. And starts giving out the world's most intimidating monologue to them. It wasn't that intimidating. Izuku is trying to save himself from attention, but it's futile at this point. Zuku, you made 3 pro-heroes take a step back in fear by glaring at them and telling them how you are going to destroy their careers and put them in jail for what they were doing to us. Himiko interjects. It was the most appealing and scary thing I ever saw, and stop pretending otherwise. Izuku actually whimpers a bit and seems to shrink in his seat. Uraraka is enjoying the spectacle. But she also thinks that Izuku should get a bit more confident. This doesn't look very healthy in the long term. And he followed up on it. Hitoshi adds with a chuckle. His uncle beat them up and arrested them, and then they woke up in front of a police officer and absolutely livid All Might. Flanked by half of the UA faculty. career's over, and they ended up in jail. Then comes the best part. Himiko adds with a chuckle. Don't tell them that. Izuku once again tries to stop them. It's futile. Yes, we both know that you are allergic to being praised in public. Hitoshi rolls his eyes a bit. But this is our heroic backstory, and we are sharing it with people. The point is, I might have mentioned to him once that I wanted to become a hero before I ran away from home. And, frankly, telling him any variant of I want to be a hero is like a berserk button or something. Himiko adds and Hitoshi nods, while giving her a knowing and just slightly tired look. Don't do that if it's the government that's stopping you, or Zuko will overthrow it for you. I was technically a villain due to using my quirk to steal food and medications for myself and Himiko, so Izuku did the most sane thing after giving up. Hitoshi continues. He penned a 35-page-long proposal for an establishment of the villain rehabilitation course at the UA, got almost every single faculty member to sign it, and then had All Might, the symbol of peace himself, deliver it to the world's most scary rodent. Because reforming a decades-old #1 hero school is the way a 14-year-old kid reacts to his friend wanting to be a hero but not being able to, right? Wait, it was your idea. Uraraka says towards Izuku, and somehow her friend shrinks even more in his seat. She knew that Izuku somehow caught Nezu's attention, but reforming the UA. And not to mention actually saving 2 kids from corrupt heroes, even before he was admitted to it. Holy SFC. Inasa wakes up. That's awesome. Tenya actually nods in agreement. He is probably happy that whoever was ruining the image of heroics got jailed. Besides, while Uraraka can't say that she reads his mind, she suspects that he is still conflicted over the villain rehabilitation part, but actually more than he was earlier. Since now he is probably considering that at least 2 of the candidates sound like they deserve a second chance. Yeah, he is an absolutely adorable little kitten. Himiko decides to add. Unless he has to save someone. Then, suddenly, he is a lion. Uraraka remembers watching Izuku risk his life and limbs to blow up a 0-pointer and save her. And compares him before the exam the fall and forward role and him in school with that image. Yes, this is a very accurate description. Uraraka says and somehow, just somehow Izuku manages to shrink even further. Saved you, too? Himiko asks, with curiosity filling her slightly feline eyes. From a 50-meter-tall murder robot during the entrance exam. Uraraka replies. All I heard was just a small boom when he jumped off the ground, then another, much louder boom when he punched the robot into pieces. And then he almost died, falling from that height with his shattered limbs, but I managed to catch him with my quirk. Himiko is actually kinda saddened by her tale. I'm yet to pay him back for saving my life. But, regardless of that, she puts forward her fist and Uraraka decides to fist bump it over the table. Hey, looks like you're pretty cool people. Hitoshi decides to add. He looks over at them a bit strangely. I kind of figured you'd be treating us like, well, villains, but it doesn't feel that bad. Principal Nezu says that you can be rehabilitated and have attenuating circumstances, so I'm giving you a chance. Tenya decides to say. Though he still feels rather conflicted about it. He is the principal of my school, so I'm willing to believe in his words. At least until he gives me a reason not to. I'm a bit more skeptical about it, ribbit. Tsuyu, as stated, is blunt. I don't have anything against you personally, but in a few hours I moved from being a complex mutant hero trainee to a complex mutant hero trainee who will have to deal with the stigma of being trained alongside villains. So while I'm hoping that you succeed, I'm not blind to how you complicated my situation. Ribbit. Well, it could be worse. Himiko replies immediately. If she is hurt by Tsuyu's words, she isn't showing it. I'm a complex mutant villain who is trying to become a hero, despite having to regularly drink human BLD and having a BLD-related villainous quirk. Try to beat that. Uraraka is actually taken aback by this. Tsuyu was taken aback by this even more. You're a complex mutant ribbit. The frog girl blinks a few times. Uraraka didn't expect that either. She knows that complex mutants are a thing. They are technically classified as a subclass of quirks, but no one is really sure if they really are one. Good examples were Tsuyu, hound dog, gang orca, and Miruko. Unlike non-complex mutants like Tenya, they have an entire assortment of traits and were, de facto, closer to being a subspecies of humans. Also, they were always inherited by their children. So if Miruko had children, they would all be rabbit people. That alone left behind a stigma, but then there was also the part when those quirks were sometimes problematic. Tsuyu, for example, had poisonous mucus. Hound dog, apparently, began to growl uncontrollably when angry. And some could go downright animalistic in behavior. The biggest part, frankly, was that having catgirls in anime and thinking they were cute didn't mean that having them in real life would provoke identical reactions. Tsuyu was actually looking quite odd, something Uraraka was slowly getting used to. And Himiko's vaguely feline eyes were downright unnerving. The uncanny valley was a problem. Unless you were really lucky to hit the point either human enough like Miruko or way too inhuman like Gang Orca for it to hit you in the face. Tsuyu was way too close to being in the middle of it for her life to be comfortable. The fact that sometimes they got a thematically matching emitter or transformative quirk wasn't much of a help. Himiko opened her mouth and pointed towards her rather pronounced fangs. "I'm apparently a vampire mutant," she says. "I'm faster and stronger than I look, but I'm entirely dependent on drinking BLD regularly. Also, sunlight makes me burn through my BLD supply, and if I run out of it, I start to get horrible sunburns. Oh, and I can smell BLD from a long distance, and I can tell you a lot about the person who lost it." Himiko pauses for a second and sighs painfully. "Also, my quirk is BLD related and it's mostly about impersonating others, so I'm like 1 or 2 points away from scoring a victimhood bingo." She is clearly dejected. She returns to being cheerful after Tsuyu silently raises her hand and they do a fist bump. They are about to continue their outing when suddenly the siren blares. "Security breach, level 3. The booming voice adds, "Students, please promptly evacuate." Panic erupts everywhere around them. Tenya shouts towards some older class students about what's level 3, only to hear a shout back that someone has infiltrated the school and that this never happened before. People react too quickly to the emergency. Worst of all, way too many students were in the cafeteria at the same time, so their rush towards the same exit blocked the corridor completely. Everyone's pushing, and people are going to get crushed by this. They are near the end of it, so they aren't in direct danger unless the infiltrator goes after them, and lunch rush is nowhere to be seen, but it's just the press. Tenya shouts. He is the closest of them all to the window. "Calm down, everyone." No one is hearing him. "Uraraka, use your quirk on Ida and Yorashi." Izuku no longer shrunk suddenly orders, while pointing towards the overcrowded door. She is startled for like a second. She sees something like a faint understanding on Tenya's face, like he had the same idea but it came a second too late. "Ida, I get it." Tenya shouts back and grabs a slightly surprised Inasa. Then he exposes his calves. "Yorashi, the target is the wall above the exit sign." Uraraka still feels out of place, since she has no idea what it is about, but Inasa's face clearly lights with understanding. Tenya propels them over the crowd. Uraraka feels gusts of wind as Inasa is clearly helping him stabilize the flight in order to not hit anyone. They both land right where they intended to. And Uraraka finally understands the plan when she sees Inasa inhaling deeply. "Calm down." He shouts this time. It's certainly his equivalent of a shout, and Uraraka is left briefly wondering if he isn't present MIC's relative. Because wow, that's an impressive volume. Enough to be instantly audible by everyone, despite the deafening noise of the corridor. "It's just the press, look through the window." 10 minutes later, they discovered that they managed to stop the panic before anyone was seriously hurt. But a few students still ended up having to visit Recovery Girl. "This is odd," Power Loader announces during the brief faculty meeting following the incident. It's mostly an informal one. They are just sitting in the teacher's lounge, with Nezu suspiciously absent because it's the time for his private lesson with Midoriya, and he wouldn't miss those, plus he will just watch the recording of the meeting through a camera. What is? Eraserhead wants to go home. The press is, as always, bad business. And that was before it figured out about the rehab course, because this is a mess for another day. It's going to have a field day when it discovers that 𝐻𝐻𝐿 allowed villains to study alongside the future heroes. Well, I investigated the incident from the technical side. Majima replies. We know that the press infiltrated the school grounds. But I have no idea how they did that. What? It was Vlad King who decided to voice their surprise. We have a security system second to the Tartarus prison, and we don't know that. In Eraserhead's opinion, even the national diet had security less stringent than the UA. Shiketsu High was probably in 4th place. That's the point, Vlad. Power Loader replies, while scratching his head slightly. The security system surrounding one of the school gates vanished for close to a minute. There is no feed, and no data. As if someone either jammed it perfectly, or, dunno, dismantled it instantly only to rebuild it after the press stormed in. The gate is back in its place, and nothing changed with it. It's odd. So, a villain did that. Eraserhead says with a painful sigh. Someone either powerful or suicidal enough to threaten 𝐻𝐻𝐿's stronghold. He can only hope that there will be no follow-up to that. It could as well be some random kid or a man-child with a death wish who did this for kicks. 2 days after the cafeteria incident during which Uraraka was, once again, impressed by how quickly Izuku and, to a slightly lesser degree, Tenya reacted, they received an announcement that the newest foundational heroics class would be rather different. Those 2 days were pretty awkward, if Uraraka was to be honest. The rehab course was mostly to blame. Bakugo Katsuki was giving everyone death glares, especially Izuku, and to say that he had an abrasive personality would be an understatement. He didn't speak out a lot, but he was clearly bottling down a lot of anger. And the few times he did speak, he was borderline aggressive. Tenko Shimura was almost absent. As in, he was there in the lessons, but he felt clearly disinterested. He spoke almost never, when he did it was 90% gamer slang, and he vanished right after the class ended. Someone actually decided to raise that point with Izuku with Tenya as an intermediary, but Izuku said that the school gave the rehab course students localizers and they knew where he was. He just preferred to stick to himself. Hitoshi and Himiko in the meantime were a source of somewhat more conflicted emotions. They were hanging around Izuku's group so with Uraraka, Inasa, Tenya, and Tsuyu, and while kinda odd, they seemed to be okay. The rest of the class was slowly opening up to them over it, although the obvious familiarity of those two with Izuku gave the latter some odd stares, but it was going to take way more time to get anywhere. Then she heard that today they were going to have RESCUE training. Uraraka was absolutely overjoyed. She was going to love this day, wasn't she? Too bad that All Might wasn't going to be there until the second half of the lesson, that is, for some reason. Hey, Midoriya. Tsuyu decides to speak on the way to their rescue training site. I always speak what's on my mind. And right now it's the part where your quirk reminds me of All Might's. Ay. Izuku, who sits right next to her, is absolutely startled by those words. Ay. I mean, I'm kinda honored by the comparison, but... Wait up, Asui. It's Kirishima, the manly kid with spiky hair. All Might doesn't have those electric discharges when he moves. And doesn't hurt him so much. So it's just a similar enhancer quirk. Frankly, I'm kinda jealous of those. Ay. You are. Izuku is simultaneously startled and enthusiastic. Uraraka doesn't have to waste time figuring out why the latter half is there. After all, the Q word is in the air. The former is probably because being jealous of someone implies a form of praise, and Izuku clearly has problems dealing with those. Well, they are versatile. Kirishima replies. You can do a lot of things in a flashy way with your quirk. My hardening just makes me harder, so I can survive getting hit, but I can't exactly lift super heavy things or punch someone out super strongly. Don't worry. Uraraka can hear Hitoshi whisper. He does so theatrically. So everyone in the bus can hear it. Girls will love your quirk. Uraraka almost chokes at that quip. She isn't the only one. Kirishima is practically red more than he was a second ago, and Mina looks like she is about to fall off her seat in laughter. Momo looks rather disgusted with the joke. Uraraka hears something like a faint "how vulgar" coming from her, but in an oddly restrained manner. It's as if she found it funny too but decided to maintain her high-class air. Talking about quirks. Inasa says from his seat, I am yet to find out what quirks our new classmates have. And I'm looking forward to finding out. He has a point. Momo adds, we are going to have joint training in a little while. We can't exactly be held in the dark. Class president Izuku is called out. He clearly doesn't enjoy being called out. Well, I think it's their decision to share it. He ends up saying, I know that at least some of them aren't exactly comfortable with their quirks yet, and might be afraid of the backlash, so they prefer to get you to know them beforehand. And Hitoshi sighs. It'll be fine. They'll have to know sooner or later. He interjects, and Izuku looks at him strangely for a second or two. Then he nods. My quirk is called brainwash. I can issue an order to anyone who verbally responds to my words, and it will be followed to the letter in a trance-like state. But I can't issue self-destructive orders. I can't tell you to do something that requires higher brain functions, so I can't alter your emotions and thoughts to, for example, make you like me, and I can't tell you to tell me your secrets. Plus you will know if I used my quirk on you. It's kinda spooky, Uraraka decides. Although the list of exclusions and limitations does alleviate her worries, at least mostly. Inasa could probably force you to do something by using precise gusts of winds to control your movements if he was close enough. Then while the class is mulling it over, still she gets an idea. At least partially due to her memories of the mess in the cafeteria corridor. That's a pretty useful quirk for rescue heroics, I think. Hitoshi stares at her in a way that makes her slightly uncomfortable. The class seems to do the same thing. She is startled by that a bit. I mean, people are often panicked when in danger and can be hard to handle. I actually know a lifeguard that almost drowned because a man he was trying to pull from water clung to him too strongly. With your quirk, you could just have people follow your orders while bringing them away from danger. After a whole life of being told that I'm a villain in the making, hearing that I can be a hero is great, really. Hitoshi says after a second or two of silence. You're the second person to react to my description of brainwash by mentioning its application in heroics after Izuku, though he mentioned dealing with hostage situations. I can't overstate how unbelievably grateful I am right now. And I also told you to change the quirk name. Izuku mumbles from his seat. Brainwash sounds like you can brainwash people to do your bidding. Name it mental order or hypnosis or something like that, and you'll stop having to deal with the wrong associations. Hitoshi glares at him. I can understand people reacting with fear to mind-controlling quirks. Tenya decides to comment on what they heard finally. Hitoshi freezes a bit. Though I don't exactly understand them reacting that way after hearing of the limitations that you mentioned. What's the difference between you telling someone to move somewhere, and someone with a strength quirk just dragging the person in question there? Well, don't ask me. Hitoshi sighs, visibly relieved. Ask my foster parents. They seem to know that well enough, considering their brilliant idea to make me wear a muzzle at home. And their recurrent threats about cutting out my tongue. That's horrible. Momo is the first one to regain the ability to speak. Could be worse. Himiko interjects with a slightly weird smile. My father tried to tear my fangs off for being a freak mutant. Without them I'd kinda die of starvation, so I guess it counts as him trying to kill me. This time the silence is painfully long. How do you exactly react to an announcement like that? Especially done while smiling. But it's alright, because I have new parents right now, and they are nice. Himiko seems to have taken notice of the awkwardness. Or perhaps it was something that Izuku gestured at her to do. I even have friends now. And my quirk is called BLD transformation. It lets me impersonate anyone whose BLD I drank, with duration depending on how much BLD I took. I can copy their looks, their clothes, their voice, sometimes even their quirks. Like Toshi, I can't exactly expect to be popular with it, so I plan to go for the underground heroics. Well, I can certainly see it being useful in infiltrations. Surprisingly enough, it's 𝐔𝐸𝐽. The invisible girl. She kept a low profile and, well, is invisible so they didn't notice her being close by. What defines whether you can or not copy a quirk? Actually, I dunno. Himiko seems startled by the question. I think I need to understand how the quirk works beforehand. And some just don't work. Mutant ones work always, transformative ones almost always, emitters vary. Especially mental quirks tend to not work. And without some experience in the matter, I can't use them to the same degree as the original users, so, don't expect me to perform someone's super move right off the bat. And the rest of you? Inasa decides that they learned enough about Himiko. Bakugo snarls from his seat. Explosion. He replies. That's all they get from him. Hey, sunshine. Hitoshi decides to intervene. He asked about your quirk, not your personality. What did you just say to me, you bass? Bakugo looks like he is about to leap off his seat, but suddenly he freezes. And just sits there, staring blankly in space. Remain seated and quiet until we arrive. Hitoshi says, and something in his voice makes him sound differently. Uraraka, and not just Uraraka, realizes that he just used his quirk on Bakugo. Izuku clears his throat. Toshi, using your quirk is a no-no. Even on him. Their class president says. I get it that he was about to call you names, but still. Well, then wake him up. Hitoshi shrugs. Just a light bump and done. I'll let him stay like that, it's just 1 or 2 minutes. Izuku decides. He needs to calm down a bit. His quirk is called Explosion, and it makes him sweat nitroglycerin. Unfortunately, as Hitoshi pointed out, he has a bit of an explosive temper. Also, Tenko. Tenko shakes his head and returns to playing on his phone. Well, that concludes the introductions. Izuku says. Oh, it's an honor to finally be able to meet you, Ms. Midoriya. Nezu announces as All Might and Inko enter his office. Likewise, Principal Nezu. She gives him a faint smile. I heard a lot of good things about your taste in tea, and I'm looking forward to finding out what brands you serve to your guests. All Might, whose taste in drinks was always tilted towards Coca-Cola and other carbonated drinks, decides to not take part in that talk. It's bad enough that he is missing a lesson, just because Nezu had a brain aneurysm and scheduled the private lesson review meeting at such an hour. Nezu absolutely beams at the discovery that Midoriya Inko has a rather exquisite taste in teas. Oh, if only he met Gentle Criminal. That man can recite and review from memory almost every type of tea known to mankind, and All Might is somewhat shocked that he did that while still having time to be a villain. Eventually they all sat down. Only Yagi without a cup of some rather high-class tea. So, Nezu, All Might still wants to make it for the second half of the lesson using one for all remnants to sprint there feels wasteful, but it's his son they are talking about. Nana would understand, and decides to not waste any more time. What's your opinion on Izuku after the first 2 private lessons? Oh, he's absolutely wonderful. Nezu exclaims and Inko smiles a bit. Hearing a teacher, the principal, even actually praising Izuku is probably somewhat a cathartic moment to her. An unpolished diamond when it comes to strategy and planning in general. I can assure you that by the time he graduates, he'll be playing in the same league as me and Sir Night-Eye. All Might more or less expected that. He knew that Izuku had a brilliant mind. Although hearing the confirmation from someone who was probably a top brain in the country certainly helps his confidence in that. I assume that you already more or less analyzed my son's strengths and weaknesses. Inko says. And this meeting is about that. Correct. Nezu says. Every mastermind of this level has their own specializations. For example, I'm unmatched when it comes to analyzing copious amounts of data. My quirk allows me to search through thousands of pages of text in a matter of seconds, analyzing it down to the handwriting style. However, my understanding of social cues and human actions and psychology outside of what I have called hard data for is lacking. There is a reason why I'm leaving the majority of interactions with the students to the faculty members. Sir Night-Eye, in the meantime, excels in investigations. All Might adds. He works slower than Nezu, because he lacks the high-spec ability for analysis, but his understanding of people is much better. He is much better at guesswork and figuring out the motives of people. This is why he is better at investigative work than Nezu, Because the principal has problems with operating without data to base his theories on, while Sir excels in data gathering. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 looks at him a bit strangely, so he shrugs. I talked with him about it once, back before we had a fallout. 𝐼 explains. This is why having them in my team allowed us to corner all for one. Sir 𝐼 excelled in gathering data, while 𝐂𝐳 was a MSTR of analyzing it and figuring out the truth behind it. What a coincidence that you mention all for one, 𝐂𝐳 starts. 13 finished her short speech about the dangers of quirks. For the first time in history, Izuku Midoriya was the second most enthusiastic person in front of a hero. Uraraka has clearly met her idol and it was just painful to watch. Eraserhead sighed. 2 seconds later, he realized that something was wrong. He looked towards the main square of the USJ right in time to see a small circle of black mist emerge in the middle of it, and then grow rapidly, with figures stepping out of it. Villains. Lots of villains. Dozens of them. And even if they are small fries, this doesn't look particularly good. Oh, is that part of the training? Kirishima is among the first ones to spot the new arrivals. No, those are real villains. Eraserhead says while putting his goggles on. He ignores the shocked gasps. Eraserhead, 13 and present MIC. The man built from the black mist, a warp quirk user. No doubt, he was the one to bring them here, announces. Despite the distance, he is clearly audible. How odd. We came here expecting to meet the symbol of peace. He should be here according to the teacher's curriculum we procured 2 days ago. Plans change. The black-haired man wearing a black dress shirt, black dress breathes, and a gas mask covering his mouth and nose announces. There is some sort of voice amplification feature built into it. We'll slaughter the kids instead. Maybe that will make him show up. He sounds utterly disinterested. He just stated his willingness to kill 24 children like Eraserhead would state his willingness to take a nap. No alerts. Yorozu is inquiring about that in the back, but 13 clearly has no idea why they didn't go off. The comms are jammed. The attackers came prepared. You can't fight them. Izuku shouts and leaps off his position towards him, and presently we have to. Eraserhead promptly replies. Present MIC is looking down the stairs with a look of determination on his face. No, you don't understand, it's. Izuku says, and Eraserhead immediately realizes that he is speaking with the kid that has private lessons with 𝐂𝐳, even if only 2 thus far, and knows several supervillains personally. If he says it like that, then he must have a reason. And probably has better intel on many fields than Eraserhead does. Talk to me. Eraserhead postpones his attack for a few more seconds and interrupts Izuku. The villain with a gas mask is called Overhaul. Izuku speaks quickly. He is almost in his rare mumbling mode, but somehow he managed to stay understandable. We need all might or the entire faculty save for him to take him down. And if it's the latter, we'll probably fail to do it without casualties. This sounds bad. Eraserhead never heard of him, and he will have lots of questions to ask Izuku after this fight is over. If they all survive. He isn't the only one with questions, judging from the fact that some of the other students are close enough to hear their conversation. Quirk. Materia assembly on touch. Izuku replies in a hurry. Insta-kill if he touches you. Can heal himself and others. He will destroy or reform your scarf if you let him touch it too, and he can alter monomaterial surfaces around him to pretty much do what Cemento-sensei can. Eraserhead suddenly realizes that if he didn't stop to listen to what Midoriya had to say, he would be already dead. Oh, great. He is going to have to give the problem child extra credit for that, isn't he? Weaknesses. He needs to buy time, because the first villains are already scaling the stairs. Misophobia. Izuku quickly replies. If you take his mask off or throw some dirt or BLD on his exposed skin, he should freak out for a moment. Not much, but he can work with that. 13. Get the students out of here. Eraserhead shouts. If Midoriya says something, listen to him. He is 𝐂𝐳's student. He leaps forward. Present MIC times his first attack perfectly, blasting the small fries around right before Eraserhead gets to them. The fight starts. Because Izuku's particular specialty resembles all for one the most. 𝐻𝐸 says. I'd risk saying that it's practically speaking his carbon copy, just without the evil. All Might does his best to appear surprised. He isn't explaining to 𝐻𝐸 the part where All for One was Izuku's stepfather for most of his life. 𝐭𝐴 doesn't want people to know, either. Especially the heroes. Gran Torino knowing is everything she is ready to agree to on that field. If I were to summarize this specialty in the smallest amount of words, 𝐻𝐸 continues. It'd be creative problem solving. Or, perhaps, creative application of tools. All for One's entire empire was tailored alongside his particular brand of genius, which is the main reason why it remained strong for so long. I feel like he created more problems than he solved. All Might decides to point out. 𝐭𝐴 gives him a tired look. Yes, undoubtedly. 𝐻𝐸 chuckles a bit. However, his empire always lacked any sort of organized structure. It was quite literally All for One and his inner court, surrounded by numerous semi-independent organizations that he held indebted or terrified enough to follow his wishes. When he wanted something done, he looked through his list of contacts for those with the necessary skill sets and quirks and assembled a proper operation plan. Izuku, perhaps unconsciously, is already doing something very similar. I believe that I'd notice my son assembling an empire of crime. 𝐭𝐴 comments. So I'll take that as a hyperbole. Or a metaphor. This pulls out another brief chuckle from 𝐻𝐸. Oh, there are no crimes involved, I assure you, Ms. Midoriya. The principal says. Are you perhaps aware of the incident that occurred in the school cafeteria 2 days ago? I am. Yagi says. 𝐭𝐴 is clearly surprised by it. There was a panic following a security alert caused by the media breaking in. A few students were lightly wounded due to everyone trying to leave the building through the same door at the same time. Yes, but are you aware that the incident was solved by your son? This time Yagi joins the surprised group. Izuku hadn't mentioned it. Then again, it was something positive about him, and he was problematic on that field. When the alarm sounded, he was in the cafeteria together with his friends. Namely, Uraraka Ochiko, Inasa Yorashi, Tenya Ida, Tsuyu Asui, Hitoshi Shinsu and Himiko Toga. They didn't join the ongoing chaos next to the exit, and instead were a bit behind it. 𝐻𝐸 drinks some of his tea. He is clearly overjoyed to narrate this event, despite some of the students being wounded. Then again, they already made changes to the security and there were going to be some evacuation drills in order to prevent the panic from occurring again. 𝐭𝐴 drinks some of her tea. She is clearly overjoyed to hear about Izuku having friends. Especially when the list is this long. It takes most of her self-control not to start crying out of sheer happiness in front of 𝐻𝐸. That and, well, she prefers not to cry over tea. A matter of aesthetics, really. It makes tea parties rather awkward. I believe that Tenya spotted the press through the window and informed the others. 𝐻𝐸 continues. Izuku almost immediately conjured a plan to calm the crowd. He had Uraraka make Inasa and Tenya weightless. Then he had Tenya propel the two of them towards the exit doors over the crowd, with Inasa using his quirk to stabilize their flight. Inasa could go there on his own, but considering the situation, him using his quirk excessively might have only amplified the panic. Once they got to their destination, Inasa used his rather overbearing voice to draw the attention of the students that were now facing him, and explain to them that it's just the press, not an attack. Ah! All Might still marvels at the quick thinking when 𝐭𝐴 makes the face of sudden understanding. Application of tools, was it? 𝐻𝐸 smiles at her. Precisely. The rodent announces. Thankfully, he realizes that All Might is still kinda lost, and decides to help him. Your son analyzes everyone he meets, noting down their quirks, abilities, personality, strengths, weaknesses, and so on. When he encounters a problem, he immediately looks through the list of available tools, and finds the best way of solving the problem with what he has on hand. The cafeteria incident is a great example. He realized that the panic had to be calmed down, so he analyzed the quirks and abilities of his friends and devised a plan to deal with the problem. We had a talk about it already, and he actually had 2 plans prepared. If Inasa failed to calm the crowd, Izuku would have Himiko Toga shapeshift into Eraserhead in order to use the teacher's authority to defuse the situation. This was his plan B, due to Aizawa's generally low profile. If she could impersonate present MIC, with his much louder voice and greater ability to influence the crowd, he would make it his plan A. Nezu pauses for a few seconds, letting All Might come to an understanding with what he just said. Frankly speaking, the rodent then adds, I'm looking forward to Izuku Midoriya leading hero agency team-ups against larger villainous organizations. Creating plans on how to maximize the strengths of his assets and how to exploit the identified weakness of his enemies to the maximum. He chuckles. Oh, this will be appealing to watch. It'll be like having All for One acting as a strategist and tactician for the heroes. All Might looks back to the moment on the rooftop and wonders what might have been if he hadn't changed his answer. What if Izuku started pulling people like Hitoshi and Himiko out of their problems, only to offer them something else than heroics? Something significantly more villainous. He doesn't like the images that his mind conjures. I'm afraid that I can't allow this. The cloud of black mist says to the students who were just about to get to the exit door. How did he get there so fast? Uraraka saw him down there like a second or two ago. They all take a step back, even 13. This messy blackness with lines for eyes is intimidating. We are the Paranormal Liberation Front. The cloud announces. I apologize for interrupting your lessons, but we have come here to meet and extinguish the symbol of peace. As for why I'm here, in front of you, it's because, 13-sensei, don't. Izuku suddenly shouts, startling the teacher that was just about to use her quirk on the villain. Yurashi, blast him sideways. Inasa doesn't wait to think about it. He doesn't ask questions. He remembers how Izuku outplayed him during the combat training. He remembers Izuku figuring out how to calm the raging crowd before him. He probably decides that there is a plan, just that he is yet to figure it out, and it's obviously time-sensitive. Besides, Aizawa-sensei told 13 to listen to him, right? So he does what Izuku told him to. The gust of wind is powerful. Several of the students are almost pulled by it, but their stronger classmates react in time. The Cloud Man curses while he is pushed sideways, his body reforming closer to a humanoid form a few meters away, still clearly struggling against the wind. 13 takes the moment to run past it and open the exit door. Students lunge towards it. They heard what Izuku told Eraserhead about the head villain, and they realize that this isn't the time to be heroes. You will not. The Mistman shouts and spreads his blackness again, pushing Inasa's wind back. They will not make it, they don't have time for it, maybe at least some of the students. 13, don't fight him, don't use your quirk, just run away. Izuku shouts. Ida, alert the school. Uraraka hears. She is among those who made it to the door in time. Tsuyu Asui is fast in water. Sure, she is a frog, and they might not be the best in open water like this, but she is also human enough to compensate. She is fast enough to beat back the shark villain that was about to assault Midoriya, and pull him and Mineta out of the water. She throws Midoriya and Mineta too to the ship that they emerged next to, and then scales the ship side herself. Well, aren't we in a pickle? Tsuyu says, eyeing the waters surrounding the ship. There are some villains down there. Yeah, quite so. Izuku says. He is already thinking about something. Tsuyu has so many questions about what happened earlier, but this is clearly not the time. But we just have to wait for All Might to arrive, right? Mineta pops up. Once he does, he'll just go like, POW. And bam. And it's over, right? No, I don't think it will be that easy. Midoriya replies. They thought that they would meet him here, together with Aizawa-sensei and 13-sensei. Overhaul is a perfect counter to Aizawa-sensei, while that Black Mist villain is a perfect counter to 13. I also saw some big, black, thing with an exposed brain standing right next to Overhaul. I think that whatever it is, the attackers think that it's a counter to All Might. Is that why you told 13 to run? Tsuyu asks. She doesn't know how that Black Mist villain is a counter to her, but... Yes. Izuku replies. 13 will die the second she uses her quirk on that Black Mist villain. Mineta is thoroughly panicking next to them. Tsuyu prefers to ignore him. Okay, we need to start moving. Might be hard considering the part where we are surrounded by villains. Tsuyu points out and Mineta freezes. What's your plan? She is curious about Izuku Midoriya. More than she is willing to let people know. Despite the arguments to the contrary, his quirk still resembles All Might's to her. He risked facing other heroes to save a complex mutant and a kid with quote-unquote villainous quirk. That alone is saying a lot about him. As much as I hate to admit it, Izuku says, facing her. Students might be the key to winning this fight. Oh. Tsuyu understands it now. Bold, she has to admit. But it makes sense. They sent me to the water zone. She says, and he confirms her suspicions with a fervent nod. What? Mineta fails to get it. They prepared perfect counters for the teachers. Izuku replies patiently. But they tossed the frog mutant into a flood zone, instead of the avalanche or conflagration zone. They either don't know the quirks of the students or they didn't consider us a threat. And considering the fact that Tsuyu easily outmaneuvered and beat up that shark villain to save us, they are mostly cannon fodder that even we can fight against. We just need to figure out how to use our quirks to get out of this, and we'll be alright. We might even be able to help the teachers. Are you kidding me? Mineta almost shouts. Didn't you see my quirk during the battle trial? It's useless. Completely useless. She sees some odd flinch on Midoriya's face. She isn't sure what to think about it. Mineta, there is no such thing as a completely useless quirk. Izuku shouts back. And certainly not among the people who got to the UA and passed Aizawa's quirk test. I already have a plan, and you're the key part of it, so stop shouting and help me out. Oh. You? You do. And I what? Mineta is shocked, almost to the point of crying. The villains get impatient. One of them uses his quirk to damage the ship, which starts sinking slowly. 3 minutes later, the 3 hero students are leaving the flood zone, leaving behind an entire ball of villains glued together with Mineta's ball. Tsuyu is incredibly impressed. The second fight that ends is the one between Todoroki Shoto and a crowd of villains within the landslide zone. It isn't even a fight, really. Shoto freezes everyone and then has them spill the beans about their plan, before unfreezing them. He doesn't want them to die. The cold in their bodies steals their willingness to fight. Shoto heads towards the central area, just like Midoriya and his group does. In the mountain zone, Kaminari, Momo, Kyoka, and Himiko are engaged by a crowd of villains. Himiko feels like a fifth wheel in the fight. Kaminari stuns people with a touch. Kyoka blasts them with her own heartbeat. Momo conjures things from thin air. What can Himiko do? She is fast and agile, but ultimately not very trained in combat. She doesn't even carry any weapon, and they are a bit too hard-pressed for her to ask Momo to make something for her. It turns out that she can do quite a lot, once she has someone who knows how to apply her particular skill set next to her. After Kaminari short-circuits while stunning everyone in the vicinity, and they deal with the one villain that tried to take him prisoner, Himiko running towards Kaminari right after the blast to check if he was alright saved them from a hostage situation. Momo has an idea. She tells Himiko to shapeshift into the electric villain, while she produces fake HNDCFFS. Their entire group passed by the villain reinforcements unmolested, Himiko explaining to the villains that they are urgently needed as hostages in the central square. Kirishima didn't know what to think about the rehab course folks. He can understand trying to make your life into something better. He has a history with that. Sure, he wanted to change out of being weak and indecisive. This isn't the same as committing whatever crimes they did commit. He landed in the ruins zone with Tenko and Bakugo and almost immediately understood one thing. That he certainly prefers those two to be heroes, or at least civilians. Because what he witnesses isn't a fight. It's a methodical, one-sided massacre that he barely gets to participate in. Tenko moves silently but freakishly fast. He doesn't even use his quirk, whatever it is. He appears out of nowhere but right next to thoroughly shocked enemies and then either rams their heads into the wall or does something similarly nasty. Bakugo does all the shouts and taunts. Half of them are directed at some undefined stupid nerd Deku, which is kinda odd, But Kirishima isn't going to ask. Kirishima expected something else when he heard about sweating nitroglycerin. Instead he discovers that he landed in the ruins zone with a living explosion that can explode whatever and whenever it wants. That's kinda awesome. Perhaps manly too, but he is waiting with that assessment until he finds out what made Bakugo into a supposed villain. When the ruins zone runs out of villains, they proceed towards the exit. Eraserhead eliminated most of the villains in the central area. By that time he is acutely aware of two things. First is the fact that they aren't going to make it. Two is that they only got that far because All Might's absence meant that present MIC was there, and because Eraserhead stopped to listen to Izuku Midoriya's intel. Eraserhead keeps Overhaul's quirk locked in at all times. Present MIC knows him well enough, they fought alongside each other many times. Each time someone is about to attack Eraserhead from the back or side, he gets hit by a highly concentrated sound wave. The few villains that tried to go after the voice hero are interrupted by Inasa Yorashi, who, by some freak and happy coincidence, is still there. On the stairs behind Eraserhead, right next to present MIC, Eraserhead has to blink from time to time. Overhaul tried to use that by putting his hands on the ground and waiting for him to blink, probably in order to reassemble the floor underneath him. He is a bit behind his villains, but Aizawa Shouter has a counter to that. He shouts to MIC right before blinking, and each time that happens, Hisashi hits Overhaul with one of his blast waves. Not strong enough to damage him, but strong enough to push him back a bit, forcing him to stop touching the ground with his hands. Enough to give Aizawa time to blink. Well, DMN. Overhaul decides to speak finally. Someone sold me out, here. You clearly know how my disease works. Eraserhead uses his capture scarf to throw one villain into another. He is slightly winded, but that's not exactly the problem right now. The real problem is Overhaul and that big, muscular something next to him that doesn't even flinch when Erasure hits it. Also, what the hell was that part about the disease? Overhaul leaps forward. He is fast. Probably as fast as Eraserhead, if not slightly more. But Eraserhead is prepared. When Overhaul gets close enough, the hero throws a handful of fresh BLD and dust that he gathered on his hand earlier. The villain no longer carries a mask. Present MIC's sonic blasts shattered its glass visor, so he threw it off. He didn't seem to like that at all. Midoriya's intel is spot on. Overhaul freaks out and shouts something, trying to clear the mess from his face despite being right in front of the enemy. The capture scarf is waiting for it, wrapping itself around the villain's body. If Aizawa manages to wrap him up in a way that keeps his arms immobile while hands can't twist enough to touch the scarf, he'll Numu. Overhaul shouts. And Aizawa sees red. Nezu apologizes for interrupting their talk about the future of their wonderful son and picks up a phone. Hound dog. Ida what? Villains are attacking the USJ. Nezu says, and All Might tenses. Don't forget the phone, I'll send you what we know en route. Go. All Might jumps through his window with enough strength to send Nezu and his coffee table flying. Inko moves fast enough to catch him with her quirk. Once Nezu knows that the jamming is there, he manages to fight through it with little effort. The school was prepared. It's just the automatic measures that were somewhat dealt with by whoever was bold enough to attack the UA. As the faculty hurries to the USJ, Nezu analyzes the available data and he isn't touching the part where Inko Midoriya's quirk oddly resembles the one of mischief. It's not important now. He can detect 13 and a handful of students fleeing from the building. Unlike Tenya, they were still within the jamming range, but out of the direct threat. Nezu isn't sure why a hero is fleeing with only some of the students. No student was killed or heavily injured. He knows that much. He detects the life signature of the person who can tell him more, and sees no hostiles near it. So he makes a phone call. Principal Nezu. He hears from the other side. Izuku Midoriya sounds relieved. Did Ida make it? Because of course it was his plan to have Tenya rush for help. Should Nezu even be surprised? Yes, he did. Izuku, talk to me. Nezu says, and he can see Inko being visibly relieved. Her son is alive. Whether he'll stay like this until his father's arrival remains to be seen. No less than 70 villains. Arrived through a warp quirk. Izuku replies. Their leader is Overhaul. Ask my mom who that is. Only 3 villains seem to be dangerous, the rest are losing to the students despite numerical advantage. It's Overhaul himself, the warp quirk user resembling a black mist and some big, black thing with an exposed brain. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 moves the phone aside for a second. This is the first time he ever heard the name Overhaul and he intends to amend this immediately. Please, write down everything you know about a villain known as Overhaul, Ms. Midoriya. She freezes lightly at the mention, and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 has a lot of questions but not enough time to ask them. He returns to the phone. Go on. They knew the original schedule for the day. Izuku continues. Every major villain was picked to be a counter to one of the teachers. Overhaul to Eraserhead, Black Mist to 13 and whatever that black thing is, to All Might. Black Mist stated that they are here to kill him. Oh, great. That's the height of audacity, even when you have a powerful warp quirk at your disposal. Principal 𝐻𝐻𝐿, the threat is real. Izuku says and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 freezes because he really doesn't want to hear those words. Overhaul is practically a triple S villain in the making, and I had 13 flee because considering the matchup, she would die the second she used her quirk in front of the Black Mist villain. I have no idea what they prepared to face the symbol of peace, but it's certainly something dangerous. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 shifts the image on the screen to the one showing the central square. Just in time to see the big, black thing with an exposed brain smash Eraserhead face first into the concrete floor. The only way to leave the USJ was through the central square. He can see a lot of students making their way towards it. This isn't going to be good. Then 𝐒𝐭𝐻 Midoriya shows him the summary about the Overhaul's abilities and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 amends his opinion. Not good is an understatement. You know, Eraserhead, that I somewhat like your disease. Overhaul says, while the Numu whatever that is keeping the hero pinned to the floor. You just have to look at someone to alleviate their symptoms. This is a really handy power to have. Eraserhead activates his quirk and looks at the hand of the Numu. Its strength doesn't falter. It's not a quirk. Is it a mutation quirk? This sheer physical power is DMN close to All Might's. Overhaul. The Black Mist villain returns to them. Kurogiri. Overhaul replies. Is 13 dead? No. Eraserhead feels relieved. Numu being right above him stops present MIC from attacking, but at the very least 13 is still alive. She managed to escape together with close to half of the students. Escape. A hero did, despite there still being students around. What exactly did Midoriya tell her to do? I scattered the rest around the building. Kurogiri continues. But I fear that the enemy reinforcements will arrive soon. This is actually beneficial to the Paranormal Liberation Front's goals, Kurogiri. Overhaul replies after a second or two of silence. If All Might is anywhere on the school grounds, he will most likely appear first. This gives us a window of opportunity to excise him before other teachers arrive. We're staying until then. In the meantime, Eraserhead hears a faint chuckle. Let's end the life of one irritating radio host, shall we? No. 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 He hears an explosion. And then and for the first time in his life, Eraserhead is ecstatic to hear it, the loud shout. Fear not, for I am here. All Might has arrived. Numu slams his head into the pavement once again a second later, and everything goes black. Inasa Yorashi would have a blast with the whole fighting Real villains thing if not for the fact that, to be frank, the enemy is winning the battle badly. And this means that he might lose classmates. This is bad. He likes his classmates. Worst of all, he might have just lost his teacher. Right after he decided that despite looking like he was half dead, Aizawa Shouter was a capital H hero. Because jumping into a crowd of something like 50 villains with nothing but a scarf and a quirk that's honestly kinda weak on its own is the peak of awesomeness and passion for heroism. He finally understands why Izuku said that Aizawa is pretty much a #1 hero for the underground heroes. He also knows he read about it on the internet after finding out that underground heroes exist, that many limelight heroes look down on their less publicized cousins. After that day in the USJ, Inasa Yorashi knows that he will never do such a thing. Because underground heroes, the men and women who ignore the press and popularity to focus on saving people are absolutely, capital letters even in his mind, F awesome. Then All Might comes. A bit too late for Inasa to have a chance to witness the #1 Limelight and #1 Underground heroes teaming up, but quick enough to fly past Inasa and present MIC, pull Eraserhead from under that Numu thing, take down the few remaining thugs, and deliver Aizawa-sensei's unconscious body to Inasa's English teacher. Aizawa-sensei needs medical help. Inasa wants to witness the battle, but he needs to help carry him to safety. He just hopes that the cameras are recording the battle and he gets to see it. All Might realizes that Izuku's message relayed to him by Nezu was spot on. It isn't going to be pretty, because the Numu refuses to sustain any damages from All Might's punches. The only positive part of the situation is that his hits carry enough air pressure that Overhaul cannot approach him. Because if All Might had to deal with a death touch quirk and whatever that groaning monstrosity in front of him is, it would be worse than bad. Personally speaking, Numu disgusts me. Overhaul announces. It's a diseased wretch that I'd have euthanized without a second of doubt. But it's quite useful against a disease vector like you, All Might. It carries a shock absorption quirk, alongside its already inhumanly powerful physique. He chuckles menacingly. Come on, All Might. Show me how you deal with something like that. Be a hero. All Might does just that. And he does a backdrop slam, with enough strength to make it look like an explosion. He realizes immediately that it was a mistake when he feels Numu's fingers drill into his sides, including the wounded one. At least the one for all enhanced muscles stop it before it reaches the damages underneath them. Right according to the plan, All Might. Overhaul sighs. You totally forgot that we still have Kurogiri, the living warp gate, right? And it seems that you really are weakening. All Might struggles, but the Numu's sheer strength is simply tremendous. Close to his own. In any other position he could try to push through and would probably succeed, but his backdrop slam left him hanging in a way that makes him unable to exert his full strength. Numu begins to pull him towards the warp gate. Cleaning my insides up will be a touch displeasing. All Might hears an unfamiliar voice. It has to be Kurogiri. But I'll endure it if it means ending the symbol of peace. Numu was supposed to restrain you, letting Kurogiri sever you in half. Overhaul continues gloating. It's a nice thing when your plans go just right, isn't it? All Might, the symbol of peace, gets a last-minute save by his own students. Izuku's group, Endeavor's son, and the hardening boy alongside Tenko and Izuku's old bully arrive at almost the same time. Shoto freezes Numu. Bakugu's blast pushes the black mist away, letting Tenko grab whatever solid part of it there was and slam it into the pavement, all but one finger on it. He is no longer wearing gloves. Great job! Izuku shouts. Even you, Bakugu. Don't tell me what to do, shitty nerd. Bakugu shouts back and All Might realizes that his son had to time their arrival and plan it. I planned to do this on my own. Of course Izuku did that. Nezu told him to not engage unless Numu turns out to be a threat to All Might. So he gathered whoever was coming to the central square using now working comms and reacted when he saw that All Might was threatened. Yagi Toshinori's already overflowing pride overflows even more. Numu's grip is weakened and he manages to escape it. Well, that's what you get for hiring third-rate goons. Overhaul says dryly. They can't even stall a bunch of kids. The council will be overjoyed to hear about it. I guess I picked the wrong time to say that the plan goes just right, didn't I, Kurogiri? The warp gate mumbles something. Oh well. Numu, free Kurogiri. Despite half of its body frozen solid, the Numu stands. The ice breaks, practically severing its body in half. Which then promptly begins to regrow in seconds. What the? Izuku is shocked. It's not shock absorption. All Might actually has the same question. Well, as I said, Numu disgusts me. Overhaul, despite everything that happened, isn't moved by facing so many enemies on his own. Even a single disease is bad enough, but he has several. Including shock absorption and hyper-regeneration. An artificial human being carrying multiple quirks, a premier achievement of the Paranormal Liberation Front's scientific department. multiple quirks. Oh F no. Not this SHT again. Nana's grandson almost dies. All Might takes the blow in the last second after pushing Tenko away. There is enough punch left in the Numu to send him back. Kurogiri is free again and retreats behind Overhaul. To not hesitate to kill a child. All Might is livid. Have you no shame? Shame. Overhaul chuckles. Do you know what shame is? It's the reaction you have when you realize that what you are doing isn't perceived as normal. But guess what? He throws his arms around. I reject normal. This is what the name of our organization indicates. We fight to end the hero society, to end the world as you know it. Some of us just want to murder freely, others want to reign over those with weaker quirks, and he pauses for a second. I want to heal the world from the diseases known as quirks, heroes, and villains. What makes you think that there is anything that I'd shy away from doing to achieve it? All Might. Overhaul is mad. There is no doubt about it. Bold words for someone who is just in to get some kicks out of murdering people. All Might replies and Overhaul freezes for a second. Someone is hurt by the accusation. Young Midoriya, get everyone out of here. Now. What? But, it's Kirishima, really rearing for some action. We need to listen to him. Izuku, oh how he loves his son, doesn't waste any time with it. He can't go all out if it means that we can be wounded by it. We need to give him some space, now. To All Might's relief, the kids listen to him. Although Bakugo, unsurprisingly, seems to hate it. Numu, kill All Might. Overhaul reacts immediately. I'll slaughter the kids. He lunges towards Izuku and his friends. All Might freezes his movement with one singular glare. The pure manifestation of his strength and authority as a symbol of peace. Then, before he can try attacking the students again, All Might begins to exchange blows with the Numu. There are far too many air pressure changes for Overhaul or anyone else to intervene. This is now between the All Might and the being that was made to be his equal. Didn't you hear it? Overhaul shouts. It has shock absorption. Should have told me that it was shock nullification, villain. All Might sniggers. Izuku might have been taught by All for One, but whose genes did he get? Did Overhaul take All Might for a dumb brute? Absorption quirks always have limits. And he promptly makes the Numu reach it. It takes him almost 200 blows in a span of several seconds. The villains should have staged some emergencies earlier to weaken him. If they truly knew that he is getting weaker, as Overhaul stated. Instead, his meeting with Nezu just made him arrive at the scene almost untouched. So, he sent the Numu through the ceiling, while still having strength to spare. By the time looks at Overhaul again, he and Kurogiri are gone from his sights. Seconds later, the rest of the faculty arrives. I believe that some explanations are in order. Nezu announces to the room filled with Yagi Toshinori and his family members. Okay, it's just Inko and Izuku, but still. They are in the principal's office, which is just slightly damaged by All Might's enthusiastic exit. Unfortunately, Nezu doesn't seem to care about it, and instead his question was directed at something a bit more problematic. I'm not even going to ask why you married Mischief, All Might. Nezu adds, and Yagi is briefly surprised. How did Nezu figure that out? Then again, it was Nezu. I'll just assume that it was out of love, which is one of the human things that I struggle to compute, and leave it at that. What I really want to know is why a previously unknown supervillain just attacked my school, only for me to discover that my own student knew more about him than I did. The sad part is that Yagi doesn't know the answer to that either. Toshi, do you remember how I mentioned that I adopted Eri after she was rescued from a villain? Inko replies and Yagi suddenly understands. That villain was Overhaul. I simply didn't think that it was important, because I thought that he was dead. So All Might didn't know either, I see. Nezu sighs. He is on his third tea in 20 minutes, and it's not a good sign. Can you please go through it chronologically? 2 years ago Izuku was on a sightseeing trip with his uncles. Inko decides to go through it. He was going through some hero museums, only for a little girl in a clear state of distress to suddenly run into him after leaping out of some alleyway. Soon after that, Overhaul popped up, claiming to be her father. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 sighs. Izuku, of course, didn't buy it, and went into his little hero mode. Please don't tell me that Izuku faced Overhaul. Yagi can feel the coming headache. If half of the things he heard about his quirk are correct, Overhaul is at least a double S-rank villain that would require more than one top hero cooperating to safely take down. Eraserhead holding him off for so long without anyone dying was achievable only due to several lucky coincidences, such as present MIC being there, and the two heroes being extremely well trained in fighting alongside each other, and the specifics of his quirk. Well, not as much faced as successfully evaded. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 corrects him. Izuku looks down, probably wondering if he was in trouble. Overhaul managed to track him back to where he was staying during the trip, and sent an assault party to retrieve Eri. It failed, because we had some uncles and aunts present. Considering the situation to be troublesome, they might have launched a bit of a counter-raid, which ended with Overhaul's base of operations collapsing on him. She sighs. We did assume that he was buried there, but evidently he wasn't. Once again, I'm going to ignore something. Nezu says after a few seconds. This time it will be obvious vigilantism. And probably some murders. Still, All Might, you are straining my patience. All Might doesn't comment on it. He is Nezu's most valued figure in his little war against the HPSC. The rat isn't losing him, even if he has to break the law a bit. He has enough connections in the police and among the journalists to smooth things out even if that was discovered. What exactly was Overhaul doing? Attempting to create a drag that can render people permanently quirkless. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 replies. Since he considers quirks to be a form of disease. All he managed to achieve was a drag that damages people's quirk, making them not work for a few days. He apparently almost managed to create the prototype of the quirk-destroying drag, but then we happened. Anything else? Nezu asks. He is probably going to drink another cup of tea after hearing about a quirk-destroying drag being an even theoretical possibility. This is something with a potential to overthrow the current society if it's mass-produced. And if it's possible to be produced, it probably will be. Somewhere. Somewhen, somehow. I'll write you a full report. About where and when it happened. And what sort of organization he was leading. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 states. I can reassure you, however, that neither quirk-suppressing nor quirk-destroying drags are a possibility currently. Why? Nezu asks. Because he was producing them from Eri's BLD. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 replies and Yagi freezes. Why was he never told? And he isn't getting her back. The look on her face reminds Yagi that his wife is a supervillain. A former one and not particularly bloody, but... Well, Nezu says after a few seconds. I'd have probably looked into a way to arrest you, but I have a soft spot for victims of mad science. Plus he really doesn't want to ruin All Might's reputation. Toshinori is going to have a serious talk with 𝐭𝐻𝐻 about keeping secrets after this is over. 1A chatroom class president at everyone class president, I just left the principal's office. Official announcement, everyone got out safely. The only one injured save for me breaking a finger is Aizawa sensei, but he will make full recovery. 47 F-rank and 32 E-rank villains were apprehended. The ringleaders escaped, except for the Numu, which has been secured but it's yet to be ranked. Gravity Girl, yes. I was so worried about you all. Turboman, this is incredibly reassuring. I'd like to attribute this to our skills, but considering the circumstances, this is more likely to be due to the enemy underestimating us. And focusing their attention on the teachers. Creative Spirit, I agree with my fellow class vice president. The enemy clearly underestimated us, and we've managed to turn that to our favor. Riot, YEAH. Class President, I'd also like to say that whoever is feeling like they have problems getting over what happened, think nightmares, fears etc. is welcome to schedule the appointment with Hound Dog. Gale Force, Eraserhead is alright. Awesome Froggy, I still can't get used to him not using capital letters at all in the chat. Gale Force. Gale Force, also who ended up fighting in the USJ in the end. Gale Force, not want to discredit those who fled, those were teachers' orders, but I want to know with whom can I share the combat experience to do better the next time. Class President, well, I landed with Asui and Mineta in the flood zone. I also know that Todoroki was in the landslide zone which he cleaned up on his own, but he isn't even in the chat. Gale Force, TSK Creative Spirit. I was with Denki, Jiru and Toga in the mountain zone. We defeated the villains next to where we landed, then I had Toga impersonate one of them and had the rest pretend that we were captives heading to the central zone. Class President, oh, a good plan. Creative Spirit, yes, I admit that I was initially disturbed by the ramifications of her quirk, but now I can fully see the potential benefits of it. Aesthetics do not matter when lives are at stake. Vampire, yay. Tell me when you want to play with HNDCFFS next time, I'm in. Creative Spirit. Mindhack, I'll just say that she is a bit of an escape artist and probably meant it literally. Mindhack, Himikan, leave innuendos to me. Vampire, okay. Vampire, wait, innuendos. Riot, well, I landed in the ruins zone with Bakugo and Chimera, and frankly, wow. Riot, I didn't get to fight for real, because they crushed every villain between our landing point and the central zone. Riot, MANLY. Boom Boom, Spiky Hair understands Mindhack, I landed with Tokoyami in the downpour zone. It was kinda nasty, but we've managed. Class President, so, Yuga, Ashido, Ida, Uraraka, Ojiro, Koda, Soto, Shoji, Zero and Hagekyu managed to get out with 13, right? Gravity Girl, yes. Gravity Girl, why did you tell 13 to flee and not use her quirk? She was and still is absolutely devastated by leaving people behind, but Eraserhead told her to listen to you, so I kind of feel bad about it. She's my idol. Gravity Girl, I'm actually with her now. So I'd like to tell her something. Class President, because the attackers prepared a perfect counter to every teacher that they thought would be there. Even All Might struggled against his. Class President, if 13 used her quirk in front of Kurogiri the Black Mist villain, she would die or be incapacitated with heavy wounds without achieving anything. And while Eraserhead had a chance with Overhaul due to present MIC being there, 13 was absolutely outmatched. Gravity Girl, here. Class President, if I figured out Kurogiri's quirk mechanisms properly, his mist doubles as a warp quirk medium. The attackers expected 13 to try to pull his mist in to restrain him. If she did that, Kurogiri would have used the mist that was being swallowed by her black holes to open the warp gate connecting them to the space right next to her. Class President, her own black holes would have killed her. And probably some of us if we were close to her at the time. Gravity Girl, OH Creative Spirit, and you figured it out by seeing Kurogiri for like several seconds. Class President, I started analyzing quirks when I was 4 years old, so, I have experience. Class President, it was logical considering the fact that enemies knew the teachers, that Kurogiri headed out to engage 13 on his own, and the specifics of her quirk that I know about because it's awesome and she is a great hero. Plus what I figured out after seeing Kurogiri warp in the villains. Creative Spirit, well, it does sound like something to bring Nedzu's attention to you. Class President, well, yeah. Mindhack, except it wasn't that. Creative Spirit, you knew. Mindhack, I was the reason for it. Class President, Toshi, no Class President, stop Mindhack, I'm going to beat your ridiculous fear of being praised out of you before we graduate, Izuku. Class President, stop. Mindhack, also change that stupid nickname back to Small Might Class President, NO Gale Force. To paraphrase Tenko Shimura, you are losing your reputation points as Class President by the minute Gale Force. Hair Class President, UA. Class President, okay, so let's just focus on getting through this, alright? It was nasty, but we survived, and we just got some actual, early experience about what it means to face villains. Mindhack, the only reason why I'm not immediately posting the whole story behind you becoming Nedzu's favorite is because half of us are absent, probably due to being hugged by shocked parents and or watching cat memes on the internet to de-escalate stress. And I want everyone to hear it. Zap Zap, bold words for my fellow Memelord Zap Zap. Also I lived Zap Zap, and I can think again Leadsinger, I literally didn't notice the difference. Zap Zap. Despite it being absolutely impossible and illogical, to quote someone, Eraserhead does show up to the class the next day. He looks like a mummy, but stalwartly deflects worries of the students, especially Izuku, Hitoshi, and Himiko, by claiming that wasting time is illogical and he is perfectly fine, or at least fine enough to work. Uraraka is almost certain that she heard Himiko mumble something close to "Mom is going to kill him," but she certainly heard something wrong, right? What follows is an announcement that despite the attack, the school festival will still happen. Uraraka is super pumped up. This is the occasion that she was waiting for, a chance to show her skills to people. The starting point of her hero career. Two more things. Aizawa-sensei says. Despite the bandages on his face, he is more or less audible. First, whoever is planning to become an underground hero and doesn't want to show their quirks to the world is free to opt out of the festival. Second, Midoriya, as the person who got the top score on the entrance exam, you are supposed to make a speech at the start of the festival. Oh. Well, that's not good at all. Izuku almost slumps off the chair. If you are going to overthrow a government with your speech, at least do this to a foreign one. Aizawa adds dryly. Dismissed. Izuku stays quiet and shocked until the lunch break. Then he suddenly mumbles something like, "Wait, overthrow a government," before his face lights up and he bolts off somewhere, shouting to his friends that he'll catch up with them after the break is over. His friends exchange some rather worried glances. This can't be anything good, right? What do you think Midoriya is talking about with All Might? Uraraka asks Tenya 2 days later. All Might just borderline kidnapped their friend for the duration of the lunch break. After offering him to eat some rice with him, Uraraka found this almost girlish behavior incredibly amusing. I have no idea. Tenya replies, while doing some weird hand gestures and almost hitting Xiaoto, who was just passing by with his lunch tray. However, as Asui pointed out, their quirks carry some similarities. Mayhaps he is personally interested in Izuku due to that. Maybe. Uraraka isn't convinced. She doesn't notice the stare that Shoto gives them. Momo Yorozu is deeply conflicted about her class president. His manners are unrefined, his tendency to slump down chairs when someone tells him that he did something good, not to mention the shrinking routine that goes alongside that is worrying, and he apparently knew some if not all of the rehab course students ahead of time. At least the last part makes sense, ever since Shinsu told them all through the chat to Midoriya's constant complaints that he was the person who persuaded Principal Nezu to create the rehabilitation course in order to let the 2 kids he saved become heroes. The problem is that Momo Yorozu has been educated into brilliancy. And she met many smart people from her own social strata and way more people that were, frankly speaking, way higher than they should be, but such is life, and seeing someone who evidently didn't have the same support as her but was her equal at least in the written exam is humbling, humiliating, odd. Momo is yet to figure that out herself, really. The discovery that Nezu decided to give Midoriya private lessons while Momo wasn't even mentioned as a possible student of his only made things more complicated. Because it added jealousy to the mix. She realized the stupidity of it almost immediately. She is conscious enough about herself to figure out things like that. Sure, she had 2 good plans, using Kaminari to cast a wide-scale stun while the rest was hidden under an insulation sheet, and having Himiko impersonate one of the villains for safe passage. Principal Nezu, the police and the faculty actually congratulated her for it. But Midoriya, in the meantime, knew the head villain, saved 13's life and let half of the class escape by dissecting the abilities of one of the strongest villains that he saw for like 20 seconds beforehand, conjured a plan to escape the flood zone, and then apparently helped All Might escape from the pinch. Jealousy is pointless. Wanting to get better to match someone is certainly not pointless. She would also rather enjoy getting to actually know Izuku Midoriya, but she had no idea how to even start with that. He was way too different. Especially the part where any degree of praise directed at him resulted in Izuku trying to immediately deflect it to others or downplay his own achievements was baffling. And confusing. Momo and Izuku were pretty much creatures from 2 completely different planets, who had serious problems trying to translate each other's language. It didn't mean that they couldn't work together when needed. Momo was still slightly distraught by not becoming the class president. Considering her certainly non-skittish presence, she still felt that she would be better in that role, although she would without a doubt listen to Midoriya's advice, but she was a vice president, and that was almost the same. Midoriya. She approached him right after the class ended. He was about to leave the classroom with Uraraka and Tenya. I need to talk with you about official matters. Oh. Oh. He is slightly startled for a second after hearing her talk to him out of the blue. Yeah, one of the things that she finds odd in him. I'll see you later. He says to his friends who nod and leave them. What is it about, Yorozu-san? You don't need to be this official. She replies. I'm your vice president, call me Yomomo. He is clearly distraught by the very idea. She sighs internally. It's not going to be easy, isn't it? It's about Mineta. His face falls flat. What did he do? He asks. He was irritating before the USJ. She replies. But after it, he isn't touchy, but he is staring a bit too much. Kyokajiru is almost certain that he was trying to sneak into the girls' changing room, but he bolted away when he realized that he was about to get caught. The sound of his little feet was rather recognizable. But Jiru didn't make a recording, so she had no evidence to get him expelled. Great, I guess it's time to have that talk. Izuku says, mostly to himself. Okay, Yomomo. He almost manages to say it correctly. I'll deal with him. Am I allowed to be present when it happens? She asks, and he is clearly uncomfortable with the idea. I'm not going to say anything, I'm just interested in seeing how you are going to deal with the issue. Part of her wants to see Mineta expelled at this point. A big one. He is a shame to the UA, and if he keeps acting like this after graduation, it's only going to get worse. She has no idea why Aizawa-sensei let him survive the quirk apprehension test. All right. Izuku Midoriya looks slightly dejected. They catch Minoru Mineta, the scourge of the Class 1A girls, right after the class ends. Izuku tells him that they need to have a serious talk about his behavior, and Mineta tries to wiggle around. Midoriya asks him if he would prefer to have that talk with Aizawa-sensei, which immediately silences all opposition. They take over an unused classroom. Izuku and Minoru sit on the opposite sides of a single school table, while Momo chooses to sit behind and slightly to the left of the class president. So, what is it about? Mineta is clearly uncomfortable. Momo is wondering how Izuku is going to handle it. She has some ideas, most of them based on pointing out how Mineta's action can get him expelled, but... Mineta! Izuku says. Why did you apply to the UA? Momo had that approach within her list of ideas. Going through the motives and comparing what he is doing right now to them makes sense. Mineta is clearly uncomfortable with the subject. I mean, heroes are all cool and strong, yes. So I wanted to be like them. Frankly speaking, she didn't suspect any greater motivation than that. She should probably be happy that his explanation wasn't to be popular among the girls. But, after USJ I kind of figured that I was wrong. Mineta decides to add, while looking down. Becoming a hero doesn't make you cool. It's the cool people that become heroes. And and you think that you don't belong to that group. Izuku says, and Mineta nods faintly. I happen to have an uncle that likes to say that people show their true faces when they think that they'll die. I believe that you showed me yours aboard that ship in the USJ, and I'm actually worried for you, Mineta. The talk has officially left Momo Yorozu's expectations. And it barely started. Izuku was worried about Mineta. What exactly happened on that ship? And who was Izuku's uncle to have such a saying attributed to them? We were surrounded by villains, but instead of trying to come up with a plan to fight or escape, you immediately proceeded to belittle your own quirk. And you were shocked out of your words when I said that it's going to help us win. Izuku takes a deep breath. Mineta, did someone ever tell you that you might be suffering from depression? What? Depression. Mineta blinks a few times. I mean, I'm sometimes sad, but, no. Izuku shakes his head. Depression not as oh this rainy session is so depressing and sad, but as an actual disease. Have you ever heard of diabetes? Mineta nods faintly. Well, clinical depression is something similar, but instead of having problems with hormone regulating sugar, You have problems with the hormone that tells your brain that you are happy. Unreasonably low self-esteem is a symptom. Then I don't have it. Mineta lashes out suddenly, startling Momo completely. I mean, look at me. I'm baby-sized. Everyone looks down on me, and they are right. And my quirk. It just made me a laughingstock, especially when I said that I want to go to UA. How's that unreasonable? Mineta. Izuku tries to interject. Momo is too stunned by the scene she is witnessing to say anything. Seriously, where is this all coming from? But Mineta continues. I bet it's nice to be able to lecture me like that. He is glaring at Izuku. Cool quirk, principal's attention, girls all over you, All Might scurrying around you like you are his favorite. I bet you had tons of friends in the junior high school, hair. Mineta. She doesn't see his face from her position, but whatever expression Izuku makes, it makes Minoru not interrupt him. I was a late bloomer. My quirk didn't manifest until a month before the UA entrance exam. How do you think kids reacted when I, the quirkless kid, said that I want to become a hero? Izuku was what? What? Mineta is just taken aback as Momo is. My only quote-unquote friend told me to take the swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in my next life. Izuku continues. Momo briefly wonders if he realizes just how incredibly bitter he sounds. It's unlike him, to say the least. And I, due to some incredibly dumb reasoning, pretended that everything was all right in front of my parents for years, instead of asking for help. So I'm not lecturing you because I feel that I'm better than you, Mineta. I'm trying to help you. Because you clearly have issues, and your main way of coping with them is going to get you expelled sooner than later. Or at the very least it's going to make you a pariah within the class. And I don't want to lose a member of my classroom that way, especially if I get to hear a while later that you killed yourself over it. Got it? Why, yes. Mineta takes a deep breath. He seems to be even more confused than Momo, and that's an achievement if she ever witnessed one. If that's true, then what am I supposed to do? I'm not a trained professional, and will need some of them to deal with it. Izuku says. Or to even confirm it, that would be the start. I'll have a talk about you with Hound Dog and Recovery Girl. The latter will probably run some tests on you to exclude other eventualities before referring you to a specialist. Hound Dog will in the meantime help you find healthier ways of coping. Heroes, go to psychologists. Mineta looks like he isn't sure what to think or talk about at this point. Well, I plan to become one and I do visit Hound Dog regularly, so, yes. Izuku replies, while scratching his head a bit. I mean, heroes risk their lives and sometimes arrive too late to save people. Their training doesn't make them immune to PTSD and so on. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Oh. Mineta looks down again. Momo realizes that he is on the verge of crying. No one has ever. I mean, teach. Thank you. You don't have to. I'm your class president, right? Your well-being is sort of my job. Izuku replies. If you need to talk, I'm all ears. Mineta scurries off. Momo is still stunned when Izuku stands up to walk away from the room. Mineta is already going through the door. Then he notices Momo being there and actually jumps back, startled. Did you forget that I was here? Momo asks and Izuku awkwardly nods. You're really the strangest person I ever met. Izuku lets out. Not in a bad way, though. Momo stands up from her seat. You just made me realize that I simply wrote off Mineta as a pervert, and if I was the class president, I'd probably have him expelled. So there is a possibility that I would kill him due to my own misjudgment. She sighs. I had my doubts about you. But if the elections happen tomorrow, I'd vote for you. There is a lesson to be learned in this. About not hurrying with judgments too much. Even if someone looks like they are doing their best to be as disgusting as possible. Izuku Midoriya is obviously struggling with receiving the praise. She is almost certain that she knows why he is visiting Hound Dog. But she isn't going to pry, for as long as he does receive professional help. And, honestly, she isn't in a mood to jump into assumptions after what she just witnessed. How did you know? She asks, because frankly, she is still taken aback by what she saw. Well, I mentioned having problems in my old school, and, in Momo's opinion, the word problems is an understatement of a century. Well, kinda retreated to the internet. I spent a lot of time on forums for the quirkless or other victims of discrimination. So complex mutants and villainous quirk bearers, mostly. After a while, you learn things like that. And start noticing symptoms. Momo suddenly recalls her own treatment of the rehab course students. And how she was distraught by Himiko's quirk. How she acted on the chat as if Himiko needed to somehow prove to people that she was useful to be accepted. Her teachers taught her a lot. About science, history, mathematics, literature, and so on. But what she just witnessed was somehow never mentioned. And Momo found herself woefully unprepared to deal with it. Something she'll need to change. Thankfully, she is a hard worker. Class President Support Brigade Chatroom Smallmite, Smallmite, so Smallmite, I know that you are busy preparing for the school festival Smallmite, but Gale Force. Gravitigo, come on just say it Gravitigo, we don't bite vampire, I do. Gravitigo, vampire, sorry Ochako-chan, didn't figure out that this was a metaphor Gravitigo, Pat's head it's okay vampire, laughing face. Vampire, purrs Smallmite. Basically my mom says that she wants to meet her son's friends because someone Nedzu told her about me and my friends solving, that was mostly you really that cafeteria incident Smallmite, and I didn't have a lot of friends in my past school so, yeah Smallmite, any of you want to drop by? Just for a while Smallmite, we would watch a film, eat something, I'm not sure really, I don't have a lot of experience with that. Gravitigo, yes Smallmite, Gravitigo, just tell me when and where. Vampire. Well, me and Toshi are out because, well, house arrest. On school grounds. Mindhack, yeah, but we already visited your home and your mom knows us, so we can wait to meet her again. Gale Force, as much as I would love to meet your family, I'm absolutely dedicated to crushing the school festival right now. I'm alright if it's after the festival though. Turboman, the same as the Gale Force, I'm dedicated to showing my mettle to the world and making sure that my brother isn't disgraced with my performance. So while I'm looking forward to spending time with you after the festival, right now is a bit of a problematic moment. Froggy, I'm alright with going. I heard you have younger siblings, and I have experience with those. Looking forward to deepening it. Mindhack, oh boy, this is going to be hilarious and I'm really looking forward to hearing what happened. Froggy. Mindhack, one word. Aiko. Mindhack, you will understand. Froggy. Smallmite, what are you on about? Toshi, she is lovely. My parents absolutely cherish her, and so do I. Mindhack, I have no idea why her family members fail to perceive what an eldritch horror she is, but whatever. I heard the tales and I'm not looking forward to meeting the 7-year-old girl that stalks Aizawa Sensei's nightmares. Froggy, eldritch horror. Gravitigo, stalks Aizawa Sensei's nightmares. Smallmite, Toshi is over-exaggerating. Mindhack, I am not. But you'll learn for yourself. Gravitigo, so it's me and Tsuyu. At Smallmite where and when Smallmite, Mindhack, give him a second to figure it out, he probably expected you all to say no. Hitoshi knew Izuku well, despite the two mostly interacting through the internet at least before the rehab course started officially. He was clearly fidgeting and clasping his hands uncontrollably while welcoming them to his house. He was, honestly, kinda adorable. Uraraka knows that it's due to him terminally lacking confidence in himself while being confident in everyone around him, and that it's generally a bad thing, but seeing him like that does kinda recharge her batteries. They barely manage to make it to the anteroom when Uraraka is suddenly attacked. Okay, it's more of a surprise hug than attack. When she looks down, she sees a pair of really large, red eyes and a small horn on the forehead looking at her from under an All Might-themed Onis's hoodie. Gee, good morning. The little girl, oh my gosh, she is so cute, says before breaking the hug and repeating the routine on a slightly surprised people tend to react weirdly to her appearance, not hug them right out of the blue. Tsuyu. Good morning. Good morning, Ribbit. Tsuyu replies and the girl beams at her. Hey, what are you doing? Izuku decides to ask and Uraraka learns the name of the girl that part of her wants to kidnap and bring home. Mom says that when you have guests, you need to make them feel welcome. Eri replies. Hugs make me feel welcome. So I'm hugging the guests. This logic is incredibly adorable. And cute. Izuku tries to find a way to reply to it, probably some variant of yes, but you have to ask them first. But that's when Eri hugs him and tells him, "Good morning, Izuna-chan." It's not even morning. It's afternoon, they finished their school for today. Izuku doesn't look like he is in the mood to point this out. Or to continue his earlier attempts at explaining the social cues to his sister. The second member of the Izuku's family that they meet is Asa, Izuku's younger brother. He looks like a smaller Izuku with messy, like Izuku, but white hair. He is wearing some casual but clearly Miruko-themed clothes. He is also, somehow, more skittish than his older brother. Uraraka didn't think that it was possible, really. He can barely look into the guest's eyes before redirecting his own. Eyes to the floor. Eri is following them. When they run into Asa, Uraraka can see the gears in her head turning. Eventually they arrive at their destination, and Eri suddenly hugs her second brother and tells him good morning. When inquired about it, she says that she didn't want to make him feel bad by being excluded from the hugs only because he was already present in the house. Uraraka lets out a faint "aw," and Tsuyu looks like she just joined the kidnappers because she is too cute team. Asa looks startled by it, but is probably used to Eri being A, so he just hugs her back and pats her head. She lets him go after a few seconds, and then smiles at them all like she is super happy because she did her job well. They are about to leave the room when Izuku freezes suddenly. "Asa, what did Mom tell you about stealing things?" Izuku asks, and Uraraka freezes as well. What brought this up? Asa suddenly stands at attention. To always provide a sufficient distraction and have an escape plan on the ready. He recites and Uraraka barely restrains her laughter. The look on Izuku's face is hilarious. Tsuyu looks more worried than anything. "No, the other thing she told you." Izuku decides to continue the subject. Rabbit is confused, Asa says, mostly to himself. Suddenly, his face is lit with understanding. To not do this, or at least give everything back. Yes. Izuku replies with a stern face that's just so unlike him, but Uraraka still likes it. "So give them their wallets back, because we aren't repeating what happened when you stole President MIC's house keys and forgot to give them back before he left." What? Uraraka realizes only now that she didn't even notice when her wallet vanished from her pocket. When did Asa? "Sorry for him," Izuku says while Asa's still not looking at them, but at the floor gives them their belongings back. He has a bit of a kleptomaniac streak. He gives everything back, but, yeah. Uraraka is slightly weirded out, but doesn't have the time necessary to say anything, because that's when she hears another voice cut in. "Oniken brought friends," another little girl says. Uraraka didn't even notice her arrival and, what the hell? "Good. Aiko, there you are," Izuku says with a smile on his face, making the guests realize that they finally met the dreaded Aiko. And, well, she had quite an entrance. "Hello there," Tsuyu says before deciding to take one for the team. Why are you standing on the ceiling, Ribbit?" Uraraka has the same question, but Izuku and Asa act like it's normal. Only Eri looks sad, probably by not being able to hug her sister due to her being out of range. Because the floor is too crowded. Aiko states flatly, "And you should cut Izuna-chan's hair. It's so messy because it's full of secrets." Uraraka is trying to find a way to answer that, but she finds none. "I like frogs," Aiko adds, looking at Tsuyu. "That's great, Ribbit." Tsuyu decides with suicidal overconfidence, Uraraka just knows it to strike some sort of conversation. "What do you like about them?" "Many of them are poisonous," Aiko replies, and Uraraka does a dry version of a spit take. Tsuyu is similarly taken aback. Aiko's head suddenly turns to face on the walls. She is looking at something, and Uraraka is almost certain that it's something behind the wall. "My cartoon is starting. I'll be going. Have fun." Then she walks through the wall. Eri shouts something about the cartoon starting and follows her sister but uses the floor and the door. Uraraka and Tsuyu exchange slightly worried glances. Hitoshi might have been more correct about Aiko Midoriya being an eldritch horror than they thought. Izuku's mom is super nice, Uraraka decides. She looks genuinely happy to have them, and her food is delicious. They don't meet his dad, he is at work, but they do learn something about the complicated family situation of the Midoriyas. Namely the part where the villain attack separated his parents before his dad found out that Miss 𝐭𝐽𝐻 was pregnant, only for her to eventually marry someone else, and have 2 children, only to adopt one more after Izuku's stepdad died. And then, through some complete coincidence, she and Izuku's dad ran into each other and they married a month later. Uraraka thinks that it's super romantic. And she also thinks that Izuku's dad is a hero for immediately taking over and cherishing with all his heart not only Izuku but his siblings too. And that's despite the wounds from the villain attack that separated Izuku's parents that made him look like a skeleton. Izuku showed them the pictures. Wow. Even the US accountants are pretty cool, right? They are about to relocate to the living room when a man with short, brown hair suddenly enters the room. 𝐭𝐽𝐻, my dear, did I make it in time for the din? Oh. He notices the surplus kids in front of him. Little Izuku brought some friends. Wonderful. Uncle Atsuhiro. Izuku waves towards him a bit. Despite the man being his uncle, he is kinda cold. No, he certainly likes the man, but looks more like he didn't want to see him right now, Uraraka decides. He is a former co-worker of my mom. He tends to freeload in our home from time to time. Freeload as in leech off my cooking. Miss 𝐭𝐽𝐻 specifies, and Atsuhiro grabs his chest, as if the accusations gave him a heart attack. You could have just learned how to do it on your own, you know. Everyone has their specialty or specialties. Atsuhiro promptly replies. I prefer to help myself to one of yours instead of trying to branch off myself. Besides, you like having me around. Don't say that you don't. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 rolls her eyes, she looks exasperated by the words. So, as it was already said, I'm Atsuhiro Sako, a MSTR magician and performer. With a swift motion he produces an actual living rabbit out of his sleeve. Wow. No, actually, wow, and then makes him vanish. And you? They introduce themselves as Izuku's friends from class. Oh, so many little heroes. Atsuhiro beams at them. Just become heroes like that one green bean over there, alright. He does set the bar a bit high, but meanie heroes are no good. He gives them a thumbs up and turns towards 𝐭𝐽𝐻. So, about the dinner, meanie heroes bad, good heroes good. MSTR magician. Made something vanish and reappear. Was it really a magic trick and not a quirk? Over-the-top personality. Co-worker of Izuku's mom, who, according to Ace's slip-up, taught him how to steal things. Also, didn't Hitoshi mention that an uncle of Izuku beat up several heroes that were about to kill him and Himiko? No way, right? Mr. Compress. Uraraka says she didn't really want to, the word just comes out of her mouth on her own, and she realizes she is right immediately because absolutely everyone in the room save for Tsuyu really freezes. Atsuhiro moves his head just enough to look her into eyes and Uraraka realizes that she, a hero trainee, just ousted out a civilian identity. Probably, this could be a fake name of a SS villain. And his connections to a new hero course student. In front of him. She freaks out. A bit. I'm your biggest fan. Her mouth decides to act on its own. This time Izuku and Tsuyu look at her like she just backstabbed someone while laughing maniacally, and she realizes that her mouth dug her own grave deeper. Wait, I can explain. Well, you should have started from that. Somehow, just somehow, Atsuhiro Sako is suddenly wearing his signature villain outfit. He changed in like a split second. Is that part of his quirk? If it's for the fan, then, he is suddenly hit in the head with a rolled newspaper by Izuku's mom, almost strong enough for his mask to fall off. But he grabs it at the last moment. What the? No changing clothes, even so quickly, in front of Izuku and his friends. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 announces. You just changed your clothes in front of 2 underage girls, even if they didn't have time to see anything, you still deserve a newspaper smash. Somehow the last 2 words sound like the name of an All Might's attack. At least to Uraraka. I made sure there was nothing to see, stop embarrassing me in front of my fan. Mr. Compress yells back at her. Then he turns towards Uraraka. Please, tell me, which one of my performances is your favorite? Mie Prefecture, 2 years ago. Uraraka is absolutely excited to meet him, even if Tsuyu and Izuku will end up telling her some harsh words. After all, she technically didn't do anything illegal, right? Maybe except for not reporting, but you exposed the corruption of the local heroes who caused excessive collateral damage in their fights in order to get a share of the reconstruction fees from the few friendly construction companies. I remember that. Mr. Compress hits his palm with his fist. What happened to his walking stick is anyone's guess. Oh, it was awesome. I stole all their money and exposed their deeds to the world. I think the companies all went bankrupt and the heroes were arrested, yes. Uraraka nods fervently. They do. But my parents' construction company wasn't involved in the scheme. Uraraka replies. They were really struggling to go by, and we had to count every yen. I can't count how many times I skipped meals just to make things a bit easier for them. But then you came around, their competition mostly went bankrupt, and suddenly they began to earn more money, and I've never seen them as happy. They'd never be able to pay the UA's tuition if not for what you did. Oh, this is brilliant. Mr. Compress almost jumps up in joy. So you are going to become a proper hero thanks to me. I'm honored. You didn't even get a provisional license yet, but you already got a fan, Miss Uraraka. Okay, so Uraraka might have squealed in joy at that, but no one can blame her, right? Autograph. Yes, please. She says she is going to show it to her parents and they'll be super happy. I have questions, Izuku. Tsuyu says in the background, while tipping her finger on her mouth. My dad is not only working on the UA, but is also All Might's personal assistant. Or was. Izuku replies. He looks burned out. He doesn't even respond to her sudden usage of his first name. He fell in love with my mom and had me without knowing about her job. By the time they met again, she was already retired, but she still has her contacts. And since they fell in love at first sight again and married soon after, they agreed to, keep their work away from home. So, basically speaking, heroes don't go after villains and vice versa in this building, or anywhere nearby. Though both sides are still trying to fish for useful info. The school knows. Tsuyu asks him while Uraraka's mind is in clouds above because she is getting Mr. Compress' signature in her notebook and this is beyond wonderful. Well, Nedzu doesn't, but most of the faculty does. Izuku promptly replies. Uraraka notices that he looks kinda burned out. 2 days ago I came upon Mr. Compress and present MIC planning the next Put Your Hands Up radio program in my living room. It's been a struggle. He sighs. The only villains around are those like Mr. Compress, so not exactly murderers and so on. Frankly, he is more of a hero-targeting vigilante, but expect him to argue otherwise. I see. Tsuyu nods a bit. My condolences. At least someone understands me. Izuku deadpans with an expression resembling Aizawa-sensei. 1A chatroom Gravity Girl. Me and @Froggy visited the class president house and I wish to officially announce that his family is awesome. Class president. No, don't speak of it in public. Creative spirit. Oh. Riot. Oh. Acid party. Tell me all the cute details 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐲, sigh. Mind hack. Ignore the cute details. What did 𝐒𝐿 do? Acid party. 𝐒𝐿. Mind hack. 7-year-old sister of Izuku Midoriya, which might or might not be an eldritch horror from another universe pretending to be a human being in order to infiltrate our society for some nefarious purposes. Froggy, eldritch horror is too strong of a word. She is a bit odd, but not that bad. She actually fell asleep on me while I was watching cartoons with her and the class president's other sister. They were both cute. Mind hack. So she is in her psychological warfare mode only around adults that aren't from her family. Because I heard a lot of tales about her exploits. Aizawa-sensei visited Midoriya's few times together with President Missy and 𝐒𝐿 actually managed to freak them both out. Mind hack. I met them a few times before the school during our rehab preparations and they kinda narrated a few tales to me. Especially M.I. Turboman. I find calling a 7-year-old child an eldritch horror something highly questionable. Mind hack, because you are yet to meet her. Zap Zap, tell us. Zap, I need to know more about the girl that scares Aizawa-sensei. Sugar Rush, I agree. Black darkness, yes. Class president, please no mind hack. Present MIC was apparently too loud once, so she tried to borrow a knife from one of Izuku's uncles. To solve a problem. When Eraserhead put a stop to that, she announced that it's time for psychological violence. So she drew present MIC and showed him the drawing. It was just a tombstone with past MIC written on it. Acid Party. Oh my god, Sugar Rush. Oh. Zap Zap, XD, mind hack. Another time she had guests a room full of heroes and policemen. It was a day when me and Himiko were saved by Izuku, so she introduced herself by name and showed 6 fingers. The nearest hero asked if she is 6 years old, to which she replied that no, she committed 6 murders. Creative spirit. What? 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐲 Zap Zap, XD. Mind hack. Then in total silence she explained that when you have a birthday, you end the existence of your last year's self, only to grow stronger and take their belongings. So it's murder, robbery and identity theft. Then she just left the room still stunned silent, including a slack-jawed All Might, because it was getting late and she had to go to sleep. Black darkness, I can feel a kindred spirit of darkness in your sister, at class president. Class president, cries Zap Zap. OMG, no seriously, this girl is gold 𝐔𝐬𝐴. Actually, yes. Acid Party, an LXD mind hack. Also apparently when All Might asked her who her favorite hero is, she wants to become one. Probably due to being around Izuku too much, she said that it's Endeavor. Because he burns people to death. When her mom chastised her for joking, she pulled out a Gang Orca plushie and said that it's Gang Orca. Because he is from the gang. Black darkness, at class president, your sister has officially become my muse when it comes to crafting the antagonists for my D&D campaign. Thank you. Class president, Tokoyami no Froggy. Well, she did make quite an entrance this time. Mind hack, tell me. I need to expand my list of scary 𝐒𝐽 stories. Froggy, she popped up out of nowhere, standing on the ceiling, upside down. When I asked her why she was there, she said that it's because the floor was too crowded. Then she said that we should cut Izuku's hair because it's messy due to being full of secrets. Then she mentioned that she likes frogs while looking at me, only to clarify that it's because many of them are poisonous. Froggy, then she remembered that her cartoon was starting, so she exited the room. Froggy, by walking through the wall. Mind hack, yes, classic 𝐒𝐽 Midoriya. Creative spirit. What sort of quirk lets you stand upside down and walk through the walls? Class president, I'm sorry but this is kinda classified for the moment. The family knows and it's super awesome, but it's pretty much like having a high-level recovery quirk. People knowing make you a potential target. Class president, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that my parents explicitly told me not to tell anyone. The only unrelated person that knows is All Might. And he is really looking forward to having her attend the UA. Creative spirit, oh, I understand it then. Very well. Mind hack, I already met a complex mutant of the vampire type. Is your sister a complex mutant of eldritch horror type? Class president, no. Mind hack, the investigation continues. Zap Zap, once the exam time comes, do you think that you can somehow bring your sister to school? We need someone to scare Aizawa-sensei like he is scaring us. Class president, please do not use my sister as a psychological weapon. Mind hack, you could start by making her not be a living psychological weapon. 𝐔𝐬𝐴, we just need a picture of her. Your Momo and Mina can pull together their skills to craft disguises. We'll have all the girls in the class come to the exam looking like older 𝐒𝐽s. Acid Party, yes. I love this idea already. Acid Party, also, another sister. Froggy, yes, but we can't mention her name. Creative spirit, why? Class president, because she was adopted. And by adopted I mean saved from a villain and adopted. And said villain is still out there. So my parents forbid mentioning her name anywhere. Sorry. Creative spirit, I'm beginning to understand the correctness of the hair full of secrets comment. Class president, sorry, mind hack, don't worry, we understand it. It's like being in a witness protection program for her, no. You just have to keep her secret. Mind hack, although. Uraraka and Asui. Class president, she kinda rushed out to meet them and we only had the realization about secrecy a moment too late. Oops. Gravitigo, yeah, so we're calling her Mickey in public. And she is super adorable. Acid Party, tell me more 𝐔𝐬𝐽. Okay, but don't blame me for dying due to sugar overdose. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, 6 years old. She came out of nowhere wearing an All Might Honesty when we entered the home and hugged me and Tsuyu, telling us good morning with a bright smile on her face. It was afternoon, but 𝐔𝐬𝐽, she said that her mom told her that guests should feel welcome, and hugs make her feel welcome, so she came to hug us. Acid Party, or 𝐔𝐬𝐽, yes, and then she started hugging the people already present in the house, because otherwise they might have felt bad about being excluded from the hugs. Acid Party, oh my gosh, this is too precious. Vampire, love, love, love. Tentacle, yes. Heartwarming to the extreme. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, yes I know. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, and she apparently has a strong healing quirk like Recovery Girl, and she wants to be a hero and save people like Izuku saved her, and to make everyone's pain go away so that they can smile like she and All Might do. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, merely remembering her smile makes my heart warm. Acid Party, oh no, too sweet, dies. Tentacle, cute beyond measures. Creative Spirit, wait, Izuku saved her. Another person. Mind hack, actually, yeah, I'm curious myself, because this never kinda came up. Vampire, Zuko saving people, what else is new? Mind hack, right. XD Creative Spirit at Class President. Class President, okay, so I was just walking down the street between hero museums 2 years ago and then a girl run into me out of an alleyway and asked me to save her. Then that guy came out after her and said that he is her father and she is kinda unruly, but I didn't buy it and we run away from him together. Then it turned out that I was right because he was a kidnapper. Class President, that's all there is to the story. Class President, Mom just took a look at her and decided that we're adopting her because she was an orphan. Riot, saving a little girl from a kidnapper while being, 14 years old. Riot, super manly. Acid Party, yes. Acid Party, our class president is awesome. Class President, stop blowing this out of proportion. Class President, she saved herself, really, since she already got away from him on her own. Mind hack, Izuku could fight off every single supervillain at once, on his own, and he would still find this a no big deal. And say that someone else did the job, he was just standing there. Creative Spirit, this is actually rather worrying. Creative Spirit at Class President, you remember the corrective talk with Mineta. Creative Spirit, you are taking care of yourself, yes. Class President, yes, yes I do. Thank you, but you do not need to worry about me. Class President, I'm just, kinda not used to this. Class President, it will be alright. Froggy, I'll also mention that Izuku has a younger brother, who is very much like him, but about 5 times more anxious. Mind hack, yes, Asa, the Phantom Thief. I heard the tales about him as well. Creative Spirit, you can get more anxious. Froggy, yes. Creative Spirit, this is horrible. Froggy, yes. Froggy, also he steals things. Like our wallets. Or present MIC's house keys. Eraserhead school entry card. All Might's phone. But he gives them back, even without being prompted. I think it's kinda a game for him. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, and he apparently cheats at cards real hard. He knows a lot of street magician tricks, and it probably contributes. He is kinda odd, but actually somewhat nice. Friendly, he just finds it pretty hard to interact with people. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, so yeah, Izuku has a super cool family. The school festival comes. To Eraserhead's undying surprise, absolutely no part of the school manages to mysteriously explode except for that one support course lab. It exploded several times, but everyone is used to it now or suffer a villain attack or something like that. He still doesn't know how that happened, talked into being a co-host with President MIC, and this is the worst thing that has ever happened in his life. EMI and their 2 adopted kids are going to have a blast. Hitoshi and Himiko opted out of the festival, so they were all probably watching the soon-to-be humiliation of their adoptive father on the TV, lying comfortably on the couch with popcorn and a single BLD bag in hand. EMI got them out of the school for a day with herself as a supervisor, and Eraserhead knows that it was to have a laugh at his expense. He actually considered sending Aiko Midoriya after present MIC for that, but somehow he is certain that her mother wouldn't agree with Eraserhead using her daughter as a psychological terror weapon. despite 𝐒𝐭 clearly being a psychological terror weapon of some extra-dimensional nightmares. He also considered sending 𝐒𝐭 Midoriya after Mr. Compress, because he is something like 80% sure that the supervillain was the origin of the idea. The whole extrovert and an introvert performing together shtick sounds like his deal with his sister, and he probably suggested it to present MIC. Some things changed, though. He was patiently observing his biggest problem child, but he failed to realize why Izuku was spending so much time with some kids from the general course. He was plotting something, and it was probably nefarious, but what? Mineta was also diagnosed with depression, which, apparently, happened because of Izuku. Because of course it happened because of Izuku, and started going to therapy for that and his personality flaws. Yorashi, Todoroki, and Midoriya have also declared rivalry against each other on the festival, although Todoroki's face made him look like he just agreed to a suicide pact rather than rivalry. And Izuku looked deeply conflicted over the idea, for some reason. And the Yoorozu heiress was doing. Frankly, Eraserhead had no idea what she was doing, but he did run into her reading some book about the history of quirk discrimination, and she was looking like a traumatized veteran after few years of trench warfare. Eraserhead is almost certain that Izuku was involved somehow. Worst of all, the press caught the wind of rehab course's existence. It was painful to watch, really. Especially the official statement of the Hero Commission that was pretty much rehabilitation is awesome but not like that, so how can you make them heroes, you crazy madman, in nicer words. The eyes of Japan were on the school festival even more than normally. Eraserhead could only pray to whatever deity was looking over his life to make sure that Bakugo doesn't do something stupid in front of the cameras. Midnight announces that it's time for the student representative to make a speech. Midoriya, at least it's not Bakugo. The very idea of him speaking in front of the public fills Aizawa's heart with horror, makes his way to the podium. Eraserhead is suddenly overcome with dread. He just knows that making Izuku make a public speech is somehow worse than Bakugo having one. But it's too late to swoop in, grab his problem child with his scarf and carry him out of the stadium, isn't it? Hello. Izuku says. He is clearly afraid of having to talk to the crowd in front of him and the majority of Japan behind the cameras. I know that it's a tradition that this speech is made by the Hero Corps student with the highest score on the entrance exam. But, this one time I've decided to make a change to that. So I'm giving the floor to Ayako Nakahara, the highest scoring general course student. Oh no! Then Izuku takes a few steps away from the podium, letting a girl from 1C class take his place. She opens her mouth and starts speaking into the microphone. Ayako Nakahara spends 15 minutes dumping on the public bias against the bearers of less flashy quirks, pointing out how public venerates the heroes with quirks that carry the highest risk of collateral damage. She explicitly mentions burning things a few times, and while she doesn't mention Endeavor by name, it's rather obvious who she is dumping on. She also openly states that the bias is at least partially caused by the ongoing policy of the Hero Commission to favor the heroes that the public finds more inspirational, namely those with flashy quirks. If that wasn't enough, that's merely an abbreviated version of the entire manifest, which also includes detailed stats. For example, a comparison between collateral damage and arrest success rate of some overhyped and some underhyped heroes, with the hype or its lack being caused by perceived flashiness of the quirk that's available on an internet page. Page that apparently includes advertisements, the money from which will go to a charity dedicated to children from groups that are discriminated against based on quirks or lack of those, and an ability to directly offer monetary support to organizations fighting against quirkism. The entire speech was clearly planned in detail and well-trained, with just enough well-timed jokes to keep the public's attention occupied. Ayako is good. Eraserhead sees her as a potentially very good hero, and he knows her from the special training for Gen Ed that Izuku got approved but not that good. This was probably a joint effort of general education kids, probably with some help of the management course. And he is 99% sure that the director of that orchestra is a certain green-haired kid that is slowly becoming the worst problem child that Aizawa ever had to deal with. I told him not to overthrow the Japanese government with his speech. Aizawa mumbles to himself. Present MIC, who is Ayoko's homeroom teacher and absolutely beams at the spectacle, just like Midnight does. There is a reason why she let Ayako continue until she finished talking. Here's it. Midoriya and Nokohara bid themselves goodbye and return to their classes, large parts of which are clearly stunned by what just happened. Yorozu is trying to be subtle, but Eraserhead notices the exchange of a thumbs-up gesture between her and Midoriya. So, she was in on this as well. Well, did you tell him not to have someone else overthrow the Japanese government with their speech in his stead? MIC asks, and Aizawa decides that this mess is on him as well. He forgot that he was dealing with Nedzu's student. He should have told Midoriya to show him what he had prepared before the festival. This festival is going to be a pain in the butt. But I wanted to hear Oniken speak to everyone. Eri pouts. With her entire family, she has a comfortable place at the tribune dedicated to family members of the students. Not all, of course, this is something that only the top students get. A bit of an additional incentive. Yagi's eyes meet 𝐒𝐭𝐲's over their children's heads. They had no idea what their oldest son was planning, but they both realized that he just made the HPSC his personal enemy. Not like he cared about it, most likely. He wanted to help people who needed help, and that was all that was probably on his head. At least, he wasn't going to be anywhere high on the HPSC president's shitlist. He was a blip on the radar when compared to the likes of Nedzu, All Might or Eraserhead. But what if someone decided to nip him in the bud before he could become a serious problem? And what if someone from the HPSC learns about him being Nedzu's student or that he penned the rehab course idea? Oniken had to let her talk in his stead to save someone. Aiko replies promptly. Eri makes a thoughtful face. Then she beams. That makes sense. Eri decides. Aizunichan is the best. The pouting is gone. She is back to her "I'm so proud that Izuku is my older brother" face. She loves All Might especially since he is now her dad, but Izuku will always be her greatest hero. After finally learning details of what she went through, something that 𝐒𝐭 withdrew from him earlier because frankly speaking, she thought that Overhaul was dead and wanted to bury the memories and be done with it, Yagi Toshinori isn't surprised by it. All Might's phone vibrates. He picks it up. He got a text message. Oh, of course. Nedzu. 𝐒𝐭 knows him well enough to recognize the look on his face. Yes. Yagi says, while putting his phone back in his pocket. About 100 laughing emojis. The first round of the school festival was, of course, the obstacle race. The first obstacle was the narrow gate which, despite the fierce attempts of the general education course students to stop it, was scaled the fastest by the hero course students. It wasn't even a fight, really. The strong quirks did offer the distinct advantage, even despite the Izuku-issued reforms letting the general education students bring support items with them. How could a simple wall stop Yurashi from simply flying over it? Midoriya, similarly, half-jumped and half-climbed it, while Katsuki flew over it with his explosions. Todoroki simply froze the ground and some feet and slid through, taking advantage of the people around him being immobilized to slide forward. Eraserhead was calmly observing the events, ignoring the present MIC commentary. Then he noticed something. And chuckled menacingly. What happened, Mummy Man? Present MIC asked, with the stadium unfortunately hearing him. So he has to reply to this. Looks like the general education course decided to work together. Eraserhead says, against himself. On the screen he sees two Gen Ed courses tripping Nerengeki Shoda of 1B class and immediately restraining him on the ground, while using a support item to bind his legs and arms. Another one, with a quirk to make his body act like a mirror, is casually repelling AMR's naval laser while getting close to melee. With what looks like a riot baton. To crush as many hero course students as possible. It's a Yoko Nokohara's plan, isn't it? It just sounds like something she would do, really. Especially with how many hero course students find their powerful quirks countered with some support items and weak quirks. Having a quirk allowing you to detect at a distance and roughly understand the workings of a quirk of others is a wonderful thing for a tactician. The reason why Eraserhead is going to make her a hero, even if she is far from being a fighter yet. The all-out brawl at the beginning ends up with 7 hero course students taken out of the fight. With 1A losing Hagakure, AMR, and Koda, while 1B loses Shoda, Kaibara, Kamakiri, Bondo, Rin and, almost, Shiozaki and Komori. Eraserhead is winning with Vlad King by 1 point. The second real obstacle is the Robo Inferno reformed. There are no 0-pointers this year, since that was clearly going too far. Instead, all that the students encounter are 1-pointers modified by the power loader to better fit the new school festival system. They are slower and there is a clear shutdown button in front of them that has to be touched to get them deactivated for 20 seconds. They are also programmed to respond to the quirks that would normally not work on robots. So, for example, if Midnight was a student and she unleashed her cloud of sleeping gas, they would pretend to fall asleep. To take the changes into account and keep everything balanced, they are also supposed to not be destroyed. After all, they are pretending to be villains, and this is a hero school. Breaking a villain into pieces is hardly a go-to method of dealing with them. Arresting them, in the meantime. Once again, the powerhouses simply ignore the obstacle. Midoriya actually uses some of the robots as stepping stones to leap past them. Katsuki flies over them with his explosions. Urashi flies over them without explosions. Todoroki slides between them after freezing half of them in place. Eraserhead is about to feel happy with the majority of this year's powerhouses being in his team, when Mieko Ito, the rehab core student of Class 1B, starts warping her classmates to the other side of the Robo Inferno. Well, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 Vlad King is going to be insufferable about this stunt, isn't he? Present MIC has his own share of laughs about several more Hero Core students falling to the Gen EDS, who act less like competitors and more like a pursuing army. Whoever gets sandwiched between the rampaging robots and them is down for the count. 𝐒𝐿 is taken down by a kid whose quirks let him freeze objects in place for something like 2 seconds, rendering his attempt to immobilize him with a tape a fatal mistake. The 1B class warp is slow, resulting in Kodai and Fukudashi having to pull a rearguard action that actually ends up with them being defeated by a crowd of students. 4-6. If you excluded the 6 rehab core students participating, the Gen Ed course has taken down 1 in 4 hero students participating. Ayako certainly decided to add further arguments to her manifesto. The third hurdle is the fall. The gaping abyss with an incredible amount of well-covered security measures with numerous ropes above it. Supposed to test the mobility of the students. Honestly speaking, Eraserhead has no idea why the school bothers to test that. Once again, Urashi just flies over it. He barely touched the ground ever since the start of the race and seems to be shouting something about how incredibly passionate this race is. Katsuki does the same, but with explosions and angry shouts. Todoroki slides through the ropes after freezing them and making them slightly wider. Midoriya doesn't even seem to use this quirk, instead he is pretty much running through the ropes like he was born doing this. Even present MIC is taken aback by the sense of balance and the agility, and ends up asking his co-commentator if Midoriya is doing that with a quirk. Eraserhead can hear gasps on the audience when they hear that no, Midoriya is just this agile. Frankly speaking, Aizawa wonders who trained him himself. Was it Inko Midoriya? Who exactly was she, if the answer was yes? Asui, Ida, and some steampunk-looking girl from the support course pick up the pace as well. The rest seems to be struggling slightly. Even the warp quirk user, who is trying to puzzle up another warp, but is clearly winded by the first one. Worst of all, the 1A who, in general, is proceeding forward faster has caught up with the 1B class by the time the fall started. Then the pursuit group from the Gen Ed course appears. With lots of Hero Course kids still on the ropes. Eraserhead is happy that his face is covered because no one sees his grin when they start pulling out airsoft guns and begin to snipe the Hero Core students down into the fall, and thus, disqualification. Ayako Nokohara, you appealing monster. The fall isn't a fight as much as it's a massacre of the Hero Course. 1A loses Kaminari, Soto, Kirishima, Shoji, and Mineta. 1B loses Awase, Koroiro, Komori, Tsunotori, and Tetsutetsu. 25% casualties among the non-rehab Hero Core students raised to 50%. The good news is that the sniping routine makes the Gen Ed Core students spend so much time before trying to cross the fall that the remaining Hero Courses safely disengage. Then again, they eliminated so many of the heroes that whatever the next stage of the tournament will be, a lot of Gen EDS will get to participate. What an unexpected outcome. Present MIC yells into the microphone. Hero courses were slaughtered by our general education kids. Way to show them your worth, little listeners. Any commentary on this, mummy man? He suddenly turns his head to Aizawa, who would have preferred to be kept out of this. The general education course decided to work together to prove to us that even a weak quirk can achieve a lot with good training, a decent plan and some support items. Eraserhead decides to speak his mind. Sure, none of them can expect to one day fight supervillains solo, but neither I nor them seem to have a problem with understanding that with good teamwork they can make for good heroes. And they are doing their best to show that truth to the world. There is loud cheering in the stadium. Everyone loves a good underdog story, don't they? Compared to the fall, the minefield is practically a cakewalk with next to nothing interesting happening. Save for the really heated fight for the first place. And Midoriya doing some crazy gymnastic routine between the mines that Aizawa would attribute to him trying to show off if it wasn't, well, Midoriya. And now, the obstacle race results. Midnight announces, and the image on the screen changes. Inasa Yorashi Hero Course A, Shoto Todoroki Hero Course A, Bakugo Katsuki Rehab Course A, Izuku Midoriya Hero Course A, Ibara Shiozaki Hero Course B, Juzo Hononuki Hero Course B, Tenko Shimura Rehab Course A, Tenya Ida Hero Course A, Miyuki Tagawa Rehab Course B, Mieko Ito Rehab Course B, Yoshihiro Moki Rehab Course B, Tokoyami Fumikage Hero Course A, Ojiro Mashirao Hero Course A, Tsuyu Asui Hero Course A, Uraraka Okako Hero Course A, Momo Yorozu Hero Course A, Kyoka Juru Hero Course A, Ashido Mina Hero Course A, Itsuka Kendo Hero Course B, Jirota Shishido Hero Course B, Nito Monoma Hero Course B, Amaya Uyemura Rehab Course B, Myhatsume Support Course Setsuna Tokage Hero Course B, Kosi Tsuburaba Hero Course B, Leiko Yanaji Hero Course B. The remaining 16 slots are all taken by general education students, including Ayako Nokohara at place 31st. The second stage of the school festival is going to be the human cavalry battle. Inasa absolutely beams at the announcement that he is now worth 10 million points and shouts to everyone to come at him at their leisure. All Might is the absolute opposite of surprised at that development. He is slightly more surprised when the teams start being formed and Tsuyu Asui approaches Inasa. Together with, apparently, Tenko. Why is Yagi Toshinori getting worried? In the end, Tenko Shimura, Tsuyu Asui and Inasa Yorashi form a single team, and Yagi has absolutely no idea how it's supposed to work. Especially as they are clearly giving the team's headband to Shimura. In the meantime, his son picks Uraraka, the support course girl, after hearing the tales. All Might expected her to go for the highest scoring person. Why did she pick Izuku? And Tokoyami? Todoroki picks Tenya, Momo, and Kyoka. Bakugo ends up in a team with Ojiro, Ashido, and one rehab course from Class B, namely, Amaya Uyemura. 1A has quite an odd lineup. Then again, it was thoroughly massacred during the first round, so any lineup will by definition be an odd one. The kids are scraping the barrel. The battle starts. All Might coughs out a mouthful of BLD when Inasa immediately takes off, Tenko piggybacking him and Tsuyu practically hanging off his back. Inasa seems to be shouting something alongside, "Catch me if you can." Then he realizes that Tenko is mostly hiding behind Inasa at a distance from the ground that makes him hard to accurately target, while Tsuyu is using her tongue to either deflect the attackers trying to take off after them or try to steal headbands in the passing, letting Inasa focus on the flying bit. Whose idea it was? Few minutes in, it becomes obvious that things aren't going alongside the plan. It doesn't even matter whom you consider, literally no one's plan works as intended. Maybe save for Inasa, who is still laughing at people and taunting them from above. 1B was clearly planning to focus on dismantling Class 1A. Eraserhead is 99% sure that it was that Monoma kid who planned it. He heard about him enough. Unfortunately for the 1B, it was slaughtered during the first round. So it has the same problem with improvised team-ups. Worst of all, the general ed course students were still there. And were still out for hero BLD. Ayako had the exact same plan as Monoma did, namely, have our class cooperate in order to take down our enemies together. But she didn't expect the 1B to do the same. While 1A lacked a similar decision, they had some of the real powerhouses on the field. All of that resulted in a chaotic melee choice between the Gen Ed, the 1B class and whatever 1A team happened to be nearby. With the former two occasionally cooperating to mess up the 1A, as Bakugo discovered when Team Nokohara and Team Monoma teamed up on the fly to steal his headband. They immediately came to blows over it. It changed hands 3 times, before returning to a clearly livid Bakugo after the other rehab courser in his group grew tired of it, told his teammates to hold their breath and discharged enough poisonous gas from his body to make Monoma team sluggish for a crucial few seconds. Ayako Nokohara and her team take a bite, too, stealing remaining Monoma's headbands before fleeing from clearly enraged Monoma, who seems to be personally offended by being taken down by a Gen Ed courses instead of his fated archenemies of Class A. In the very same time, Todoroki seemed to have given up on everything save for one single thing, getting Midoriya's headband. The battle was incredibly fierce, but both sides were clearly smart enough to not be surprised by anyone else trying to take a bite at them. Finally, the last seconds of the fight come. Todoroki decides to take a plunge, using Tenya's super move to give his team a sudden power-up in speed. They almost manage to grab the headband of clearly surprised Midoriya, when suddenly his team is enveloped in a thick smoke screen. This is enough to throw the attackers off guard, and Todoroki's team fails to grab the headband. "Oh, what was that?" Inko asks, clearly surprised by the development. "One of that support girl tools." "I don't know, actually." Yagi replies. He can see his son's team emerging from the smoke screen, and they clearly look dumbfounded by what just happened. They can see Myhatsume shaking her head, clearly an answer to some question that was asked while still in the smokescreen. "Uncle Yoichi is being a dummy." Aiko suddenly interjects. "He did it." Her parents look at her in surprise. Yagi thinks that he knows all of his children's uncles and aunties at this point, and he never heard of Yoichi before. "Who is Uncle Yoichi?" Inko asks, and Yagi understands that he isn't the only one surprised by Aiko's words. "A dummy." Aiko replies, clearly disinterested. "He is giving me candies and I like him, but he is still a big dummy. You can't see him, because he is invisible. We normally hang out when you aren't at home." The eyes of Yagi and Inko meet over their kids, and for a short time, the stadium around them doesn't exist. What on earth did they miss? Is some creep stalking their children when they aren't there? Where is Uncle Yoichi now? Yagi decides to be the interrogator in this. He is living in Izunichan's quirk, just as he lived in yours. Aiko replies, and Yagi blinks a few times in a surprised realization. He says that he is my father's brother. He looks similar to the pictures that Mom showed me, just younger and smaller. Like older Asunichan, actually. She sighs. And now Auntie Nana and Uncle Ien are shouting at him. Dummies. All of them. Yagi almost chokes on BLD when he figures out that he mistook the legendary first holder of the One for All for a potential child MLSTR. Then he almost does it again when he realizes that Nana is living in One for All. And then he does it one more time because he realizes that Ien's quirk was smokescreen, and he suddenly understands what is the One for All's final form. He might really need a BLD transfusion before the festival ends. "What have you done?" Nana shouts at the first holder in the deepest recesses of One for All. Ien is right behind her, and Lariat not far behind him. I mean, he was about to lose. Yoichi tries to defend himself. Then he would fall out of the competition, and then Aiko would be sad. "You're an idiot," Ien announces with the face of Eraserhead. "You do realize that if Izuku finds out that he won thanks to inside help, he is going to be a pain in the butt about it. He literally gave the Gen EDS the idea for the Hero Course Crush just to give them a sensible fighting chance and a shot at becoming heroes, and then told Nokohara to go after his Class 2 because anything else wouldn't be fair. How do you think he is going to react to a ghost living in his quirk helping him win despite not being a registered part of the competition? Meaning that nobody could be prepared for him in any way. Yoichi starts thinking. And he doesn't like the results. Aiko is going to kill us all. Lariat mumbles in the background. On the other side of the stadium, a young girl tilts her head a bit, thinks about something for a few seconds, and then faintly nods to herself. Midnight announces the results of the Human Cavalry Battle event. First place, Team Shimura Inasa Yorashi, Tenko Shimura, Tsuyu Asui. Second place, Team Todoroki Shouto, 𝐻𝐸𝐫, Momo Yorozu, 𝐾𝐩𝐽𝐽 3rd place. Team Midoriya Izuku Midoriya, Uraraka Ochako, myheroacademia, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Tokoyami 4th place. Team Katsuki Bakugo Katsuki, Ashido Mina, Ojiro Mashirao, Amaya Uyemura 5th place. Team Monoma Nito Monoma, Miyuki Tagawa, Ibara Shiozaki. Yoshihiro Moki Eraserhead has no idea why Nezu made a last-minute change to let the first 5 teams instead of first 4 go through to the 3rd round. It will make quarterfinals and so on rather awkward in numeration. There are 19 participants left in the game, so the team leader of the team that placed 6th, namely, Ayako Nakahara, because of course that's her, gets added to the roster. Eraserhead is 99% certain that Nezu made a last-minute change to the participants' number to let Nakahara show her mettle as well. Gen EDS lost the 2nd round. But, frankly speaking, they managed to take most of the 1B with them. Hononuki was a recommended student, but he still was done in. Ito, the warp quirk user, becomes the first rehab course student to be defeated. Kendo, Shishido, Tokuge, Tsuburaba, and Yanagi are out too. Vlad King is probably simultaneously fuming and hoping for Monoma to save the honor of his class. Because otherwise, he is going to end up losing the bet and will owe Eraserhead a lot of coffee. Midnight announces the matchups of the first round before announcing that it's time for a break to let the participants catch some breath. Izuku Midoriya vs Amaya Uyemura Todoroki Shoto vs 𝐾𝐩𝐽𝐽 Ibara Shiozaki vs Ashido Mina Inasa Yorashi vs Ojiro Mashirao Tenko Shimura vs Momorazu 𝐻𝐸𝐫 vs myheroacademia 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Tokoyami vs Ayako Nakahara Uraraka Ochako vs Bakugo Katsuki Tsuyu Asui vs Yoshihiro Moki Nito Monoma vs Miyuki Tagawa. I'm kinda surprised about the tactic you used, Inasa. Uraraka asks as the 1A students are exiting the stadium. I expected you to go after everyone to gather all the headbands for yourself. 𝐾𝐩𝐽𝐽 expected the same, really. That was my original plan, yes. Inasa replies. But losing to Midoriya in the battle trial made me realize that there is more than one way of winning. I focused on making my team win the battle safely. I'm going to go all out in the next stage to make up for it. Ojiro shivers a bit. He, like Kyoka, clearly realizes what being paired with the class powerhouses both of them clearly pumped up means for them. Still, they are going to do their best. Speaking about Midoriya, did someone see him? Tenya asks. I expected him to accompany us. I think Todoroki took him for some talk. Uraraka replies. He looked super serious about it. It's probably about their fight. Is it about the fire? Or the smoke screen? It was quite an odd moment. Todoroki looked like he saw a ghost after the fire spark happened. Midoriya looked similarly shocked about the sudden smoke burst. Kyoka is aware that she enjoys spying on people with her quirk. She also realizes that, technically, this might have been on the verge of villainy, especially when she did that before becoming a hero trainee. But she really enjoys that. She isn't using the knowledge she obtained that way for anything. She isn't exactly a gossiping sort. The secrets she learns are safe with her, and she considers obtaining them to be a sort of a quirk training. With a side dish of vigilantism. She might have put forward a few anonymous tips about the small crime plans that she overheard in the past. And she did tell one of her teachers that one of her classmates was mumbling to themselves things indicating that they are planning a suicide. It was resolved safely, with some proper mental help, and the teacher did agree to not mention to anyone how he learned of the problem. She did technically agree not to do that anymore, but Kyoka likes learning things. Sometimes it's kind of funny. So when she hears about Midoriya and Todoroki having a secret talk, she decides to listen to them. Maybe it's a love confession, maybe she will learn about something useful for her soon-to-be fight with Todoroki. Who knows? So she connects her ears with the wall. And singles out the right voices. Made me break my vow. Todoroki is saying. No one else nearby felt it. But I did. Might be because I witnessed All Might fighting the Numu with his full power in front of me. What? What is this about? So, what is it about? Izuku repeats her thoughts verbatim. What are you trying to say? That what I felt from you was something similar. Todoroki replies. Are you All Might's secret love child? Oh my god. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 imagines him stating that with a deadpan face to equal his deadpan voice and holy SHT, this is hilarious. What made Endeavor's son appear to such a hilarious conclusion? All Might is the most popular person in the country. How could he possibly hope to hide something like that from his fans? She knows how crazy they can be, after all her father is one of them. Hell, she is one of them, just less than her dad. And then there is a part where Midoriya clearly doesn't resemble All Might at all. She braces herself for some hilarious and startled rebuke from Midoriya. Yes. Izuku replies and 𝐒𝐭𝐽 freezes, because she can feel his heartbeat from here and there is no hesitation in it. No dishonesty. Yes, I am. What? 𝐒𝐭𝐽 is staring down the corridor she is in, trying to figure out what she was just hearing. There was something wrong with her ears or something like that, yes. Probably from the strain of using her quirk during the... I expected you to deny it. Todoroki promptly states. My mom prefers to keep the press away from her and her home. Izuku replies. Besides, if villains found out that All Might is secretly married, they might have tried to go after his family. And I want to achieve everything by my own hands. I'm going to tell the world that I'm his son the day I graduate and become a hero officially. There is a second or two pause after that. I'm not going to lie to my classmates when they ask me about it, but please don't tell anyone. I won't. Todoroki replies and Jiru seconds him. But that means that I have to defeat you even more. Why? Midoriya asks and 𝐒𝐭𝐽 braces herself because she suspects that this talk is going to get downhill from this point. Oh, if only she knew. You must know about my father. Todoroki says. He's the number 2 hero. For something like 20 years now. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 wonders if Todoroki realizes what sort of idiocy it is to tell that to number 1 hero fanboy. Everyone in their class is a hero fanboy to some degree or another, but Izuku Midoriya certainly takes the cake. He has been working and training with all his might for years now. Todoroki continues. Yet whatever he does, he fails to match All Might. The number 1 hero seat is both at his hand's reach, and on another planet. So due to him not being able to take it, he devised a plan. Did he? Izuku says, and 𝐒𝐭𝐽 can feel his heartbeat raging. Did the number 2 hero engaged in quirk marriage? What? What is that even? Oh! Todoroki is taken aback by what Midoriya just said. How did you know? His quirk's only weakness is overheating. Midoriya replies. Temperature management is a common problem for fire and ice quirk users. You have your ice, but you also used fire in our fight. So this sounds like he had a child with a powerful ice quirk bearer in order to produce a child who could use his flames but with an ice quirk component to prevent the overheating issue. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 realizes now what the quirk marriage is. And she realizes that she is going to throw out every piece of Endeavor merchandise she has in her room. Sure, it's only an addition to All Might's, but... Yes. Todoroki replies and pauses for a few seconds. The scar on my face is because my mother dumped boiling water on the side that resembled him. I made a vow that I'm going to become the number 1 hero without using his flames. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 has another realization. The one that she should have stopped listening to the conversation after finding out who Midoriya's father is. But it's too late for it now, right? Todoroki, I'll be honest with you. Midoriya says and 𝐒𝐭𝐽 almost doesn't recognize the voice. You and your father are absolute dumbass, and he is a criminal dumbass to top it. What? Todoroki is taken aback and for the first time in this talk, she can actually hear it in his voice. Did any of you ever ask yourself why All Might is the number 1 hero? Izuku says. Confidently. The one word that 𝐒𝐭𝐽 never expected to describe him with. He is the strongest hero. Todoroki replies. She can hear Izuku Midoriya snigger derisively at this. And how is the public supposed to know about it? Midoriya replies. Did All Might ever fight Endeavor to the death? Gang Orca could easily fight Crust on equal terms, so why is Crust the number 8 hero while Gang Orca is number 13? And why is Eraserhead unranked, despite him probably being able to, with a good plan, fight against Endeavor? Can you answer me that question? That's, Todoroki tries to reply, but audibly swallows his words. That's because the ranking you all care about is mostly about popularity, Todoroki. Midoriya replies. Not strength. Strength merely makes you more likely to stop high profile villains and save a lot of people, making you more likely to be popular. But in the end what really matters is how many people like your costume aesthetics and manners. So let me enlighten you, Todoroki. My father is the #1 hero not because he is the strongest hero, but because unlike Endeavor, he saves people with a reassuring smile on his face rather than derisive scowl. He is doing this because the first thing his mentor taught him was that a hero should smile, no matter how grim the situation is, because a true hero protects not only human lives but also their hearts. So please, Todoroki, look at yourself in the mirror and tell me, do you make that cut? How's that? Todoroki is clearly shaken. I'll tell you the answer to that. Izuku doesn't stop the verbal beating at that. You don't. Did you even bother listening to what sort of problem Yorashi has with you? Because I think that you ignored him. Just like you ignore your classmates. To the point where you aren't even part of our group chat. No. Todoroki states. I didn't listen to him. Something in his heartbeat is odd. Kyoka thinks that it's just a deep confusion. He clearly didn't expect the scolding. Then I'll fix that problem for you. Izuku replies. It's because he hates Endeavor for being an obnoxious and derisive parody of a hero. And after you completely ignored him during the recommended student exams while he was just trying to be friendly with you, he came to believe that you are nothing more than a smaller version of your father. Frankly speaking, Kyoka realizes Izuku could as well punch Todoroki in the face. The reaction would be pretty similar. Considering what was happening with Todoroki's heartbeat, Midoriya should be happy that he wasn't just straight frozen to death. And he is right, Todoroki. Izuku continues. You are repeating the same mistakes that make Endeavor into a forever #2. All you are doing is trying to get stronger, while completely ignoring the part where an unlikable but will never become a #1 hero. Unless literally everyone else competing for the seat dies. 3 long seconds of silence. Please, answer me this one question. Why did you want to become a hero? I didn't exactly have a choice in that matter. Todoroki replies after a few more seconds of silence. I think that I do want to be a hero. But I don't know why. I see. Izuku states. Kyoka expected him to rant about it, but she gets none of it. Well, I wanted to help others. Nothing more, nothing less. So sorry, but if your plan for this meeting was to start an official rivalry with me over the #1 hero seat, then you can shove it. Because I don't care about the hero rankings. I never did. And neither does my father. Kyoka finds herself blinking a few times. All Might, the #1 hero, doesn't care about the ranking. But everyone cares about it, right? All Might doesn't care about it. Todoroki, clearly stupefied, replies with a question. Do you know why he was almost late to this year's hero billboard chart? Izuku replies. Because he overslept. And he overslept because he stayed up until 3 a.m. the day earlier, ranting with Uncle Akaguro about how the ranking is stupid because true heroism is about saving people, not about popularity and rankings. He is only attending because his status as the symbol of peace and the pillar of our society makes it his duty. And he would have probably stayed up longer, if Mom didn't get angry at him and didn't drag him to bed after throwing my uncle out. He stays silent for 2 or 3 seconds. Todoroki stays completely and utterly silent, but his emotions are racing. So I'm sorry to say it, Todoroki, but your father ruined your life due to a rivalry that exists only in his head. Izuku adds finally. And I'm not letting you repeat that mistake with me. So I'm going to say it again, I'm not your rival. Consider not repeating the other mistakes I mentioned to you, too. Then he leaves, with still stunned Todoroki left behind. Match #1. Present MIC yells through the microphone. The boy who showed us all some impressive moves during the obstacle race. Izuku Midoriya of the hero course. Versus, he pauses for maybe half a second. Living weapon of mass destruction. Amaya Uyemura of the rehabilitation course. Did he say, a living weapon of mass destruction? 𝐒𝐭 asks, clearly worried. Yagi decides to reassure her. Because while he does realize that Amaya's destructive potential is rather unmatched, the school took the necessary precautions. Present MIC likes to exaggerate. He says, "Don't worry about it. It will be all right." The kid that enters the ring from the opposite side to Izuku is an unassuming blonde that would have probably done much better in the hero course training if he put in some effort to improve himself physically. He is wearing a partial gas mask that leaves his eyes uncovered. Present MIC quickly narrates the rules of the fight, while mentioning that the stadium is safeguarded against Amaya's quirk, so he is free to go all out. Ready. Present MIC says. Start. Within 3 seconds Amaya disappears behind the cloud of smoke that covers the entire arena. The cameras switch to thermovision that lets them see what's happening on the ring. And what happens is Amaya dodging Izuku's blow. I believe that some explanations are due. Present MIC announces. Can our resident mummy man enlighten us? Uyemura's quirk allows him to generate and control poison gas. Eraserhead promptly replies. It's not poisonous enough to kill, unless in extremely high dosages or if someone is exposed to it for long, and we do have an antidote at hand. But it can still weaken, paralyze, or knock unconscious those who breathe it. Amaya dodges another charge. He starts moving almost instantly after Izuku, so how does he? He can also sense movement within the gas cloud he controls. Eraserhead continues. Which thus far is enough to avoid his opponent. Does he? 𝐭 doesn't finish saying it, but Yagi knows what she meant. Izuku will win. He adds with a sigh. This is young Uyemura's chance to show Japan that it truly prefers him as a hero rather than a villain. So Izuku is putting up a spectacle. Or so he thinks. There is a simple way of dealing with this, but his son is clearly not using it, and that's rather dangerous. Present MIC says with an excited voice. But not exactly the reason for calling him the living weapon of mass destruction, right? True. Eraserhead replies, while the fight continues. The reason for this is because the largest poison cloud he generated and controlled thus far was 2.5 kilometers wide. That does draw some noises from the audience. If Yagi knows how heroes think, most of those in the stadium are now thinking who exactly would Amaya grow into if he was allowed to do whatever he was doing being drawn to the rehabilitation course. And how hard it would be to deal with him. Eventually, Izuku decides that enough is enough. He uses 100% of one for all on his finger, enough to break it but also enough to generate an air current strong enough to push the cloud back and expose Amaya. He doesn't give him enough time to hide himself again, and closes the distance. Amaya tries to produce more gas, but Izuku has him grabbed. He is soon dragged out of the ring. Midoriya Izuku wins. Present MIC shouts. Eri jumps up from her seat in joy, while 𝐒𝐭 claps slowly. And somehow, menacingly. The second fight is between Todoroki Shoto and Kyoka. And, frankly, it's not a fight. Kyoka has enough time to try blasting him with her amplified heartbeat before she and half of Midnight who happen to stand too close is frozen. With Kyoka immobilized, Midnight calls the match. Ibara Shiozaki fights against Mina Ashido. Unlike the previous fight, this time it's actually worth the word fight being used. The acid works against her vines, and Mina is maneuverable enough to not get caught instantly or semi-instantly. In the end, it's mostly an endurance fight. Or, so Mina thinks. She doesn't expect to be suddenly attacked by the vines emerging from under her feet, and she is thrown outside of the ring before she can react to that. The fight between Inasa and Ojiro is another non-fight during the tournament. Frankly speaking, Ojiro does quite well for the rather horrific matchup. Though it's mostly just him trying to hold against a hurricane. There is nothing for his tail to grab, and Inasa seems to have decided on showing the world his might. Ojiro is, eventually, thrown out of bounds. Inasa is announced as the winner. Creative spirit of the hero course and one of the precious few students that got to join the UA through the recommendation, Momo Yorozu. Present MIC announces. Versus. The Grim Reaper of the rehabilitation course. Tenko Shimura. Momo can agree that Tenko looks rather grim. She has no idea how he persuades Inasa to pair up, but he did get through the cavalry battle rather easily. Worst of all, he managed to do that without betraying what his quirk is. Now she can see him taking off his gloves. She did notice that he kept wearing those, but she thought that it was something like 𝐒𝐻𝐲's mask. An aesthetic choice, but if not, what would Midoriya think right now? Touch-based quirk. Most likely a 5-finger point contact, like Uraraka, because clearly his gloves were artist ones. So they didn't include every finger. And he seemed to do his best not to clench his hands. Something destructive, something that would destroy or do something similar to the glove if all fingers touched it at once. She has to restrain him from a distance. She heard from Kirishima that he was extremely fast during the USJ attack, and if he truly has a 5-finger point contact quirk, then she can't let him touch her. When Present MIC announces the start of the fight, she opens it by casting a large net towards Tenko, while creating a shield and a polearm to keep him at bay. The net doesn't even buy her a second, because the second that Tenko touched it, it rapidly began to disintegrate. 3 seconds later the same thing happens to her weapon, rendering her advantage of range moot. She tries to jump back, but she is way too outmatched in terms of speed and doesn't have the time nor a state of mind to summon something more complicated. He disintegrates her shield. She has maybe a second to react. She doesn't, not enough time to act before his hand is put on her face, with all but one finger touching it. Midnight announces Tenko Shimura's victory. To say that this outcome doesn't satisfy Momo is an understatement of a century. The less is said about the fight between Tenya and Mai, the better. It's a downright humiliation for the former, even if he eventually wins the fight. But mostly because the living terror of the support course decides that she advertised her genius enough and steps out of bounds. Uraraka, despite the feeling of looming doom over her head, decides to go cheer Tenya up together with Izuku and Inasa. It makes her marginally less nervous for the time being. Frankly speaking, Tokoyami's quirk is probably right after the few of the class powerhouses in terms of strength. It is versatile and powerful, capable of making decisions on its own without having to consult the user. Unless it's matched with an ingenious Gen Ed student who entered the fight with several flashbang grenades. And some very powerful handheld flashlight. Plus a baton. Intimidatingly long one. The grenades and the flashlight keep the Dark Shadow on a minimal power level long enough for a Yoko Nokohara to force Tokoyami 𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 to surrender. To a loud cheering of the Gen Ed students on the nearest tribune. The living explosion with behavioral problems from the rehabilitation course, Bakugo Katsuki. Present MIC announces. Versus. The girl from the hero course who defies gravity on a daily basis, Uraraka Ochako. You're the one that makes things float, angel face. Bakugo asks before the fight starts. The one that's hanging around Deku all the time. Deku. Does he mean Izuku? If you're gonna withdraw, do it now. Otherwise it will hurt. A lot. She steals her face. She isn't going to withdraw. She is going to give it her all. Present MIC. Announces the start of the fight, and she leaps forward. If she can get him under her quirk. Bakugo doesn't bother evading. She did listen to Izuku's tips on strategy. She wants to achieve as much as she can on her own, but she saw her idol listen to his tactic and survive only because of that. That changed her perspective, so she knew that he would open up with a big right swing. This blows her back, despite her attempts to avoid it. The smoke raised by it should do as a decoy. She leaves her jersey there, leaving parts of clothing as a distraction. Totally isn't something she picked up from Mr. Compress. He falls for it, and she almost touches his back. But then another explosion sends her back. She repeats the approach several times. She doesn't have any other tactic. Even Izuku clearly stated that the chances of her victory are minimal. That getting him under his quirk even by accident is the only real hope she has, but with his almost ridiculous reflexes it's not going to be easy. Some heroes from the audience start loudly complaining about Bakugo toying with her. Yeah, he is a bit of an easy target for that, being a rehab course student at all. She is furious, but too busy to shout at them to shut up. She is still standing, damn it. Whoever is complaining, do us all a favor and give up your hero license. Aizawa-sensei's voice cuts the complaints down. He doesn't blow her off the field with a large attack, because if she dodged it, he would be left vulnerable. He isn't toying with her, he is on guard. Yes. Uraraka, despite being badly bruised in way too many places, smirks. Besides, her plan B is ready. Thank you for treating me seriously, she says loudly, Bakugo staring at her with hostility on his face. Then she cancels her quirk. Meteors start falling down. The audience gasps. Uraraka leaps forward. This is her last attempt. Her own meteors might hit her, but at the very least he will have to focus on deflecting those, and if she gets close enough. Bakugo Katsuki blows the meteor storm with a massive explosion that leaves the stadium silent. The air pressure of the explosions actually throws her back. She tries to, regardless of everything, attack him again. But her body fails her and Midnight Sensei calls the match. Are there any chances of you withdrawing? The rehab course student she was paired with asks. Tsuyu is surprised. This is pretty bold and blunt, even for her standards. No, she replies. I have things to prove to people. I see, he says back. The frog girl from the hero course, Tsuyu Asui. Present MIC announces. Versus, the mysterious strongman from the rehabilitation course, Yoshihiro Moki. Something like 2 seconds after the start of the fight is announced and Tsuyu is still waiting for him to move, if only to figure out what his quirk might be about. He raises his hands and announces that he is withdrawing from the tournament. She blinks a few times while Midnight approaches him and asks him something away from microphones. Once he replies she has no idea what it is about, Midnight accepts his withdrawal. She's going to ask Midoriya what it was about after the tournament. And the final fight of the first round. Present MIC is clearly overjoyed by the role he is performing. The indomitable yet scheming tactician of the hero course, Nito Monoma. Versus, the toxic girl of the rehabilitation course, Miyuki Tagawa. Miyuki is a two-colored girl. Blue and pink hair, blue and pink eyes. The skin has natural pigment, but that's how far normalcy goes. She is also wearing a gas mask similar to the one that the gas user had. Unfortunately to her, Nito knows her quirk. Unfortunately for Nito, there are limits to what he can do. He softens the ground under her with Hononuki's quirk, preventing her from just approaching and knocking him out with her breath. But she has enough time to take her mask off and start shouting at him. Every part of Miyuki Tagawa is toxic, including her words. The audience gets to see a match consisting of a sinking girl shouting at the increasingly confused boy who is also hallucinating and might be just a little bit drunk, trying to knock him out with her voice before she sinks too deep. Nito narrowly wins that fight. Midoriya Izuku leaves the still slightly sulking Uraraka Ochako, only to have the distinct bad luck of running into Endeavor. Oh, so there you are. Endeavor starts talking, but he isn't giving enough time. I don't care, Izuku promptly replies. Endeavor stares at him in surprise. You are probably here to tell me some variant of your power is similar to All Might's, give my chosen tool a good fight and become a good part of my plan to realize my own failed dreams by forcing them onto someone else. Endeavor blinks 2 times, as if he was trying to comprehend what was happening. As I said, don't care. And I'm too busy trying to figure out if it's a better idea to throw the match or completely and utterly humiliate your son. So you can as well not waste your time. Izuku is in a bad mood. This doesn't happen often, but at least according to his mom and those of his uncles and aunties that knew him, he resembles his father when that happens. Well, his stepfather. He is certainly not very all-mightish now. Then again, he isn't particularly interested in smiling at Endeavor. Having that mood right now instead of sometimes later might have been a good thing. There are way too many people in his life that he doesn't want to show that face to. Try the latter. Endeavor is thoroughly unimpressed. We'll see how well it will go. Izuku wanted to just walk past the man, but Endeavor is clearly not letting him. Are you provoking your son that way, too? Izuku asks with a calm face, looking upward at the giant of a man in front of him. Endeavor sniggers. Is that why Tuia went out in flames? Endeavor's eyes open wide, and the fury lite on his face. I don't know what you are trying to imply, kid. Endeavor really looks like he is wondering if he can get away with punching the kid in front of him. But you should stop. And you should change your hero name. Izuku replies. Try hard means almost the same thing, but fits you way better. If you don't use simple words, the people who think you are a good hero might not get them. Are you trying to make me hit you? Endeavor, despite fuming with rage, still has control over himself. You think it's going to change anything? Dunno. Izuku replies after a few seconds of cold stare. It changed a lot for Thunderbolt, wouldn't you say? Endeavor's eyes widen. I'd like to go to the waiting room, and you are blocking my way. Could you please let me go? Endeavor steps sideways, letting Izuku walk past him in silence. But Izuku decides to add one more thing. Oh, and as class president of Class 1A, I'll be personally offended if Todoroki Shoto shows up to class with any degree of physical damage. He says, in an almost absent-minded tone. Very offended. And what will happen if you'll be offended? Endeavor adds in a slightly mocking tone. Who knows? Izuku replies. But blue flames are quite appealing. He says nothing more and disappears at the end of the corridor. Endeavor doesn't realize that there was a third person in the room until the end of the festival, when he realizes that someone stole his phone and wallet. Mr. Compress is watching the school festival in his little gang's unofficial hideout. He is officially a fan of Miss Uraraka and he finds her fierceness in combat, and the oh-so-familiar creative use of clothing, truly admirable. It is a shame that she didn't get further than that, but she still has so much room to grow, especially if Izuku helps her. Suddenly, his phone starts to ring. He recognizes the number, so he picks it up. Asa, my precious boy. He says. How can I help you? Uncle Sako, I have I need your help. Oh, he certainly does, especially with the anxiety that's a serious issue of Asa in Mr. Compress' opinion. It's kind of adorable, but also very, very bad for the kid. I'm here for you, Asa. Mr. Compress announces with a wide smile. He loves the kid. He has a soft spot for every person that's this gifted with thievery and sleight of cards. The fact that he is 𝐒𝐿𝐴's son is an icing on the cake. If only his dad wasn't the scariest person Mr. Compress ever knew, and his stepdad is only slightly less intimidating. What seems to be the problem? Did 𝐒𝐿𝐴 steal his organic carrots again? Mr. Compress isn't stealing them back, he isn't suicidal. Might have stolen Endeavor's credit card. Asa replies and Mr. Compress inhales deeply. Did he just? And wallet. And phone. And car keys. And house keys. And business cards. And a hero license. And, Asa, wait for me. Mr. Compress replies a bit more forcefully than he wanted and he can hear Asa gulp in shock. I need some more context for this. IW was following Izuku around. Asa almost yells. He took the order to explain a bit too orderly. But he was talking with Endeavor and Endeavor was being a meanie to him, so the rabbit was fierce. And brave. Like Miruko. So I took things from him, but, I don't know what to do now. He ends, clearly waiting for help. It is at this moment that Mr. Compress realizes that despite all his love for Izuku and Eri and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 too, just slightly less and preferably from a safe distance, Asa is and forever will be his most favorite member of the Midoriya family. After 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Okay, he might have actually reached her level now. Because knowing what sort of sneaky thief Asa is when he wants to, Mr. Compress knows that absolutely no one, including Izuku and Endeavor, noticed that something happened. Quirk-wise Asa was probably Mr. Compress equal if not more, at this point. His quirk was truly a thing to behold. Asa. You appealing child. Mr. Compress says with all the love he can find in his heart. I'll have a friendly warp quirk user pick them up from you, just send me your GPS coordinates through an SMS, alright. And then phone me again and explain what exactly you heard Endeavor saying. His warper can only take non-living things, but he is practically made for moments like this. Oh, this will be a glorious day to Mr. Compress and the entirety of Japan. The agile kid with an atomic punch from the heroics course, Midoriya Izuku. Present MIC announces. Versus, the boy who has given Midnight the cold shoulder, Todoroki Shoto from the hero course. Are you going to use your fire? Izuku asks Shoto before the fight starts. Young Todoroki flinches a bit. No, he answers. He is clearly avoiding eye contact with Izuku. Unfortunate. Izuku replies after a second. For you. Because if you wanted to use your fire, I'd throw the match. But since you're still an absolute dumbass, I'm going to do it the hard way. Todoroki's eyes widen briefly. Then the match starts and he instantly attempts to freeze Izuku. The attack is repelled with a blast that breaks one of Izuku's fingers, and instantly breaks the soon-to-be glacier. Instead of waiting for another attack, Izuku leaps sideways, to the edge of the stadium. Todoroki unleashes another glacier, but this time Izuku dodges it by stopping himself randomly. Todoroki predicted his movement when targeting his blast. He didn't predict the random cessation of it. And that's one blast of ice that I didn't need to counter with my finger. Izuku says with a mocking tone. You're doing a splendid job, Todoroki. I might not be very involved in the way our class works. Shoto replies, before he makes Izuku lose another finger to block another ice blast. But I don't remember you acting like that. I'm just particularly angry right now. Izuku replies, running to the other side. Shoto thinks that he is simply trying to make him waste another shot, but then he suddenly leaps towards the ice user, forcing him to expend a shot. Creating another pointless wall of ice that might be slightly limiting Izuku's range of motions, but isn't doing much to help Shoto win the endurance contest. Someone told me some rather nasty things about someone else, and I didn't believe them. Today I realized that they were right all along. But it's way too late. Add me hearing way too many explosions for a single day, another ice blast. And another finger. And you get me having a bad day. Izuku says, completely ignoring the fact that some of his fingers are broken. So excuse me for this, but I'm going to beat you up until you stop half-butting the tournament and being a dumbass in general. And then I'm going to beat you some more, and defeat you before you even get to the semifinals. Way to PSS off Endeavor, don't you think? Shoto tries to freeze him again, but he uses another finger. This is just a slugging match at this point. Whoever tries to get close, gets interrupted with a blast strong enough to damage whatever remains of the ring. Didn't you listen to me at all? Todoroki is growing angry. I'm not going to use his fire, did you even bother to look at Uraraka's fight? Izuku stares at him with a thoroughly intimidating furious glare on his face. She fought to the bitter end, despite being outmatched. Ojiro did the same. The Tail Kid, in case you didn't bother to remember his name. And what about Jiru? Another blast. Another finger. And all that you are doing is half-butting it. Izuku is clearly furious. Life handed you a wonderful quirk that every quirkless person in the world would have killed for, and you are crippling yourself by using only one half of it out of what? Daddy issues. Todoroki can feel the frost slowly overtaking him. He can't keep doing that for long. But, hopefully, neither can Midoriya. Use your father's credit card to fund research into quirk transfers and give your quirk to someone else because you don't deserve it. Neither your ice nor your flames. Did my father pay you to do this? Todoroki actually shouts back. To try to make me use his flame. His classmates on the tribune have no idea what the shouting is about, too much ambient noise to hear anything, but they realize that this isn't something normal. For the first time ever they see Todoroki being emotional, and it's clear that he is furious. You know who my father is and you still think that yours could pay me to do something. Izuku says with a nervous and pained chuckle. No, sorry, you're right. There is something that he could persuade me to do for him. Namely, prepare his own funeral. I'd do it even without getting paid. As a community service. Another blow, another finger. What are you going to do when you'll be a pro hero and you'll be the only thing standing between some children and a villain that just happens to be immune to cold? Izuku shouts at him again. What are you going to do, Todoroki? Are you going to explain to some grief-stricken parents that you didn't save their child because you had a grudge towards your dad? Is that how much your longing to become a hero is worth? You have no idea what he did to my family. Shoto shouts back and makes another blast. He doesn't care if Midnight hears what they are talking about. I'm not going to use his quirk. Another blast, and another counterblow. Midoriya is breathing heavily, bleeding all over. Todoroki is almost frozen. Midnight seems to be talking with 𝐿𝐼𝐺 about something with a worried face, probably thinking about ending the match. It's not his quirk, you dumbass. Izuku shouts at him. It's yours. Both sides of it. Todoroki freezes. Izuku doesn't take advantage of that. Instead he is facing him with a face that's just sad. No longer angry. Just sad. You heard what I told you about not trying to become a hero alone. Izuku says, his tone of voice almost solemn. About how everyone but you is giving their best and how you are a disgrace to them by half-butting it. It's not too late for you to stand with them. You just need to ask yourself a question. He pauses for a second before smiling faintly. If you truly want to be a hero, then do you want to be a hero like your father? Or like All Might? For a few seconds there is silence on the field. Then comes the fire. Endeavor's happiness at his son using his flame is short-lived. No one noticed that Midoriya kept breaking the fingers of his left hand, just twice or, in one case, thrice. Despite all the pain, he remembered Mr. Compress teaching him some simple tricks on how to focus the attention of people away from certain things. His right hand was untouched. The strength of 100% one for all channeled through it, together with Todoroki's large-scale explosion, shattered the wall that 𝐿𝐼𝐺 tried to erect between them. And then it triumphed against the explosion. There was also the part where he was using full cowl to keep his feet grounded against the impact. When the smoke cleared, Todoroki was out of bounds, his back resting on the ice. He conjured unconsciously to stop himself from being flung at the wall of the stadium. He was awake, and frankly enough, not much hurt. Midoriya was barely standing. But he was barely standing on the field. Midnight announced his victory. Then came the paramedics. You're not going to say out of my way? Endeavor asks. Because of course he is there. Waiting for him when he left the recovery girl office after a brief checkup. Shoto Todoroki stares at his father in silence. Your control of your flames is still lacking. Endeavor continues. You lost your fight because of that. Though I'm willing to overlook this because you finally used them. You've finally become the perfect upgrade for me. You've stopped with your whining. Come to my agency for your internships, I won't. Shoto replies. I didn't use my flames for you. He is tired. He lost. But he thinks that it gave him more than a victory would. What? Endeavor is clearly taken aback. He told me that you are never going to become a #1 hero, not because you are weaker than All Might, but because all you have for people are scowls and angry looks. Shoto says, and he can see something nasty on his father's face. Oh, the irony. While he is actually making them feel safe. Because he is a hero for them, not for the ranking. Shoto, Endeavor tries to say, but Shoto doesn't let him. He told me that everyone but I are giving it their best, while I'm just half-butting it. Shoto continues. He asked me if I want to become a hero alone, or if I want to stand with the others. He asked me if I wanted to become a hero like you or like All Might. Shoto's eyes meet his father's. And I choose All Might. Seeing his father's face at that very moment was worth losing the match. That much Shoto is certain about. The fight between Ibara Shiozaki and Inasa Yorashi is surprisingly close to being an endless one. Ibara's vines keep her anchored to the floor, rendering the majority of the Inasa's winds utterly useless. Inasa, in the meantime, can simply float outside of her effective range. To the surprise of absolutely everyone, Ibara manages to grab Inasa by an ankle, taking advantage of him getting a bit too passionate with the fight and toss him out of bounds. Or, to be exact, rams him into the ground, as merely tossing him would just end with him returning to his floating routine. Inasa proves that he considers every defeat an occasion to learn more things, or perhaps he is just happy that he lasted for at least as long as Todoroki Shoto did, and he loudly congratulates Ibara on winning against him, prompting Midnight to let out a comment about how she loves passionate youth. Tenko Shimura is fast. Tenya recognizes it. He has no idea if it's born from training or if it's some odd part of his quirk. There are weird quirks out there, Tenya knows that much, And he knew that even before Midoriya treated his friends to a few of his rambling sessions about the super interesting quirks he just heard about. So it might be this. But, while he was extremely fast and Tenko touching you with 4 fingers triggered an automatic loss present MIC explained it after Yorozu's defeat, there was a sort of support item in play here. Tenya was still faster. He engaged him with a recipro boost right off the bat, and managed to suppress him for long enough to drag him out of bounds. Tenko mumbled something about the DMN speed builds and left. Ayako Nokohara was a brilliant girl with a quirk that allowed her to detect the quirks and their general power level at a distance. She had no idea why Izuku Midoriya was walking around with a Class 6 quirk absolutely identical to All Might's, or why did she saw several similar quirk signatures on the audience, and she wasn't going to ask, plus some things about them if she saw them up close. But she still had no start to Bakugo Katsuki. The explosions were something simple yet hard to counter with tools she was allowed to take into the field. Sure, she could bring a riot shield. But how was that going to stop him from detonating his sweat in front of it, generating enough of an impact to probably break the hand behind it? It was a bad matchup. And she knew that. So she immediately announced that she is withdrawing. Bakugo genuinely looked like he was about to murder her for it. But with Midnight there, he had no occasion to do it. Tsuyu Asui might have as well be Nito Monoma's natural predator. She is faster and stronger than he is, she has an ability for ranged attacks, and he can't copy her quirk. Unfortunately, the rule for the copycat quirks in tournaments like this is that they are allowed to bring some quirks to the battle. Nito Monoma chose Miyuki Tagawa, who could as well be Tsuyu Asui's natural predator. She discovers that when she grabs Nito with her tongue only for him to touch it with his hands. His skin irritated and burned her tongue. When she lets him out, he runs towards her, shouting at her and thus making the vocal component of his quirk kick her sense of balance off. She tries to jump away, but she fails. And he gets close enough to breathe into her face. His breath right now is pretty much a sleeping gas. She falls unconscious and Midnight calls the match. Since Izuku Midoriya was still in surgery, and the number of contestants for this round was uneven, the referees decide that he is sitting this one round out. The next fight is between Ibara Shiozaki and Tenya Ida. While Ibara Shiozaki's quirk did wonders against Inasa Yorashi, she can do little against Tenya's rapid attacks from the side. He doesn't have to force the attack through her vines, he just needs to approach them from the side. Unlike Inasa, doing so doesn't force him to get close enough to get grabbed. Or, to be exact, it forces him to get even closer, but for a much shorter PRD of time. Ibara Shiozaki is soon out of bounds, and Tenya Ida proceeds to the next round. You know, you'll kinda sing me off. Nito Monoma announces. Bakugo glares at him from the other side of the field. You still act like you are oh so much better than me, despite being from a rehab course. Shut up. Bakugo isn't buying it. Oh, well. The boy with the explosive temper. Bakugo Katsuki from the rehabilitation course. Present MIC announces. Versus, the scheming tactician and Class 1 BS Last Hope, Nito Monoma of the Hero course. So what did you do to get into the rehab course, Bakugo? Nito decides to keep digging. Indulge my curiosity. I taught someone where their place is. Bakugo replies, with venom dripping off his tongue. Apparently someone else had a problem with that. Well, that should be enough. He certainly does sound like he doesn't regret whatever he did, and it was certainly something pretty bad, right? 𝐔2. Nito Monoma doesn't understand how Moki cannot love using their quirk. The feeling of power that floods him is simply addictive. The look on Bakugo's face when Nito isn't even wounded after taking his explosion to face okay, it hurts a lot, and he isn't doing that again, but he isn't in any notable way wounded, and he is still standing as if nothing happened is almost addictive as well. Moki didn't get to show his quirk. Nito smiles. So I'm doing it for him. Power, speed and endurance amplification proportional to how much I think I'm morally superior to my opponent. He chuckles. And considering that I naturally think that I'm morally superior to you Class 1A rabble, even without you doing some mean things and not feeling even a bit regretful, it's kinda an overkill, you know. It's still a rather close fight. By the time it ends, Monoma is barely standing. But Bakugo, clearly beaten up and torn between being furious and emotionally vacant, is out of bounds. The 1vs1 fight between the 3 remaining contestants is called off, because the recovery girl announces that Izuku Midoriya cannot participate due to medical issues. According to the judges, he takes the official 3rd place. The last fight of the tournament is between Tenya Ida and Nito Monoma. Tenya Ida looks through the list of Class 1B participants earlier and decides that the most logical quirk for Monoma to copy is Hononuki's softening, in order to limit Tenya's mobility. Nito didn't pick the most logical one. Tenya realizes it when he gets close and tries to kick Monoma, only for his leg to meet a solid steel. He doesn't end up breaking a leg, but he does sprains an ankle. He then discovers that Nito did pick the most logical quirk. It's just that he could copy 2 quirks at once, but purposefully kept that part hidden until now, to use it at the right moment. With a sprained ankle, Tenya has no ability to escape the softening of the ground beneath him in time. And with his engine submerged, he can barely fight back. Especially not against Nito Monoma with Tetsu's quirk. The fight is over, and so are Eraserhead's hopes for free coffee from Vlad King for a while. The worst part is that his class would have crushed the 1B remnants in almost every alternative configuration of fights. Instead, half of 1A heavy hitters pretty much knocked each other out. And Midoriya got to the podium de facto by technicality. Mostly by the virtue of how devastating his last attack was. Hell, Eraserhead is certain that if Izuku could fight, he would beat Nito Monoma in the finals. Easily. What rotten luck. The award ceremony comes next, and the fact that 2 of 3 medalists were from his class just isn't enough to improve his mood. Endeavor notices that he was robbed by the time he still absolutely livid returns to his car. Once he finally gets back into contact with his agency, he starts being bombarded by news that only makes his mood worse. Someone with access to his credit card and phone ordered 10,000 All Might's posters to his agency's address, specifying that the DLVRY must be as fast as possible. The company in question did its best. It was the number 2 hero who hired them, after all, and they had some useful quirks, and during the last 1.5 hours has actually managed to deliver it. Someone has also ordered 50 tons of organic carrots to either his house or hero agency from several companies at once. This was accompanied with a message that could be summed up by, "If you'll eat a lot of carrots, you'll grow big and strong like All Might." Said someone has also bought a billboard visible from his office and had it replaced with a large banner claiming that Endeavor can never be as cool with All Might. Worst of all, someone has actually replaced the billboard and nobody was sure who, since it happened in a matter of minutes and rolling the changes back might take a few days. At least. Even if someone manages to prove that the cash was technically stolen. So he was going to be temporarily forced to see this abomination from his office window. And if that wasn't enough, someone has used Endeavor's phone to contact an ongoing, and very popular, talk show about heroes. Endeavor sometimes phoned it for various reasons, and he was a relatively common sight. So they pitched him in without asking questions. The result was Mr. Compress pretending to be a drunk Endeavor phoning Burnin and mistaking the numbers from the UA, and going on a long rant on how despite all that he is doing, All Might still doesn't notice how much Endeavor is in love with him. Mr. Compress managed to temporarily persuade a big part of Japan that Endeavor's signature scowl is born of his SXL frustration towards All Might. And that Endeavor is a bottom, to add insult to injury. The dirty talk accompanying all of that was inspirational, according to people that heard it. Especially the particularly KNKY parts. While Mr. Compress eventually stepped forward a few days later and announced that it was all just a prank of his, there were still people who thought that he merely took the advantage of the situation to call it his own MSTR plan. Or that Endeavor paid him to take the blame. And that the number 2 hero's words from the talk show were genuine. Besides, Mr. Compress just admitted to stealing Endeavor's wallet and phone, and in a way that made the hero not even notice it until more than an hour has passed. That alone was a blow to reputation. Endeavor was fuming for days. Even after his things were returned to him. Minus the business cards, because Mr. Compress signed those and sold them through the internet save for the ones he gave to Uraraka Ochako and Asa Midoriya, and the one he kept framed in his hideout, forwarding the earnings to a charity organization helping the victims of fires. Needless to say, The day of the UA School Festival was one of the worst in Endeavor's life. Asa Midoriya was happy about Rabbit standing up for his brother until his family heard about the organic carrots prank. Then they immediately realized what happened and his brother gave him a solid scolding about stunts like this while totally awesome, carrying a possibility of him not becoming a hero in the future. Mr. Compress was happy about what he did to Endeavor, who turned out to be a bigger trash bag than he thought until 𝐒𝐭 Midoriya figured out that Asa was involved. Then 𝐒𝐭 had him kneel on frozen peas while she was busy delivering him world's most intense scolding, occasionally highlighted with some well-timed hits with rolled newspaper. Tenya was happy about getting so far, even if sad about losing to Nito, until he got a phone call that his brother was attacked by the hero killer in Hosu, and that there was a high risk that he would never regain the ability to walk. Izuku Midoriya was happy about getting so far, even if sad about not winning, until he got an SMS from the hero killer, who was thoroughly freaking out about hearing about what happened to Ingenium, because he was pretty certain that he wasn't even in Hosu at the time. Overhaul was, frankly, pissed off about life in general, especially as he couldn't shake the feeling that the green-haired kid from the festival was somehow similar to the kid that cost him the Shai Heiseikai. But only until the council meeting, which outlined the next step of the Paranormal Liberation Front's grand strategy, which was going to happen in Hosu.